Prologue Arctic Circle, Greenland, November 2195. Even in a world full of superpowers, the cold could be deadly. Though there were some exceptions with certain individuals, humanity's aversion to settling in the far north and south only proved the rule that the cold was not to be trifled with. The wind howled across the dark, frozen landscape, carrying a blanket of white with it. The sun was less and less noticeable in the skies lately, signaling the beginning of the Arctic winter. The merciless ice was starting its yearly campaign to reclaim its lost territory from spring, a seemingly endless cycle of thaw and freeze. This battle was suddenly interrupted by an Arctic vehicle driving across the icy surface. It was a heavy-duty, black truck equipped with caterpillar tracks to provide better traction. The headlights on the front and roof shone through the whiteness yet provided limited visibility. The two occupants inside were grateful the GPS was still functioning. Moments later, the occupants spotted a faint red light peeking out of the driving snow. As they drove closer, they recognized a person holding a long pole with a glowing red beacon on top, waving their arm out to them. The truck slowed down before finally parking a couple of meters in front of the signal bearer. The front two doors opened as the occupants stepped out and into the blizzard. To avoid the frigid air's deadly bite, they wore thick Arctic jackets, insulated pants, and snow boots. The duo carefully ambled to the equally dressed signal bearer. "You the guys from Washington?" the signal bearer asked. "You get many other visitors out here?" the driver quipped. "How long have you been on site?" the passenger inquired, getting straight to business. "Since this morning." The trio proceeded to walk together. "An oil crew called it in 18 hours ago. How come nobody spotted it before?" "It's not surprising. This landscape is changing all the time. Hardly anyone comes out here anyway," he answered, still holding the beacon pole. "Any idea what this thing is?" "No clue. Probably just a weather balloon." More red beacons could be seen bleeding through the snowstorm. Other people could be seen moving in close proximity to the lights. "Ha! No way," he quickly dismissed. "You know, we don't have the equipment for a job like this." A dark object was slowly becoming visible amongst the beacons. "How long before we can start craning it out?" the driver asked. "I don't think you understand. Unless All Might tagged along with you, you're gonna need one hell of a crane." Walking closer, the dark object was revealed to be a huge piece of metal protruding out of the ice. A group of people were carefully walking around it and placing beacons around it. A man was atop the large structure, 5 meters in the air, shining a bright flashlight as he examined it. At first glance, it looked like the tip of an airplane wing. The Washington men were speechless. Through the blizzard, they could see the marker lights the crew had placed stretched out far into the snowy blanket. Whatever this object was, it was definitely not a weather balloon. Looked like it was time to get to work. Half an hour later, after talking with the on-site crew, the Washington men had a clearer picture of what the structure was. The size and shape were indicative of an aircraft of sorts, given its boomerang shape. As for the when, what, who, why, and how for the unknown craft's presence here, that was up to them to find out. As SHIELD agents, the special training they had received helped prepare them for investigative missions like this. The truck passenger from earlier was kneeling to the ground. His right glove was taken off, revealing his lighter-skinned hand, as brilliant green laser beams fired from his fingertips. With superb concentration and good control, he was able to cut a clean yet imperfect circle into the aircraft's hull. The hunk of metal finally broke free and fell, making a loud clang sound as it hit the floor beneath. The agent stopped firing the lasers and grimaced, swiftly putting his glove back on to prevent frostbite. "Smith, you okay?" the driver asked out of concern. "Why, yeah, fine," the revealed Agent Smith answered, biting his cheek as he felt the pain slowly reside. "Been a while since I used my quirk like that." A few crew members rolled a small crane into view, carefully positioning it over the hole. "Still not bad. I'm curious, with a quirk like that, why didn't you become a hero?" He chuckled ruefully. Heh, it's not much of a heroic quirk. Can only use it for 10 minutes out of the day. Any more and my fingers would be unusable. Could even burn them off. He turned to him. Now that wouldn't be ideal, would it, Williams? The driver, Agent Williams, visibly cringed at the imagery. Oof, sorry about that. He shrugged it off in a nonchalant manner. Don't be. It's fine. Most kids dream of being heroes, but only a blessed handful can achieve that. Rest of us just gotta make do with what we got, you know? Agent Williams nodded in understanding. As a quirkless man, the hero profession was completely off the table for him. Nevertheless, he was thankful to have this job, seeing it as the next best thing, even if it could get wearisome some days. Today was thankfully not one of those days. After all, it's not every day you get to investigate an unknown flying object, UFO. Or at least a former UFO. Hopefully there aren't any probes inside, he internally mused. The two agents ambled to their vehicle that had been pulled up closer to the extraction zone. Their equipment was stored in freeze-resistant cases in the back bed. They carefully retrieved it and got to work placing it on them. All right, the crane's all set, one of the researchers shouted. You guys ready? The agents stepped forward with their furred hoods pulled back, wearing fully sealed high-tech helmets with clear visors, breathing apparatus, communication system, LED lights, and camera. Strapped on their backs were protected oxygen canisters. It was unclear what was inside the craft, so precautions had to be taken. Doing a quick radio test, confirming their communications worked, the agents confirmed they were ready. Moments later, with the mechanical whirring sounds of the crane in the background, Agent Smith was steadily lowered into the aircraft by a cable and harness, an LED flashlight strapped to his waist. Snow flurries gently fell and accumulated on the floor. Bright light from above shone down from the hole, illuminating the innards of the craft for the first time in a long while. As soon as Agent Smith's feet touched the grated floor, he unclipped from the harness. Agent Williams was already inside, shining his flashlight around them. The air inside was stale and frigid, with the only circulation coming from the hole in the roof. The metal walls and floors around them were lined with layers of ice. Breaches in the hull were also visible. Base, we're in, Agent Williams notified through his comm. Copy that. The two agents carefully proceeded down a graded walkway with handrails, shining the light wherever they could. The sounds of their footsteps on the graded path echoed throughout the craft. Untrained normal people would feel uneasy in this situation, but the two agents using their past training steeled themselves. Closely examining their surroundings, they noticed lining both sides of the path were stacks of dull, gray cylindrical casings with attached fins at the ends, hanging from support carriers to which were attached to the ceiling supports. There had to have been hundreds. What is all this? Agent Smith wondered. They came across an intersection connecting to a perpendicular walkway. On it, they spotted one of the casings lying on the grate. Agent Williams carefully approached the object and kneeled by it, shining his flashlight over it. His eyes widened slightly in recognition. Bombs. If that's the case, don't get too close, Smith urgently exclaimed. Could trigger an explosion. Williams then noticed something emblazoned on the bomb's shell. Actually, I don't think these are the exploding type. Look. He pointed his light at the shell, revealing a biohazard symbol. Chemical weapons. Agent Smith turned his light around and noticed the same symbol printed on all the other bombs in view. Think this could have been from the Third War? Maybe. Looks like a 21st century bomber. Kind of. Williams stood up, his eyes catching a glimpse of more bombs lying below the graded pathway on the aircraft's bottom hull. Looked like they fell off during the landing. Though that begs the question, whose bomber was this? And what the hell is it doing all the way out here? That's two questions, but Smith looked ahead and saw an open hatch door at the end of the path. We may find answers in there. The agents cautiously proceeded forward and stepped through the hatch. The other side was a seemingly large open area with angular support columns. At the far end was a large, grated windshield that would have provided the pilot an excellent view. The cockpit, an unusually large one at that. The agents stepped down a small flight of steps onto the floor. The cockpit was in very rough shape. Breaches in the hull were prevalent, with the support skeleton bent and broken in various areas. Layers of ice had leaked in and seemingly filled most of the cockpit's empty spaces. Looking ahead toward the big, broken windshield, they spotted what appeared to be smashed control panels and the pilot's seat. No sign of human remains, Agent Smith noted. Maybe they ejected before the crash? Maybe. Agent Williams pointed his light around the control area and revealed a sizable chunk of ice around the pilot's chair that extended to the rest of the ice in the room. Not seeing anything that resembled a human body, he was about to look away until catching a faint gleam of something. Wait! Williams squinted his eyes. He focused his attention on the area around the chair. He could have sworn he caught a glimpse of colors aside from the gunmetal gray and icy white that had mostly dominated his vision. Sauntering forward, he kneeled by the ice, whipping away a thin layer of frost. The agent gasped as his eyes widened. No, it can't be. Smith, he called out. Agent Smith turned and walked up to his field partner, wondering what he found. Pointing his light at the ice, his own eyes widened in shocked disbelief. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Williams asked, trying to confirm his vision was correct. My God! Smith activated his comlink. Base, give me a line straight to the director. Sir, it's 3 a.m. where he is. The man on the radio responded. I don't care what time it is, Smith retorted. This one's waited long enough. The object in question was a 26-inch wide metal disc with a 5-pointed white star at the center in a blue circle. Surrounding that were 3 concentric circles colored red, white, and red respectively. A relic from a bygone era. Chapter 1. Mizutofu, Japan, April 21, 96. It was a sunny afternoon in Mizutofu, a respectable-sized city in Japan's Shizuoka prefecture. People of all shapes and sizes, some even appearing to be amalgamations of animals and seemingly other random things, were going about their business. The city's peace was suddenly disturbed when the ground began to rumble, followed by loud crashing sounds. As some people turned in the direction of the commotion in the distance, a young man swiftly sprinted past them, quickly shouting his apologies for bumping into them. He was well above average in height for a Japanese man, standing at 189 centimeters, 6 feet 2 inches, and appeared to be quite muscular, although his modest attire concealed most of it. He had a mop of dark green, curly hair with freckles dotting a well-defined, mature face and bright emerald eyes shining with excitement. The young man's attire consisted of a dark brown leather jacket with black trim over a green and white plaid button shirt, dark blue jeans, and a pair of red ankle-high boots with black laces and white heels. Strapped to his back was a circular brown leather bag with a black hand handle on top, and a yellow satchel was slung over his right shoulder. Midoriya Izuku couldn't suppress a grin as he continued rushing toward the loud commotion. Skidding around a corner, Midoriya spotted a fairly large crowd gathering outside a nearby train station. Tatooine Station, if he remembered correctly. He immediately spotted a massive man with a monstrous appearance wreaking havoc in the station. That's one big supervillain, Midoriya excitedly shouted in English. Now, normally Midoriya would feel anything but excited upon seeing a giant monster man rampaging in a populated area. If people's lives were endangered, he'd rush in without a second thought to help. But with trained and authorized professionals already on the scene, he was given a sense of ease. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Midoriya quickly reached into his bag to pull out a notebook and pen, eager to take new notes. Analysis of Today's Heroes, Volume 13 was written on the front. Death Arms, the punching hero, rushed in to catch an electrical transmission tower that the villain had broken off in his rampage. With a grunt of exertion, he laid the broken tower onto the street with a loud thud. Good catch, Midoriya praised, impressed by Death Arms's quick action. I know catching something that heavy falling from that distance couldn't have been easy. He's definitely strong. Everyone stay back. A pro hero dressed as a firefighter produced a rope of water from his red water faucet arms in front of the spectators. Several police officers were also up front to keep people back. For your own safety, please stay behind the line. The rescue specialist, Backdraft. Midoriya remembered reading about him online. His quirk was very useful for firefighting and keeping citizens out of danger zones, exactly what he was doing now. He'll keep bystanders at bay while also being available to put out any fires caused by the villain. So why's this guy going full monster in the middle of the city? A civilian in a business suit inquired to a regular dressed man standing beside him. Just some amateur. Stole someone's bag and got himself cornered. The guy in the suit shook his head, commenting, "A quirk like that and he's just a petty thief? What a waste." I know. It'd be cool to have a quirk like that. Midoriya wasn't quite fluent in his Japanese, but he understood enough of the men's conversation to know the situation. Seriously? That's a shame. What could have happened to force this guy to go down this path? With his ability, he could have done so much good. The verdette started carefully squeezing by people to reach the front of the crowd, overhearing some of them talking on their cell phones that they would be late getting to work or home. Seemed that the occasional villain attack was a common inconvenience amongst the populace these days. Reaching the front, Midoriya's eyes widened in joy when he spotted the new pro-hero Kamui Wood arriving on the scene. "Kamui Woods," Midoriya exclaimed in English, quickly turning his notebook to the page where he had notes on the wooden hero. "He's a rising star in the pro-hero ranks." An older American-looking gentleman standing next to Midoriya couldn't suppress a light-hearted chuckle at the young man's enthusiasm. He recognized the giddiness in Midoriya's eyes. "Definitely a fanboy," he inwardly commented. Midoriya, meanwhile, jotted down a few notes as he witnessed Kamui battle the giant villain. The crowd let out a flurry of cheers, the loudest coming from a group of fangirls as Kamui Wood's arm morphed into over a dozen razor-sharp spears. "Take him down, Tree Man," the older gentleman shouted in English. "All right." Izuku immediately recognized what attack move Kamui was about to perform after doing some online research on the new hero, and he was thrilled to see it in person. It's his preemptive binding dash. Canyon Cannon. Without warning, the ground trembled once more as a towering woman dashed in and landed a devastating kick in the villain's jaw. He went flying backward and crashed into the railroad track, unconscious. Midoriya's eyes widened in surprise at the giantess, and turned to a blank new page to draw a couple quick sketches of her. She was a voluptuous young woman who had purple eyes with white pupils, with elegantly long eyelashes. She had long, voluminous creamy blonde hair that reached down to her waist, with two shorter strands curled to frame her face, parted slightly to her left. Her hero costume was composed of a purple and pale tan-colored skin-tight bodysuit, which was accented with orange stripes. The suit also had a pair of purple gloves with orange accents on the edge of the cuff. This design was also shared with her boots, which were cut off at the thigh in a deep V-shape. The suit also had three peculiar orange diamond-shaped designs on the purple top that were located under her chest, and she also wore a purple domino mask with horn-like protrusions on the sides. "Today's my debut," she said with a grin while hoisting the villain up by his leg, slapping a series of restraints on him. "Pleased to meet you all. I'm MT Lady, and you don't have to worry about this bum anymore." She subtly stuck out her rear and winked, practically flashing the crowd. Naturally, many men in the crowd pulled out cameras to take snapshots of the scene, chanting, "Money shot! Money shot!" Though he couldn't suppress a small blush, Midoriya couldn't help but feel vexed with MT Lady basking in the spotlight. "Come on, that's just unnecessary. You're supposed to be a hero, not a Hollywood actress or something," Midoriya inwardly chided. On a lesser note, he was also a tad annoyed that he didn't get to see Kamui Wood's attack move in person. Oh well, maybe another time. Shrugging it off, he continued writing in his notebook. Several minutes later, More police arrived on the scene and Empty Lady shrunk down to her normal size. She was immediately swarmed by the crowd and various reporters as she handed the villain over to the police. Empty Lady smiled brightly while eagerly answering any questions the reporters had for her, taking the spotlight completely away from Kamui Woods, who was still on top of the train station while looking quite gloomy. Gigantification, Midoriya muttered in English while making several notes next to a simple sketch of Empty Lady. From what I understand, it's a common and quite powerful ability these days, although the threat to public property might pose an issue, unless she can manipulate her size at will. Still, she certainly has the looks and quirk to be a popular hero. The old man looked at Midoriya with slight surprise. Your English is pretty good. You from around here? Or are you studying abroad? He asked. He was a Caucasian man around his late 60s from what Midoriya could tell, standing at 176 centimeters, 5 feet 8 inches. His gray hair was slicked back, showing off a receding hairline. Over his dull blue eyes was a pair of thin-framed glasses. He wore a pair of khaki pants held up by a black belt, a light blue turtleneck sweater with a white collared undershirt, and brown shoes. Oh! Midoriya realized he had slipped back into speaking English, which irritated a few bystanders close by. Why yeah, he sheepishly replied, putting his notebook back in his bag. I guess you could say I'm studying abroad. I was actually born here in Mizudafu but grew up in the States. California, to be specific. No kidding. Queens myself, in case you couldn't tell. The man chuckled as his New York accent was prevalent. Nice to meet ya, Queens. Midoriya held out his hand, which the older American shook firmly. Likewise, Cali, he smirked. So, what brings you to Japan? Midoriya asked, hoping to strike up some small talk. Aside from acquaintances at the community college and at work, he didn't have much going for him in the friends department. The old man smiled roguishly. Oh, mainly here to kick back and enjoy retirement. Also hoping to get some inspiration for a new superhero comic I got ruminating in my head. Midoriya grinned. Japan does have great heroes. I'm sure they can give you plenty of inspiration. Haven't seen much in terms of superhero comics these days. Makes sense. Given that this world is practically filled with superheroes and supervillains already. Midoriya thought, why read a comic when you can just turn on the news or stream YouTube videos? Superhero comics aren't really a big thing anymore though, Midoriya mentioned with a small frown. So it may not get popular. He waved off the concerns. That won't stop me. Our dreams make us big, you know? Midoriya smiled, admiring the old man's sunny outlook and determination. So what are you studying abroad for? From all those notes you were taking, it sounds like you're wanting to be a hero yourself. Am I right? Midoriya nodded, smiling. Yes, that's actually why I'm here. Well, good luck then. He gave Midoriya a thumbs up. Don't know what your quirk is, but it doesn't matter. He paused to look at his wristwatch, his eyes widening when he noticed the time. Well, I better head along now. Don't want to miss my train. Hopefully that giant ruffian didn't destroy the tracks. Goodbye, sir. Nice talking to ya. Midoriya gave him a lazy salute as he walked toward Tatooine Station. Good luck on your comic. Thanks, son. The old man gave him a peace sign. Certainly a mature air around that kid. I'm sure he'll be a great hero. I can feel it. With that, the aspiring comic writer proceeded toward the train station. Good guy. Midoriya began walking in the opposite direction. It'd be faster to take the train to his apartment, but he felt like walking today. He enjoyed walking home most of the time as it allowed him to stretch out his legs and learn the area better. Plus, he was never in a hurry to get back to an empty apartment solely to study and sleep. Stopping with a group of people at a crosswalk, the Verdette pulled out his 13th hero analysis notebook. Can't believe I got to see those pro heroes in action today. They were pretty quick to take action. Midoriya began jotting extra notes on Empty Lady and Kamui Woods' pages. Death Arms and Backdraft's profiles were in one of his 12 previous notebooks, Volume 5 and Volume 6, to be more specific, so he'd have to wait to get home and add notes to their respective pages. Still, empty lady rushing in the way she did could have ended badly had some civilians or station workers been nearby the tracks. Hopefully she took that into account before making that decision. Given how eager she was to make her debut though, he doubted that was the case. Midoriya wasn't personally angry with empty lady as he understood why she did it. Pro heroes were government workers and had the potential to earn higher wages, fame, and glory depending on their performance. Basically, the more popular you are and the more villains you capture, the more money you make. Midoriya mentally sighed. Sounds good on paper and all to reward heroes like that, but that does potentially lead to other issues. The crosswalk light turned green, and Midoriya with the rest of the crowd proceeded across the street. He opted to take a longer route back to his apartment complex, not really in a rush. He furiously scribbled down notes, enraptured in his own world, which weirded out some passing bystanders. After jotting down as many notes as he could on Kamui Woods and Empty Lady, he placed his notebook and pen back into his yellow satchel. Several high school students wearing black Gakurin uniforms walked past him until he realized he was walking in front of a high school. The words Jaku High were inscribed on a plaque on the school's brick entrance gate. Guess school must have just let out. Glancing at his green army wristwatch, he confirmed it was indeed past 1500 hours, 3 p.m. Making sure to step to the side to not impede any of the students walking by, Midoriya Izuku took a moment to stare at the school facility. Feels like it was only yesterday. Fresno, California, April 2042. A line of 13 yellow school buses drove down the relatively busy streets of Fresno with Vulcan High School District labeled in black capital letters on both sides and their respective bus number present by the front doors. With all of their designated stops completed, the buses were on their way to the high school building. In bus number 9, the atmosphere of the bus was loud and rowdy, much like the other buses, as students conversed with each other while the bus driver did his best to tune out the noise. Meanwhile, a Japanese-American teen was sitting alone at the front bench seat with his eyes glued on his smartphone. He wore a white t-shirt with black kanji letters for t-shirt emblazoned on the front, baggy brown cargo pants, and a pair of red high tops with white soles and black laces. A yellow backpack was resting in the unoccupied seat to his right. Izuku Midoriya's attention was focused on a national news article with the main headline, "Metahuman riots continue in major cities. Hundreds dead." Izuku frowned as he read the unsettling reports of people with meta abilities causing havoc. It ranged from petty theft to full-out riots with many people getting hurt or killed. The government was under immense pressure to quell the violence, but they, like the rest of the world, were still debating on how to handle the sudden, unprecedented rise of human meta abilities. Reaching a portion of the article that included a video of one of the riots in LA, Izuku pulled out a black composite notebook from his bag with the title Meta Abilities Analysis written on front. Pressing play, the teen watched a shaky cam video of a small group of meta users attacking riot police in LA. Izuku scribbled down the meta abilities he could discern from the poor quality video. He imagined it was taken by a bystander trying to stay out of sight to record the action. Let's see. One guy appears to have the ability to coat his body in stone, granting him enhanced strength and durability. Another has jellyfish-like tentacles for arms and appears to be able to produce bioelectricity. He mumbled, pausing to wince when he saw several SWAT members suffer electrocution from the thug. A third guy? Or maybe a girl. Anyway, they have the body of a humanoid snake and spit acidic venom from their mouth and arms which have snake heads instead of hands. Hey kid, Izuku. Why yes, Mr. Curtis? Snapped out of his musings, he turned to the Hispanic bus driver who was giving him an irritated look. You were mumbling again, the driver pointed out. Also, we're here. Time to get out. Izuku looked around to see everyone had already disembarked from the bus. Oh, sorry about that. Quickly putting his phone and notebook away, he promptly exited the bus. With the sliding doors closing behind him, Izuku took a brief moment to look at the high school he'd been attending for 4 years. A large, one-story brick building with many windows placed around it. The roof extended upward in the middle to make room for the larger gym. Placed up front near the circular driveway was an illuminated sign with Vulcan High School, home of the vultures, inscribed on it. Izuku sighed deeply. Just a few more weeks and it'll be over. Like many high school seniors, Izuku was counting the days and hours until graduation, eager to be done with school life, at least public school life. Swinging his yellow backpack over his shoulder, Izuku was lost in the crowd walking through the front entrance. Nearly everyone towered over him, even most girls, as his own growth had been stunted since middle school. Standing at 5'4", 164.5 centimeters. Looks-wise, he was quite plain with unkempt, by choice, black hair and brown eyes and a round, freckled face. He had gained his freckles from 15 years of living in sunny California. His high school tenure had been less than ideal, so he was understandably ready to move on to the next stage of his life. Nearly a month remained, so he simply had to bear through it. His first 3 class periods of math, art, and science he enjoyed and went by fairly quickly. Lunchtime came and Izuku sat alone at a table in a far corner, eating a homemade bento from his lunchbox. It was quite common for him to eat alone from his peers. Izuku would admit that he could be awkward sometimes, so he didn't hold it against others for being weirded out by his idiosyncrasies. Furthermore, he suspected that his Asian heritage discouraged some people from socializing with him. Not that it mattered to Izuku, as he didn't see the point in interacting much with people who couldn't look past ethnicity. Finishing his lunch early, Izuku gathered his belongings and headed to the library. The upcoming free period gave him the opportunity to unwind and catch up on any reading or assignments. The next 45 minutes or so was spent reading alone at a library table. Izuku was enraptured by an old Japanese book titled The Book of Five Rings. His eyes danced across the English translation pages with fascination. 2 more books were stacked to his right. Art of War by Sun Tzu. Dreams Are Now Reality. An Extensive Guide to the Rise of Superhumans, Volume 3, by Hatsum Teruko, Ph.D. Whoa! Nearly 4 centuries later and Miyamoto's wisdom still holds up. Midoriya sounded impressed. Ding, ding, ding. An electronic bell sound emanated from a speaker in the library's ceiling. The same bell resounded throughout the school building to signify the start of another period. For Midoriya, it was the start of his least favorite yet most necessary class. For him, personally, physical education, PE. Gathering the 3 books in his arms, Izuku quickly walked to the librarian's desk to have them checked out. I have to say, Izuku, the middle-aged librarian said while stamping the due dates on labels on the back of various books, I think you've read more books than all the other students in this school combined. I am sure that's an exaggeration. Izuku tapped his cheek bashfully. It isn't, she quickly refuted. You check out nearly 5 books a week and always return them on time. Good work. I'm sure that extra knowledge will take you far. She gave him a warm, earnest smile. Thank you, he smiled. I appreciate that, Mrs. Davis. Placing the books in his backpack, he rushed out of the library and through the hallway to the gymnasium. The PE instructor, Coach Simon, was serious about punctuality due to being a U.S. Army veteran, and wasn't afraid to dish out more exercises on those that were tardy. Although Izuku inwardly admitted he could use the extra workouts, he didn't want them as a punishment. 10 minutes later, Izuku was standing in line with 24 classmates in their respective gym clothes. There wasn't a designated school gym outfit like with Japanese schools. Rather, students were given the freedom to wear their own outfit as long as it followed the school dress code. In Izuku's case, he wore a plain white shirt, blue shorts with a red and white stripe going down both legs, and old black tennis shoes. All right, listen up, Coach Simon shouted. Graduation may be around the corner, but that doesn't mean I'm gonna let you kids slack off. There was a collective groan from the students, with the exception of Izuku. The coach blew into his whistle. Shut it. We're running 10 laps around the gym, 25 push-ups, 25 squats, and then 25 sit-ups. After that, We're playing a couple rounds of dodgeball. He whistled again. Let's go, maggots. With that, the class started their run around the gymnasium with Izuku trailing behind as per usual. After only a couple of laps, Izuku was already sweating heavily and panting hard, an asthma attack overtaking him. Crap, he mentally cursed. I still can't keep up, even after doing all the exercises Peg-chan told me to do. Coach Simon noticed Izuku's struggles and quickly ran over to him. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out Izuku's rescue inhaler and handed it to the teen, which he quickly accepted. Taking a couple of deep puffs from the inhaler, Izuku felt relief wash over his body as his bronchial tubes opened back up. Thank you, Coach, he breathed out. Take your meds this morning? Coach asked, concerned. Why, yes, sir, Izuku replied. Want to sit this out, Midoriya? The coach already knew what the teen's response would be, but he was obligated to ask though, school policy and all. No, Izuku panted. I have no right to sit out while everyone else is doing these exercises. I can do it. Catching his breath, Izuku resumed running around the gymnasium. Coach Simon couldn't help but smile at Izuku's determination. Love that kid's fortitude. He has a soldier's heart. He then frowned. A damn shame he has all those health issues though. Everyone had finished the required exercises long before Izuku and started playing dodgeball without him. By the time the onyx-haired teen finally finished, he had just enough time to join the last round, only to immediately get pelted in the face with a dodgeball. Note to self, he mentally bemoaned. Need to work on improving reflexes. Coach ended the class 10 minutes early, giving everyone time to take a quick shower before the next period. Izuku entered his 7th period class, history, with a red throbbing mark on his left cheek. This, of course, earned him a few snickers from his classmates. This was Izuku's least favorite class, not because of the subject he liked history, but because of the person sitting in front of him. Sup, Midori. Zach Powers took his seat at his desk. Oof, what happened to you? Zach was your stereotypical high school jock, a talented baseball pitcher to be specific. Vulcan High, since its founding, could never get to the state championship in baseball, despite having really good players. As soon as Zach started playing freshman year, the coaches noticed his insane arm talent and immediately placed him on the varsity team, surprising many people. However, any worries of starting a freshman pitcher were squashed when he showed his stuff. He was lights out. He went 2 full seasons while only allowing a handful of earned runs, leading Vulcan High to back-to-back state championships. He was the undisputed most popular guy on campus. Worst part was he knew it and fully embraced it. Standing at 5'11", 155.75 centimeters, he was well-defined and trim for an 18-year-old thanks to years of training and great genetics. He had brown hair with a long bang covering his right eye, tan skin, and hazel eyes. Definitely eye candy for the ladies. He wore a red, black, and white Letterman jacket over a plain black t-shirt, blue jeans, and black Converse shoes. Dodgeball. Wish I could have been there, but alas, athletics and all. The baseball team is doing really good. You guys are primed to make another deep playoff run, Izuku stated. State's in the bag, Zach confidently replied. Can't wait to get my 3rd ring. He showed off the 2 state champion rings on his left index finger and thumb. I think I'll put it right here. Ha! He jitted while flipping Izuku the bird. Izuku did his best to ignore the rude gesture and continued. Your ERA is in the state's top 3 for the 4th consecutive year. Keep it up and you'll definitely make it to the majors. He was sincere in that assessment. Yeah, I know. Powers smirked, sounding very braggadocios. USC wouldn't have given me a full ride otherwise. By the way, Midori ol pal, you have my homework. He glanced back with a roguish grin. Come on, Powers, Izuku bemoaned. I know you're busy with training and all, but this is cheating. You should do the work on your dash. Do you have it? Zach gained a serious edge in his voice. Izuku sighed deeply and pulled out 2 papers from his bag. I tried to match your handwriting as best as I could. Also, I didn't answer every question correctly to ward off suspicion from Mr. Nicholas. Zack took the papers and his expression immediately lightened up. Thanks, pal. You're a true friend. Sure. Izuku knew better. Zack was not his friend, at least not anymore. Even though they got along quite well as children, that had all changed when his natural athleticism bloomed into existence. Specifically his throwing ability. Upon excelling in baseball in middle school and now high school, he had left Izuku in the dust to join the cool crowd. Couldn't let Izuku Midoriya, the weakest and most awkward kid in school, taint his image after all. Despite all that, Izuku Midoriya didn't hold a grudge against his former childhood friend. He wished him all the best in his future endeavors and hoped he excelled in baseball. Although, deep down, he'd be completely satisfied with never seeing him again after graduation. The middle of history class was interrupted by the school's daily announcements. Part of the announcements included the daily Pledge of Allegiance to the American and California state flags, respectively. While pronouncing the allegiance by memory, Izuku noticed Zack wasn't saying the right words. He was essentially being an immature child mismatching words to make it sound funny. Now, Izuku could tolerate many things, but this was not one of them. Zack, show some respect, Izuku said angrily after the pledges concluded. People died for that flag. Least you can do is say the pledge. Huh. Zack looked back, cocking a brow. The little Jap is seriously gonna talk to me about the flag? Mr. Midoriya does raise a valid point, Mr. Powers. The history teacher, Mr. Nicholas, spoke up. It's school policy to have pledges every day. Students do have the right to not participate, however, mocking the pledge is unacceptable. Also, he shot the jock a serious glare, making him temporarily freeze up. Derogatory terms will not be tolerated in my classroom. Opening a cabinet in his desk, he reached inside it to pull out a yellow paper slip. Take this note and head to the principal's office, Mr. Powers. That was strike 2. Ah, come on, Mr. Nicholas. Any hope the school's ace had to charm his way out of trouble was ended when the teacher held out his hand. Unlike the rest of the school staff members, Mr. Nicholas would not tolerate Zack's bullcrap, star athlete or not. Don't go or it'll be strike 3. I'll ensure you miss the rest of the baseball season due to misconduct, and forcing your peers to write assignments for you. A fearsome glare was present in the man's glasses. In words you can understand, you'll be out. Zack and Izuku both froze while the rest of the class watched with varied expressions. Some were in amusement at seeing Zack get taken down a peg while others were surprised in general. Zack remained silent and calmly walked up to take the slip and head to the door. Before he exited the classroom, he shot a brief glare in Izuku's direction. Uh-oh, Izuku gulped. After finishing history and his last period, English, the final bell had rung. Izuku had hoped to make it to the bus before Zack caught him, but sadly fate was not kind to him today. It hardly ever was. Zack had been waiting for him behind a corner and, with an arm resting over Izuku's shoulder, led him out of the building. He wore a friendly smile to ward off any suspicion from others, but Izuku knew it was forced. He could feel the menacing intent gushing off him. This wouldn't end well. Moments later, in an empty alleyway near the school, Izuku stumbled into a trash can and fell to the ground with another red mark on his face. Zack shook the hand he used to punch Izuku, glaring daggers at him. Contrary to what you may think, I don't like doing this, Midori. Could have fooled me, Izuku groaned, weakly pushing himself back up. You embarrassed me. What's worse, you gave me my second strike. I can't afford to miss the season. You know that. Not when I'm so close to making history. You did that to yourself. As Izuku stood up, he noticed the metal trash can lid off to the side and scooped it up. You didn't have to disrespect the pledges like that. He held the lid in front of him like a shield. Yeah? What's it to you? Zack reached and pulled the metal lid out of Izuku's grasp, throwing it off to the side. He then socked Izuku with a right hook, causing him to stumble into some gross, greasy trash bags lying next to a dumpster. My great-grandfather fought Japs in World War II. Gave his life in the Battle of Okinawa. Zack glowered at his victim. Who are you to talk to me about being patriotic? Izuku shakily returned to his feet, getting in a boxer's stance with his fists clenched. I'm just as much American as you are, Powers. He panted heavily. Zack sneered. Still standing? You never were good at giving up, were you? No. Despite his body quaking in fear and pain, Izuku directed a determined glare at Zack. I can do this all day. Zack was momentarily taken aback by Izuku's sheer tenacity, but then scoffed. You Japs just don't know when to surrender. Izuku threw a right haymaker up at Zack, but the pitcher easily caught it and countered with a strong punch to the face. Izuku collapsed into the trash bags with a pained moan. Hey! A sharp feminine voice called out. Knock it off! Zack turned to the source of the voice standing a couple meters behind him. She was a young woman, a year or two older than Zack and Izuku, of Japanese descent, standing at 5'9", 175 centimeters. With glossy black hair tied up into a bun. She had smooth porcelain skin, gray scara, eye color, and subtle lips. She wore a United States Marine Corps dress uniform, the USMC blue dress Delta outfit. To be specific, it consisted of a khaki short-sleeved shirt, blue trousers with red stripes racing down the sides and a brown belt, and black dress shoes. To top it off, she wore a USMC white peaked cap. Her short sleeves revealed her muscled, toned arms, and Zack suspected the rest of her body was toned as well, given her job occupation. Yamamoto, what are you doing here? Zack roughly demanded. I thought you left town last year. Step aside, Powers. The USMC woman Yamamoto ordered. Or I'll make you. A Marine now, huh? Wow. Zack couldn't suppress a snort. Didn't know the Marines accepted women. Are they desperate? Yamamoto resisted the urge to roll her eyes. She had heard it all before, so it was easy to tune out the noise. Want to find out how desperate they are? She challenged, narrowing her eyes. Zack visibly flinched. He knew he was strong, but trying to fight an active USMC member, woman or not, would definitely not end well for him, especially since it was Yamamoto. With first-hand experience from their childhood, he knew she was absolutely ruthless in a fight. Even in the ones where he had technically won, he didn't walk away without some painful bruises. On another and more important note, he couldn't risk losing his USC baseball scholarship if news got out that he had tried to fight a Marine. A woman at that. He wasn't that stupid. Fine, whatever. Resting his hands in his jacket pocket, he ambled past Yamamoto, refusing to make eye contact. Let me make something clear, Yamamoto firmly said. Don't you dare touch Izuku again. If you do, she reached up to her chest pocket and pulled out her smartphone, revealing the screen to him. You can forget about making the majors or even some crappy AAA affiliate for that matter. Comprend. Her glare hardened. Zack's face instantly went pale from the content on the screen and gasped. She recorded everything? **T. He mentally cursed. Yeah, I get it, ma'am. With no choice but to comply, Zack sauntered off back to school, the baseball field specifically, proverbial steam billowing off his head. Putting her phone away, Yamamoto rushed to Izuku's side by the trash heap. Hey, Izuku-san, you all right? She sounded very concerned. Regaining consciousness moments prior, his vision was starting to come back into focus. Hearing the voice of his best friend brought a smile to his face, despite his pained grogginess. Why yeah? He weakly pushed himself off the garbage bags, with Yamamoto aiding him. I had him on the ropes. Yamamoto rolled her eyes playfully. Sure you did. She then gained an apologetic expression. Sorry I didn't step in sooner. Wanted to record him for blackmail. If he has any brain cells in that inflated head, he won't bother you anymore. If he does, don't hesitate to tell me. Izuku nodded in understanding, using his free hand to wipe his nosebleed onto his pants. Guess he was doing laundry tonight. It's okay. Thanks for that. You okay? She asked, worried. Izuku nodded. I've been through worse. Zack was actually holding back this time. He has been for a while, actually. The Marine woman frowned, feeling her anger boil. Don't you dare try to stick up for him. You know you can end that jerk's future with one phone call, right? And I'm not referring to the bullying part. Izuku knew what his friend was referring to and immediately shook his head. No, I can't do that to him. Or to anyone, for that matter. You and I both know his so-called pitching talent is a meta ability. Yamato bluntly stated. People are just too blinded to see it. Too busy praising him. Thinking he's the next Sandy Koufax or whatever. Izuku was beginning to regain his bearings and stood up unaided. I don't want to ruin his future like that, even if he may deserve it. Besides, it's not like we'll cross paths after graduation anyway. Yamamoto sighed, exasperated. Still too nice for your own good, and you still haven't learned to run away from a fight. Ha, nerd. Izuku smiled at the taller woman. It's good to see you, Peg-chan. Likewise, Izuku-in. Peggy Yamamoto and Izuku both embraced each other in a friendly hug. Past 8 months have been hell. I can imagine, Izuku commented. The Marines never make it easy. No, they do not. Come on, Peggy broke off the hug. I'll take you home since you missed the bus. Thanks, he said appreciatively. Picking up his backpack lying off to the side, Peggy and Izuku both walked out of the dirty alleyway and down the sidewalk. Many vehicles drove down the streets. Notably, there were more police cars patrolling as of late. Some of the buildings Izuku and Peggy passed were taped off with yellow police tape after suffering damage by late-night riots several nights ago. The damages included broken windows, stolen inventory, and various forms of graffiti painted on the buildings. Metas unite. Kill the meta monsters. FTP. Take back the human race. Evolve or die. FTP. Again? There were more slang words and phrases that included much more colorful language that Izuku didn't want to repeat. He shook his head at the amount of property damage inflicted. He knew some of the shop owners and they didn't deserve to have their businesses destroyed like this, whether it be from metahuman supporters or anti-metahuman supremacists. Ever since the first metahuman was born in KK City in China 28 years prior, more and more exceptional individuals had been born across the globe. The trend continued to this day and the reasons still remained unclear. Even the world's best geneticists and biologists were stumped and had no answers to this phenomena. So, how do people react when faced with the unknown prospect of a society of metahumans? Quite poorly, actually. Imagine that. Makes you angry, huh? Peggy noticed Izuku staring at the crime scenes. Seeing all this senseless destruction? I am angry, but more disappointed really, Izuku truthfully admitted. This is the time where we should be coming together as a nation, people, not fighting each other. Peggy nodded in agreement, but didn't say anything. She honestly didn't want to go off on a tangent talking about society's current woes. She already dealt with enough of it as it is with her job, and would soon have to face it head-on. They soon arrived at a nearby 7-Eleven convenience store, where Peggy's ride, a black Honda Gold Wing, was parked out front. As they approached the vehicle, Izuku suddenly noticed something on his friend's left sleeve. An insignia badge with a new rank. You didn't tell me you got promoted to corporal? Izuku exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with surprised excitement. Heh! Was actually planning to surprise you with it earlier. Peggy frowned slightly. Then I came across the scene with you and Powers. That's awesome. You've only been in the Marine Corps for a year and a half, so for them to promote you already must mean you're doing great, Izuku said excitedly. I try not to brag. Peggy turned away with a small tint of red on her cheeks. Pulling off her white barracks cover, she placed it in her bike's side saddle to pull out 2 helmets. One was black and the other was white, and handed the white one to Izuku. I can't wait to get in myself. Izuku placed the white helmet over his head. I enrolled on Wednesday, by the way. Completed the ASVAB and my physical. Should get a response back tonight. Peggy frowned behind her helmet. That's great. She feigned excitement. He's still determined to get in, huh? Should I break it to him? Or let him find out for himself? The USMC girl was unsure on how to handle the situation, so she opted to stay silent for now. Taking his seat behind Peggy, she started up the bike and quickly pulled out onto the street. He held on tightly to Peggy's waist. Riding on Peggy's motorcycle was both frightening and exhilarating for Izuku. As the wind blew past him, he took a moment to admire his hometown. It was a warm, sunny day in the San Joaquin Valley city of Fresno. Of course, this was typical weather for the Central California city. Nowhere close in terms of population of its in-state neighbors in Los Angeles and San Francisco, but it was still a respectable size. Peggy weaved in between the modest traffic, clearly enjoying the rush of driving her bike after so long. What brings you back to town, Peg-chan? Izuku yelled over the loud engine and rushing air. Got a week of leave. Came back to spend time with Dad. And hang out with you. Peggy grinned. Izuku smiled brightly at that. Peggy had been his best friend growing up. Aside from their Japanese heritage, they shared many things in common, which included their love for old Japanese mecha anime, superheroes, and being raised in a single-parent home. In Peggy's case, it was her dad, as her mom had gotten sick and passed away when she was 3. Both of them had practically been inseparable most of their lives until Peggy graduated and joined the Marine Corps nearly 2 years prior. Another contributing factor to his lackluster time at high school. That'll all change soon, Izuku mentally stated. I'll get into the military. I'll protect and serve people. Like a hero should. They continued to ride in silence with a cacophony of the motorcycle engine, other vehicles, tires on pavement, and the wind filling their ears. Later, Peggy pulled up into the parking lot of a small, 4-story apartment complex on the edge of town. Parking the bike, Izuku pulled off the helmet and placed it in the bike's side saddle. Thanks for the ride, Peg-chan. Don't mention it, dude. It's Friday night. Wanna hang out tonight? Peggy inquired. Yeah, that sounds fun, Izuku responded happily. He hadn't hung out with his friend in a while and was eager to get out of his stuffy apartment. Cool. Oh, Peggy's eyes widened in recollection. Also, there's supposed to be this event going on in San Fran tomorrow night. Has to do with science and all. Would you want to see that? Wait, you mean the Innovation Expo? Izuku's eyes lit up. It's an event where the world's smartest minds come together to show off their inventions. Some of the stuff that's been featured there would have been considered science fiction several decades ago. Of course I want to go. Peggy smiled at Izuku's enthusiasm. Still the same dorky guy. Cool. I'll pick you in 2 hours then. Gotta take a shower, you should too. Izuku stopped and noticed he had grease stains on his clothes and smelled like garbage. No surprise there. Alright. Sorry if I got it on you. Trust me, it's fine. You know, dirt and grime don't bother me. She waved off. Well, I'll see ya in a bit, Izukuin. With that, Peggy pulled out of the parking lot, leaving a skid mark in the pavement. He shook his head, still smiling. That girl. He was happy Peg-chan was back, even if it were just for a week. He proceeded to his apartment complex with an extra pep in his step, only stopping to check the mail at his parcel box. There was only one sealed envelope. Pulling it out, his bright mood was diminished when he saw who it was addressed from. Dad. He already suspected what the contents of the envelope were. He'd been receiving it every 6 months for the last year and a half. Izuku couldn't turn it down though, as much as he'd like to. He needed to pay rent, bills, and other expenditures that minimum wage jobs just wouldn't cover without dropping out of school, which he was not going to do. Thankfully, the cost of living in Fresno was nowhere near as expensive compared to other major cities in California. I appreciate that he wants to financially support me now, but he can at least call me once in a while. Visit me. At least pretend I'm his son. He mentally grumbled. Not wanting to lament on that depressing fact, He placed the envelope in his pocket and continued into the building. After taking the stairs to the third level and nearly triggering another asthma attack, he walked up to his door and unlocked it. He then stepped into a quiet apartment and turned on the lights. It was a small apartment with a living room and kitchen combo, a small corridor with a single bathroom, and 2 separate bedrooms with their own closets. However, only one of the bedrooms was occupied. There was a small 2-seat couch in the living room with a small coffee table and side table, a small stand with a modest-sized television, and a tall shelf full of books. The kitchen was off to the right side and had a small stove, fridge, sink, and a few cabinets. Dropping his backpack to the floor, Izuku headed to the kitchen to grab a frozen bag of peas from the freezer to hold over his bruised face. It wasn't his first rodeo in treating injuries. He'd put some makeup on later to cover them up once he was ready to leave with Pegchan. After spending time in the trash, he'd definitely need a shower. Izuku dropped to the couch and exhaled deeply, letting his pent-up stress flow out of him. Today, for the most part, had sucked badly till Pegchan had surprisingly showed up. Getting to hang out with her tonight and attending the Innovation Expo with her in San Francisco tomorrow had certainly brightened his mood. Oh! Izuku suddenly sat up, recalling something important. The recruiter should have called by now. Reaching into his pocket to pull out his phone, he noted there was indeed a missed call and voicemail from the recruiter. According to the timestamp, it looked like he had called Izuku when he was getting his butt kicked by Zack. Please be good news, Izuku wished as he played back the voicemail. Mizudafu, Japan, April 21, 96. Hey! Green hair, a loud, gruff voice exclaimed. Huh! Midoriya was snapped out of his musings by a loud student. He was a young man standing at 175 centimeters, 5 feet 9 inches, and had a muscular build and lightly tanned skin. He had ash-blonde hair spiked in all directions from his head, and his eyes were sharp and thin, bright red in color. He wore the same black Gakurin uniform as his peers. Judging from his looks, Midoriya guessed he had to be a third year. The hell are you doing just standing there like a creep? Bakugo Katsuki demanded. Midoriya was about to refute that claim but realized that he had indeed been standing motionless for a few minutes. He rubbed the back of his neck, feeling awkward. Oh, sorry. Didn't know. Going down memory lane. He responded in shaky Japanese. Doesn't look that much older than me. Pretty sure I would have remembered seeing him. Also, what's up with his accent? Bakugo cocked brow. What? You used to go here? I don't recognize you. Oh no, not there. Midoriya quickly clarified. But seeing school reminds me of mine. That all. Bakugo narrowed his eyes. It didn't sound like he was lying, but he couldn't be too sure. He wasn't going to tolerate any perverted creeps hanging around campus if he could help it. Yeah? Word of advice, I wouldn't do that. People get the wrong idea if they see you standing like a jackass in front of a high school. Bakugo curtly pointed out. Midoriya noticed a few high school girls giggling to one another after seeing him and quickly passed by. Yeah, that's a fair point. He mentally agreed. Point good. Thanks. Midoriya gave a polite bow. Bakugo momentarily glanced back at the taller dude. He had noticed Midoriya's Japanese sounded kind of off. Also, he started to recognize his accent as Western. Was he a foreigner? You from around here, green hair? Bakugo asked. Born here, but from the States. Still learning Japanese. Midoriya responded, scratching the side of his head bashfully. Stealth gaijin. Bakugo had read about them. People who looked Japanese but were actually foreigners. He turned away with a scoff, not seeing any point in continuing the conversation. Whatever extra. Just know, if you're gonna live here, learn to speak our language better. Why yeah? Midoriya nodded. Working hard. With that, Bakugo continued down the sidewalk with his bag slung over his shoulder in a nonchalant manner. What a nice guy. Gives me Zack vibes though, Midoriya sardonically thought. But he wasn't entirely wrong. I should be more mindful. Midoriya continued walking down the sidewalk, going in the perpendicular direction of the blonde guy. The verdette was lost in thought, thinking back to his last days in Fresno. Can't believe it's really been 154 years since then, Midoriya mentally lamented. He wondered if he should take the advice a couple of his new friends had recently given him regarding taking a trip to the States, visit his hometown and find some closure. However, there was still a lot of work he needed to do, so that was off the table. Also, it was still too soon for him. He just wasn't ready. He arrived at a small pedestrian tunnel that ran underneath a bridge, one he had walked under many times before without incident, still lost in his own musings. Unbeknownst to him, that streak would be broken today. "Hey, you!" Midoriya turned around and the color immediately drained from his face. Dark green sludge poured out from a nearby sewer cover, bubbling and shaping itself into a vaguely humanoid shape. A slice of sharp teeth emerged from the muck and a set of menacing yellow eyes bore into him, sending a shiver down Midoriya's spine. He knew he shouldn't judge people by appearances, but everything about the man screamed dangerous. "You seem like a good vessel. Definitely dangerous." Midoriya immediately started running to put some distance between him and the sludge man, tossing his yellow satchel to the side, spilling out its contents as a result. He swiftly pulled off the circular leather bag on his back to undo the zipper. Unfortunately, it was too late as he suddenly felt his feet stuck to the ground by the mud. A sense of panic rose within him. The more he struggled, the more the mud rose and, like a snake restricting its prey, the tighter it squeezed him. The mud covered his arms and he was forced to drop the bag to the ground partially open, revealing a red, white, and blue disc inside. As he was about to cry out, the mudman covered his face, cutting off his oxygen supply. "Come on, don't be shy. Let me in." The sludge chuckled, his voice reverberating in Midoriya's ears. "I just need to hijack your body. It'll only hurt for a moment and it'll all be over soon." He thrashed even harder. "No!" Raw fear threatened to overwhelm Midoriya. He couldn't breathe. Agony was erupting in his lungs as he felt bits of the sludge trickling in through his hands. It squirmed around and made him queasy. He could feel it trying to crawl through his mouth and nose. He wanted to vomit, but knew that would make him vulnerable to the villain's meta ability. "Not like this." He stared at the bag on the ground, revealing the half-hidden disc. Peg-chan. Darkness began to creep over the edges of his vision. Was he really going to die here alone? Just as Midoriya felt his consciousness slipping, the nearby sewer cover went flying upward. The sludge villain turned around in shock to see a very large man, standing at a startling 220 centimeters, 7 feet 2 inches, with an equally muscular and well-defined physique. He had chiseled features on his face with a strong jawline, pronounced cheekbones and bushy eyebrows. He had short blonde hair swept backwards, with 2 distinct tufts sticking up above his head similar to rabbit ears. His strong features cast a dark shadow over his face, hiding his bright blue eyes. He wore a casual outfit that included a white t-shirt, green olive cargo pants, and brown combat boots. In his left hand was a single bag of groceries. Looks like he was off duty. But, as the saying goes, heroes never take a day off. "Have no fear, for you are safe." The man's voice was booming and powerful. A strong, beaming smile was plastered on his face. "Now that I am here." All Might, the #1 pro, was on the scene. "Damn it, you're so persistent," the sludge villain yelled out with rage. He lashed out across the tunnel at All Might with one of his tendrils, slicing through concrete as the hero ducked down to avoid it. The villain's eyes widened in shock as All Might was rushing toward him at an incredible speed. "Texas!" All Might reared back his right arm, immense power building within him, making the wind swirl around him. As he brought it forward and completed his yell, the wind swirled and fired down the tunnel with hurricane levels of force. Smaz! All Might's fist never made contact before the mudman had been broken apart into hundreds of pieces that splattered across the tunnel, absorbing nearly all the force of the wind. Midoriya, now released, fell to the ground. Midoriya, even in his dazed state, recognized the hero by his silhouette under the bridge. All Might? He then fell into unconsciousness. Several moments passed. Feeling light, rapid tapping on his face, Midoriya slowly regained consciousness. His eyes fluttered open as his vision was temporarily bleary. He could tell that he was lying outside the tunnel as the sun was shining down with a large man standing over him. Remembering who he was, Midoriya tried to sit up but suddenly started coughing. After several rounds of coughing, to which he expelled bits of sludge, he tried to get a hold of his breathing. "Are you all right, young man?" All Might asked, his beaming smile still present. "Why yeah." Midoriya coughed a bit, talking in Japanese. "I'll live. Thank you, All Might." "Good to hear. And no need to thank me," All Might replied, his smile still prevalent. "I apologize for getting you caught up in my justicing. I'm usually more careful at keeping bystanders safe. But this city's sewer system is pretty difficult to navigate. HHHA. He placed his right hand over his forehead while admitting his blunder. Midoriya, however, wasn't listening. The shock of his near-death experience kept him immobile. He didn't understand how he was reacting. Midoriya had faced off dangerous people before, some with very dangerous meta abilities. That ability, though, that quirk as people nowadays call them, he shivered, arms wrapping around himself to stave off full-body tremors. The sense of suffocation via sludge was all too familiar and personal to Midoriya. Flashes of cold and darkness from his last mission filled his mind, making him shudder. All Might noticed Midoriya's distress and looked at him with concern, dropping his smile. "Are you sure you're all right, young man?" Midoriya brushed his green bangs aside, trying to get a grip on reality once more. "Why yeah, okay. That was frightening," he replied shakily. "If only I got here sooner. That must have been terrifying." All Might mentally berated himself. Still, that expression. He had seen that expression several times before with trauma victims, particularly veteran pros and retired police officers. However, it could just be conjecture as he wasn't a professional psychologist. All Might was curious yet worried about the young man but thought it'd be best not to pry. Maybe he could try to cheer him up? "Well, there's no need to worry anymore. Thanks to you," emphasizing the last word. All Might pulled out a soda bottle filled with sludge, the villain's eyes floating inside. "I've captured the evildoer. Ha ha ha. That's good. OOH. Midoriya's eyes widened as he finally snapped out of his daze. "My stuff." Spotting his satchel and leather bag resting by him, he immediately went to pull out his notebook. "Please, like to get autograph all? You already signed it?" Sure enough, All Might's signature took up an entire page. He swiftly turned back to bow. Thank you much." All Might smiled brightly, happy to see he was okay now. Although was it him or did his Japanese sound a little off? Well, no matter. He gave the boy a thumbs up. "It's the least I can do." His eyes then traveled to the brown leather case by Midoriya's feet. The number 1 hero had gotten a glimpse of its contents earlier while Midoriya was unconscious. "By the way, that's quite the replica you have in there. Looks just like the original." All Might acknowledged, pointing to the circular case. "Neat case too." "Why yeah." Midoriya sheepishly rubbed his neck. "I'm big fan, suppose." He paused to pick up the zipped case, placing it on his back once more. "Believe what he stood for is timeless, you know?" All Might laughed heartily. "I can understand, young man. I'm actually a fan of the captain myself. He was a big inspiration of mine." Midoriya couldn't help but smile. If he didn't have good emotional control, he was positive he'd be tearing up right now. The world's symbol of peace actually looked up to Dash. He was snapped out of his musings as All Might turned around. "Well, I better get this crook to the police station so they can take care of him." He placed the bottle in his pants pocket. "Stay out of trouble. See you around." "Wait. Going already?" Midoriya asked. All Might kneeled to stretch his knees, resting his hands on them as he primed himself for a big jump. Pro heroes are always fighting time as well as villains. Yeah, I guess I can't argue with that. I imagine he's a pretty busy guy, being the #1 pro and everything. Midoriya internally rationalized. His green eyes widened when he noticed a second plastic bottle filled with sludge lying off to All Might's feet, to which the robust hero seemed completely oblivious toward. "Stand back. I'm taking off," he warned. "Oh no, he's gonna forget that bottle. I need to warn him." Midoriya rushed forward to scoop up the bottle and dash toward All Might. "Wait!" All Might launched himself high into the air with an incredible leap, air rushing behind him in his wake. "Ha!" He felt a considerable weight on his legs. The blonde hero looked down to see Midoriya hanging onto his legs with a very strong hold. "I'll let go. I love my fans, but this is too much. Too high up. Could die if let go." Midoriya shouted incredulously. "Oh, that's a good point," he embarrassedly admitted. "You forgot other bottle." "Huh." Upon seeing the second bottle of sludge clutched in the green-haired boy's right hand, the #1 pro mentally slapped his face. "Damn it! How could I have made such a careless mistake?" he admonished himself. "Am I getting sloppy or what?" "I see. Thank you, young man," All Might replied, sounding grateful. "Keep your eyes and mouth shut as I find a landing spot." Midoriya immediately acknowledged All Might's request. As All Might scanned the plethora of buildings beneath him, he felt a little blood leak out of the corner of his mouth. "Well, crap." Moments later, All Might softly landed on the roof of an office building. He set Midoriya down, who fell to his hands and knees breathing heavily. "That was intense," Midoriya mentally yelled. "Haven't felt a rush like that in a while." All Might picked up the second bottle and, without looking, placed it in his other pants pocket, unaware that the other bottle had gone missing. "That wasn't a smart move, but I do appreciate your help once again." He then turned, making his way to the building's ledge. "Bang on the door a while. Someone'll eventually let you in. See ya on the flip side." Midoriya's eyes then widened as a realization struck him. All Might, this world's symbol of peace, was standing in front of him. This was the perfect time to ask him an important question. Something he was eager to hear the #1 hero's stance on. Surely he could spare a moment, could he? Wait," Midoriya called out, returning to his feet. "One moment." "No," All Might refused. "I have no time." "Can a quirkless person become a hero?" Midoriya shouted out, hoping he used the term for folks without superpowers correctly. All Might stopped dead in his tracks. "Want know what you think?" Midoriya added. "What makes a hero, power or heart?" All Might was motionless for a moment before glancing back. "Power or heart?" he murmured to himself. His eyes then shot open as an all-too-familiar spike of pain struck his body. His time limit was up. "No, not now." He crouched over, feeling his strength rapidly decrease. Midoriya continued. I am quirkless. Professional hero want to be. People say not possible. Do not believe that." He continued while looking down at his feet. "World believes only power important. But I think heart matters most. What do you say?" Midoriya couldn't immediately comprehend what was happening as All Might's body was suddenly shrouded in a cloud of steam. The steam then blew away, revealing an entirely different person. Midoriya's eyes widened in a comical fashion. What?" Standing before him was a very skinny man with angular features, long limbs, and a long neck. He had long, messy blonde hair with 2 strands running down his face and lacked eyebrows as well. He wore All Might's clothes, but they were much baggier, of course. Who are you?" Midoriya demanded anxiously while reaching back to his round case. "Imposter." The haggard-looking man deeply exhaled in exasperation. "I assure you I'm all Blalock." He suddenly started coughing up a considerable amount of blood, worrying Midoriya greatly. Hey, All right? He lowered his hand and approached All Might in concern. Imposter or not, he couldn't stand to see someone suffering. Yagi Toshinori wiped the blood off his mouth and sighed. I'm fine. It happens sometimes. Midoriya guided the skinny man to the side, helping him sit down and lean back against the guardrails. Sure not need to call vehicle emergency? Midoriya inquired. He then mentally kicked himself, worrying he didn't phrase that sentence correctly. He was proven correct as Yagi cocked a brow, looking at Midoriya strangely. Your Japanese is off. Are you a foreigner, young man? Midoriya nodded, slumping his shoulders in slight embarrassment. Yes, grew up in States. Still learning Japanese. Makes sense now. Yagi cleared his throat and, much to Midoriya's surprise, spoke in fluent English. Okay, how does this sound? You know how to speak English? He asked. Spent time in America when I was younger and learned the language quite well when I was there. Yagi explained. He then closed his eyes and lowered his head, sighing deeply. But that's not important. Understanding what the man meant, Midoriya addressed the elephant in the room. Are you really All Might? Yes, I am. Yagi then looked up at him seriously. Please don't go talking about this online. Keep this secret for me, will ya? Midoriya could hear the desperation in All Might's voice and nodded in affirmation. You can count on me. Nodding, Yagi lifted his shirt and revealed ugly blue and purple scars on his left side. Midoriya blanched at the gruesome injury. Holy crap, what happened to him? Pretty gross, right? Got this in a big fight 5 years back. Yagi explained. My respiratory system was compromised, and I lost my stomach. All the surgeries have worn me out, and nothing can fix it. That's awful. How the heck is he even still alive? Midoriya pondered. He'd be dead if this happened in my time. Wait, a possible explanation then occurred to him. Maybe people with healing-related quirks were able to save him. I can only do hero work for 3 hours a day. Rest of the time, this is what I look like. Yagi further elaborated. That's wow. Midoriya was stunned. He had watched plenty of footage on All Might and had been awed by his raw power and durability. It seemed unnatural, in his opinion, but considering his own origins he had no room to talk. Furthermore, his charisma had greatly impressed Midoriya as well. Midoriya would admit that he most likely would have grown to be a huge All Might fanboy had he lived in this era. Who could have done this kind of damage to him? How? How'd it happen? Who did this? He questioned. I'd rather not get into that, Yagi hesitantly replied. The world doesn't know about this fight. Did everything I could to keep it a secret. He paused momentarily, adopting a grim look. I'm supposed to be the guy who's always smiling, right? I'm the symbol of peace. People have to believe I'm never afraid. Midoriya looked at skinny All Might emphatically. In a way, he could understand the pro-hero's plight. He wasn't an invulnerable, godlike figure. Even with his great power, All Might was still only human. And humans, super or not, were not immune to fear and injury, or even death. That smile. It's just a brave face I put on when the pressure is high, Yagi confessed. This job isn't easy. The skeletal man looked at Midoriya with a serious expression. Heart over power? It's a nice, old-fashioned sentiment. But I'm afraid that's just not how the world works. Power is crucial for a pro-hero. They can't do their job without it. So can a quirkless person be a hero? No. Midoriya kept a neutral look, but inwardly flinched. Deep down, he had expected this answer from him. Nevertheless, it didn't make it any easier to hear. I see. He lowered his head in disappointment. With a grunt of exertion, Yagi stood back up. If you want to help people, there are other ways to do it. You can become a police officer, a firefighter, or a doctor. Those are fine professions. He walked to the door across the roof. Before leaving, he metaphorically twisted the knife in the wound by saying, It's okay to dream, young man. Just make sure your dreams are attainable. Realistic. He twisted the knob and, thankfully, the door was actually unlocked. With that, he went through the door and closed it, leaving Midoriya alone on the roof. Yagi felt a sickening knot in his non-existent stomach with that last statement he had made. He certainly admired the young man's ideal of heart over power, and believed heroes certainly needed to have heart, to a degree. But he had learned the hard way that power was important. Villains didn't care how much heart a hero had if they were unable to stop them. Hate to crush the kid's dream like that, but the sooner he accepts reality, the better. Yagi resigned himself, but he still felt like garbage. This job was never easy. As Yagi Toshinori walked down the stairs, he refocused on his task. All right, now let's get you to the station, eh? He just realized the other bottle was gone. The one that had the villain's eyes in it. Where could it have? Boom! He then felt the ground rumble as an explosion could be heard in the distance. Looking out a window, he saw a dark mushroom cloud billowing several blocks away. Oh no! Earlier, back on the roof, Midoriya let out a deep, disappointed exhale. He's not entirely wrong. Still though, saying power is more important than heart? I thought out of all the heroes he'd understand. Midoriya couldn't help but feel let down by the world's symbol of peace. After the research he's done on pro-heroes so far, All Might seemed like someone who'd understand his beliefs on what it means to be a hero. Though after seeing that gruesome injury, the Verdette could understand why he'd think that. Nevertheless, it didn't make it any less disappointing to hear. Taking a seat by the guardrails, Midoriya took the leather case off his back. Unzipping it, he pulled out a metal disc with a white star in the center inside a blue circle surrounded by 3 rings colored red, white, and red respectively. Holding it in both hands, he gazed at the American-themed disc with an introspective expression. I know what I'm capable of. I know I have what it takes. Still though, there's so many powerful heroes in this era, and then there's me, just a super soldier with a shield. I can't help but wonder, is there really a place for me in this era? He paused to consider a thought. Does the world even need Captain America anymore? Fresno, California, April 2042. A few tear droplets splattered on Izuku's smartphone screen as the USMC recruiter's voicemail concluded. Izuku buried his face in the palm, choking back a few sobs. Don't cry, damn it. Don't cry, he mentally yelled. The recruiter had broken the news. Though he had done exceptionally well on the ASVAB, his physical test had been less than spectacular. Izuku was expecting that result and had hoped he at least did enough to meet the test's minimum requirements. He didn't like settling, not one bit, but fully understood his own physical shortcomings and that he just needed to get his foot in the door. Reality had other ideas, unfortunately. In summary, due to his physical and medical ailments, he was deemed medically unfit for service in the Marine Corps. It is stated in our nation's Declaration of Independence that all men are created equal. It's a nice sentiment, something certainly to uphold in terms of human rights. But, in reality, that statement is not the truth. Some people are just born stronger, smarter, gifted, and healthier than others. Izuku wiped the tears out of his eyes. Now what? He glanced at the side table by the couch, which had a framed photo of his mother, Inko, holding him as a young child. There was a cutout slot in the photo where his father used to be. I based my whole future on getting in the armed forces. What do I do now, Mom? Izuku sat in silence, his mind beginning to drift to another time. All right, go Ultraman, a 7-year-old Izuku chanted, engrossed in the television displaying the Japanese sub of the old TV show. Izuku, Inko called from the kitchen. Pause it for a sec. It's time to take your afternoon meds. Ah, okay. Grabbing the remote and pausing his show, little Izuku scampered to the kitchen. His mother was in the process of making dinner while talking on the phone. Asthma, heart arrhythmia, and pernicious anemia? He's only 7, doctor. How could Izuku have this many issues so young? His father and I don't have any of these diseases. Is there anything we can do? Yes, I understand. Thank you, doctor. Inko ended the call and let out a deep exhale. Izuku spotted several pills lying on the counter with a big glass of water. After swallowing the pills, an involuntary shiver raced down his spine. He never liked taking them, but his mom told him he needed the medicine to control his asthma and prevent those painful stomach ulcers from returning. He took a big swig of water before turning to his mom, noticing her sad frown. "Mom, are you okay?" he asked innocently. Inko sniffled and turned to him with a feigned smile. "Oh, I'm fine, sweetie. You can return to your show. Mommy will have dinner ready in a moment." Izuku could tell she was sad. He could feel it. He wanted to help her, but he wasn't sure how. So he did the only thing he knew that he could do. Walking up to her, he hugged his mom's waist. "I love you, Mommy." Inko smiled warmly and patted his head. "I love you too, honey." "Mom, I'm sorry." "Sorry for what?" Inko raised a brow, confused. "I'm sorry I get sick all the time. I make you worry." Izuku teared up. "If it weren't for stupid germs." "Oh, Izuku." Inko knelt down and pulled her son into a tight embrace. "You don't have to be sorry for anything. It'll get better in time. Trust me." Izuku sniffled. "Okay. Just know, no matter what, Mommy will always love you," Inko softly said. Izuku sobbed a little, touched by his mom's words. "I'll always love you too, Mom. I'll try to get better." "Hey!" Inko moved her fingers through her son's hair. "You remember the family motto, right?" Izuku nodded. "Can you say it?" "Shara ni shene, eh?" Izuku repeated in Japanese. "That's right. Do you know what it means?" she asked. He racked his little brain for a moment to remember the lesson. "To go plus beyond?" Inko chuckled and shook her head. "Close. It translates to go further beyond. Doing your best and then some." "Go further beyond?" Izuku repeated. "That's right." Inko smiled determinedly. "Even when you think you're beat, even when you get pushed down, you get back up and keep going. Never let others discourage you. You just keep chugging along." "You mean," Izuku blinked, "like Ultraman?" Why yeah." Inko briefly hesitated. "Just like Ultraman." I think I get it." Little Izuku then glanced back at the TV, which had the paused frame of Ultraman preparing to battle. Staring at it for a short moment, his eyes then lit up as inspiration struck him. He looked back at his mom with a determined smile. "Don't worry, Mom. I'll get better. I'll be stronger when I grow up. I'll work hard. I'll go plus ultra." "Plus ultra, huh?" Inko couldn't help but giggle. Her son was so adorable. "That does have a nice ring to it." "Yeah." Izuku cheered while jumping around excitedly. "Plus ultra. Plus ultra. Plus ultra." Izuku stood up from the couch and walked over to a decorated table by the wall. On it was a dark green urn with a framed picture of his mother standing by it. "Hey, Mom. I didn't get in. It sucks." Izuku sighed and rubbed his neck. "My ailments aren't as bad as they used to be, but they're still around. Guess the Marines couldn't take a chance on me." He was silent for a moment, collecting his thoughts. "But that won't stop me," he spoke up. "I'll keep training. I'll push myself to the brink and then some." A 16-year-old Izuku walked into the kitchen where his mother was about to get started on dinner. "Mom, you asked me what I wanted to do with my life. Well, I know." "What's that, Izuku?" Inko asked. Izuku then explained to his mom his goal of joining the armed forces and was beginning an exercise and diet regimen to help prepare him. What inspired you to do this?" Inko stammered. Does this have to do with Peggy leaving for the Marines soon?" Izuku shook his head. "No, well, partially. It really just reinforced that I want to help people. With the way the world's going, people need someone to watch out for them." The armed forces are already calling for new recruits. I have no right to ignore that call, Mom. Izuku, your health issues, she pointed out. I know, but I think the exercises and diet plan I mentioned can help. I won't be super buff or anything, but I can at least do my best, right? Shara nishene, eh? Izuku hopefully said. Inko looked down with an uncertain frown. Sweetie, I'll always love and support you, but please don't put all your eggs in that basket. Izuku was a bit heartbroken by his mother's reply. Before he could respond, Inko descended into a coughing fit, trying to hold herself up by the kitchen counter. Izuku quickly rushed to her aid and helped her to a chair. You okay? Izuku asked worriedly. Why yeah, I'll be fine, sweetie. Just need rest. Izuku, however, looked unconvinced. I know you said I shouldn't put all my hopes on that, but I'm not giving up. No matter how many times I get pushed down, I'll get back up. Clenching his fists tightly, he adopted a determined expression. Shara nishene, eh? Mizudafu, Japan, April 2196. Midoriya nodded to himself. Right? I have to stay true to myself. No matter what, he said resolutely. Shara nishene, eh? Boom. A sudden explosion in the distance snapped Midoriya out of his musings. He quickly stood up and lightly gasped at a pillar of black smoke rising in the air. To his estimation, it appeared to be several blocks away. A villain? Immediately, Midoriya placed the disc in the bag, slung it on his back, and headed toward the door. Gotta make sure people are safe. Racing down several flights of stairs, Midoriya rushed out of the building and down the sidewalk. Several more explosions went off as sirens rang in the distance, prompting the verdette to run even faster. Yagi Tashinori was panting heavily as he ran down the sidewalk as fast as he could, which wasn't very fast. He was then taken aback when the quirkless boy from earlier suddenly dashed past him at car-like speeds. Ha! Yagi's eyes widened. He's so fast? But how? He said he was quirkless? Yagi shook that thought aside and refocused on getting to the commotion. Questions for later. Bakugo Katsuki was not having a good day. It had started with the extras from his school being especially pushy, always trying to get him out to the arcades, smoke, and even to the bars to drink and, hopefully, pick up chicks. Idiots. They were never going to get anywhere if they continued doing that crap. He refused to go with them. He couldn't go with them. They'd only be a distraction. He was the smartest kid in his class, but he had to work his butt off studying for UA University's entrance exam and keep up with all his work from Jaka High as well. Bakugo didn't understand why they couldn't get that through their thick skulls. He finally got them to leave him alone though, at least for today. Then, he had a run-in with a stealth gaijin at the school's front gate, staring at the building like a moron. His Japanese definitely needed work too, which had only made that encounter even more frustrating. He promptly left while making a mental note to keep an eye out for the stealth gaijin around campus in case he was actually a creep or stalker. The day got much worse as, on his way home, he was suddenly overwhelmed by some guy made of sludge. Now, he was fighting for his life trying to get the sludge man off him, but to no avail. The explosions from his quirk were causing only property damage and fires around the street. In summary, he'd had better days. I'm gonna send you back to whatever sewer you crawled out of, Bakugo exclaimed loudly, setting off more explosions across his body. Let me goo-goo. The sludge villain grinned in twisted excitement. I really hit the jackpot with you, kid. With a quirk like yours, I can get my revenge on that bastard all might. Meanwhile, a crowd was beginning to gather at the end of the street from the commotion. Midoriya slowed down upon approaching the crowd, squeezing his way through people in order to get to the front. He gasped at the destructive scene transpiring. Several buildings were on fire, charred debris was scattered across the street, and smoke choked the air. He was mildly relieved to see several heroes were already on the scene, including Death Arms, Backdraft, and Kamui Woods. MT Lady was also present, but it appeared she was unable to get closer, since she couldn't fit her giant form through a one-lane street without causing property damage. When his attention shifted to the cause of the destruction, his eyes shot open in shock. "Oh no," he murmured. "That's the same guy who attacked me. That can't be right." All Might captured him. I even gave him back the second bottle. Midoriya thought back to when he and All Might were flying through the air. His expression was filled with dread when he realized what happened. The other bottle must have fallen out when I was holding onto his leg, which means this is my fault. "Why aren't the heroes doing anything?" a civilian asked. "It looks like they met their match, plus the villain captured someone and things aren't looking so good," another civilian responded. "A hostage situation? Oh no, that'll make things worse." Midoriya inwardly dreaded. "I wonder how long they've been in there. How could they survive being suffocated like that? I thought I'd die after like a minute of struggling." The fear from his near-death experience threatened to return, but he suppressed it. He couldn't let his trauma control him, especially now. He cringed at the thought of somebody going through the same traumatic experience, especially since he was partially to blame. "Wait, I'm confused. Isn't that the same villain All Might was chasing earlier today?" one civilian asked. "What, All Might? No way, he lost. Where is he? Can someone call him or something?" a young woman asked. "Seriously, why hasn't he shown up to help the heroes?" Yagi had finally arrived and remained at the back of the crowd. He looked down to the ground and clutched his chest in frustration. His time limit was up and there was nothing he could do. He was just a worthless bystander. "I'm worthless," Yagi Tashinori shamefully thought. "Pathetic." Midoriya clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, feeling the same shame. "I'm the one to blame. He wasted his energy on me. I should have just let him go and turned that second bottle over to the authorities myself. Damn it, Izuku." The Japanese-American didn't spend long berating himself before he mentally slapped himself, looking forward with a determined glare. "Okay, All Might's out. So who's here? Empty Lady is unable to get here without causing destruction, putting more lives at risk. That leaves us with Backdraft, Death Arms, Kamui Woods, and several other heroes I'm not familiar with." He gazed at the scene analytically, many scenarios playing out in his head with the current assembled roster of heroes. "Okay, it's tough, but they can make it work with this group. That sludge guy is made of fluid, so perhaps Backdraft can use his water to spray him down and lessen his viscosity, if possible. It could also prevent the villain from creating more explosions, at least for a while. Backdraft is currently putting out fires, but as long as the buildings are evacuated, they can afford to let them burn a few more minutes if it means saving the hostage. Firefighters shouldn't take long getting here. Death Arms, meanwhile, can keep the villain distracted while Kamui Woods sneaks in and uses his branches to pull the hostage out of the villain's body. Other heroes can provide backup and help evacuate and protect bystanders. Once the hostage is free, they can focus their attention on detaining the villain until more pros show up. Midoriya waited for the pro heroes to make any move but grew exceedingly frustrated by the second. Backdraft was too focused on putting out fires in empty buildings while the other heroes were simply standing by. "Come on. Why are you just standing around? There's enough of you here to formulate a plan of attack." Midoriya grew frustrated. Death Arms. With keen hearing, Midoriya heard one of the heroes shout amidst the explosions and sirens. "I think the boy is getting weaker. What should we do? None of us have the quirk to stop this guy. I hate it, but we're just gonna have to wait a little longer till more pros show." Death Arms yelled, sounding frustrated. Midoriya clenched his fists to the point his knuckles turned white and fingers popped. "What?" he inwardly yelled, his body visibly beginning to tremble in anger. "So what if your quirk isn't perfectly suited? You're supposed to be pro heroes, for crying out loud. Work together. Are you too afraid to put your lives on the line? Is that it?" Midoriya's blood boiled at these heroes' actions, or lack thereof. He could feel the urge to rush in himself but stopped, remembering what he was told about quirk regulation laws. Japan's quirk laws were some of the strictest in the world and forbade citizens from using quirks on others unless it could be proven to be in self-defense or you were authorized by the government. He wasn't authorized, so he'd be breaking the law if he rushed in. Still, the hostage may not last much longer. They can't afford to wait, Midoriya mentally shouted. I'm a disgrace, Yagi insulted himself. Someone has to take action, Midoriya thought anxiously. A real hero has to come. I'm not a real hero, Yagi clutched his side even harder, pain and shame overwhelming him. Someone, anyone. Midoriya was internally holding out hope one of the pro-heroes would take action. But they didn't. They were merely helpless bystanders. Looking past the heroes, Midoriya saw the face of the person being held hostage by the sludge villain. His eyes widened in shock. He recognized the spiky ash blonde hair and red eyes. It was the same guy from the high school gate earlier. The teen was struggling hard and trying desperately to open his mouth to no avail. Then, Midoriya saw the look of absolute desperation in his eyes, pleading for someone to help. Midoriya Izuku's body moved on its own. He couldn't stand by any longer. With a fierce look of determination, Midoriya sprinted out of the crowd and toward the sludge villain. Music. Boku no Hero Academia OST Yusei Run. Start 022 timestamp. All Might and the other pro-heroes gasped as they witnessed Midoriya Izuku rush straight ahead. No, you idiot! Stop! You're going to get yourself killed. Death Arms panicked. He ignored the protests and continued running down the fire-filled street. In a swift motion, Midoriya pulled the case off his bag, unzipped it, and pulled out the American-themed disc while tossing the case off to the side. The crowd looked on in shocked bewilderment. Not this brat again, the sludge villain remarked, looking towards Midoriya. Green hair? Bakugo thought, confused. What was that stealth gaijin doing? Why was he rushing in to save him? Did he have a death wish? Gotta distract this monster long enough to pull that guy out. Midoriya swiftly analyzed his surroundings for anything that could help and immediately spotted something several meters behind the villain. A water hydrant. Perfect, but he'd need a distraction first. You're toast, kid! The sludge man yelled, stretching out a slimy fist toward Midoriya. Midoriya dodged to the side at the last moment and jumped onto a wall, using it as a springboard to launch himself back forward, leaving a small indentation where his feet pushed off. Yagi saw this and was taken aback. How? That shouldn't be possible. Returning to the ground, Midoriya, with one hand, slid off his yellow satchel and tossed it at the villain's face. Several items went flying out and struck the monster's eyes, momentarily stunning him. His grasp on Bakugo loosened enough to give the blonde teen the opportunity to finally breathe. With the villain distracted, Midoriya readied his left arm. Gotta throw it precisely. His eyes narrowed while expertly gauging the trajectory and then flung the shield from his hand like a frisbee. The unique bell-like sound of the disc's metal sung through the air. It rebounded off a nearby street pole perfectly, heading toward its target. The shield struck the hydrant at the right angle to spout a torrent of water directly towards the sludge villain. The hell? The mudman shouted as water was doused over him, putting out several fires nearby in the process. The disc bounced off the hydrant and towards Midoriya's location, who reached out to snatch it in midair. All of this happened in one fluid motion. The pro-heroes and bystanders watched the scene in shocked awe. How did that happen? How could that frisbee have broken the hydrant? And he caught it so easily? Was it part of his quirk? Yagi's eyes widened in shocked disbelief. He knew of only one object from history that could do what that disc just did. But it couldn't possibly be his shield. It disappeared along with him over 150 years ago. Damn it! The monster cursed as his parts of his goopy body started falling to the ground. My own fluids are being watered down. Midoriya rushed in to grab a hold of Bakugo and pull him out of the sludge monster. He then pulled him several meters away where he could kneel and catch his breath. Bakugo coughed a bit, and then looked up at Midoriya dumbfounded. What the hell? Green hair, cough. What are you doing here? Midoriya stood back up, slid his left forearm through two brown leather straps behind the disc, and held it up like it were a shield. He looked back at Bakugo with a confident, reassuring smile. To save you, could not watch you die. Yagi Toshinori gasped in utter shock. Here was this young man, who claimed to be quirkless, risking his life and doing everything in his power to save someone from a much stronger foe. Meanwhile, he, the so-called symbol of peace, was just standing back doing nothing. World believes only power important, but I think heart matters most. Midoriya's words from earlier came to the forefront of his mind. All Might, who before had felt himself anchored down and powerless, felt a surge of emotions rip through him. After everything I told that young man, he's the one doing everything he can to save that boy. Not the other heroes. Not me. An ideal Yagi had cherished since his youth yet had been watered down in the last few years, was suddenly reignited with a new intensity. His grip on the light pole he had been leaning against tightened. The metal creaked under his fingers as steam began to rise from his body. All Might's teeth grit together as he dug deep into himself to find his power. As the steam increased, his body began to grow. Yagi Toshinori fully resolved himself. I have to do something, no matter the cost. Damn brat, I'm done playing with you. The sludge villain managed to move away from the water torrent, gaining enough control of his goopy body, and moved to attack Midoriya. Save the boy. This thing will kill him. Death Arms yelled as the pro-heroes advanced to rescue Midoriya from the Mudman's attack. Midoriya did not express fear and stood firm in front of Bakugo, holding his shield out to protect the Ash Blonde and himself. A small explosion went off in front of him, forcing him to shift his shield to cover his face. I really am pathetic. Midoriya lowered the shield to see All Might blocking the Sludgeman's attack. All Might? But I told you that power is crucial to being a hero, but I remember now that power alone is worthless without the heart to use it. All Might lifted the slime tentacle upward and clenched his fist tightly while Midoriya and Bakugo looked on in amazement. Pros are always risking their lives. That's the true test of a hero. All Might yelled with blood leaking from his mouth, illustrating the pain that he was suffering from due to pushing himself beyond his buff form's time limit. Damn you, All Might! The sludge villain stretched out numerous sludge tentacles to strike the number 1 pro. Detroit Smash! All Might punched the villain square in the face, and the force behind the punch scattered the villain and easily put out the fires around the street. The heroes were able to protect the onlookers from the shockwave and the rest of the wind. Music end. All Might was on a knee, panting hard. Everyone, bystanders and pro-heroes alike, looked on in awed silence at the display of his raw power. Then raindrops fell. The light outside also grew dimmer. It's raining? A civilian questioned. Look at the clouds, another bystander noted. They're moving. Storm clouds swirled high in the atmosphere above the exact spot where All Might threw his mighty punch. Holy crap! Death Arms gasped. He changed the weather. All Might stumbled for a moment before correcting himself. Bearing through the intense pain, he maintained his bright smile and held up his right arm in victory. As a result, the crowd burst into cheering for their number 1 hero's victory. All Might glanced over at Midoriya tending to Bakugo, who seemed to have passed out from a combination of exhaustion and the backlash from his Detroit Smash. This young man is something else. Later, the pro-heroes collected all the scattered mounds of sludge, and the villain went into police custody where he belonged. A crowd of reporters and cameras gathered to get an opportunity to speak to All Might. Meanwhile, Midoriya sat on the sidewalk while being chewed out by Death Arms and Kamui Woods. They were less than pleased, but Midoriya didn't seem to care. Moron! Do you have a death wish? Death Arms exclaimed. There was no reason to put yourself in danger like that, Kamui added, equally irritated. Midoriya scowled at the pro-heroes. Someone had to. What's that supposed to mean? Death Arms demanded angrily. Hostage was suffocating. You did nothing. Chose to stand around and wait. Midoriya snapped. Should be ashamed of yourself. Now, listen you. Death Arms was stopped when Kamui Woods put a hand on his shoulder. You can give your statement to the police, Death Arms. I'll handle this, Kamui said, leaving no room for argument. Death Arms shot one last glare to Midoriya and then walked off with a huff. Kamui directed a stern gaze at Midoriya. Tell me, kid, were you using your quirk in that fight? Midoriya shook his head. No. Kamui didn't see any sign of deceit on the young man's face. But some people were good at lying. There was no obvious sign of illegal quirk usage, even while accounting that amazing feat with the shield, so they couldn't bust him for that. However, that didn't mean he didn't break the law. He was curious about something else, though. That shield, where'd you get it? Kamui Woods questioned, curious to know if it could be classified as a weapon. Just a replica, custom order. Midoriya responded, keeping a straight face. Decoration for room. You're telling me you used a wall hanger to bust a water hydrant? Kamui was skeptical. Midoriya shrugged with a nervous smile. Good replica, I guess. You a foreigner, kid? He asked, noting his shaky Japanese and Western accent. Midoriya nodded. Yes. You should know then it's illegal for citizens, foreign or not, to interfere with pro-hero business, even if they have good intentions. Kamui pensively stated. Even if you didn't use your quirk, we technically can still have you arrested on account for hero interference and destruction to city property with the hydrant. Midoriya did not flinch at the threat of detainment. I know. Not sorry, he firmly responded. Kamui Woods and Midoriya's gazes were deadlocked one another, neither willing to back down. After a moment, Kamui finally closed his eyes and deeply exhaled, reaching into his pouch on his wooden belt. Suspecting the pro-hero was reaching for a set of handcuffs, Midoriya held out both arms in compliance. Even though he didn't agree with it, he wasn't going to resist arrest. However, Kamui surprised him by handing him a slip of yellow parchment instead. Midoriya took the paper and briefly looked over the bold kanji on the paper. A fine? This is a fine for damaging the water hydrant. That was sound thinking on your part to use water to prevent the villain from creating more explosions and simultaneously weakening him in the process. Wish we had thought of that. Nonetheless, it is still destruction to public property, and we can't ignore it. We're also letting you slide for interfering with pro-hero business this time, and this time only, Kamui firmly asserted. You can pay your fine at City Hall or the city's website. If you pay it on time, this whole incident can be kept off your record. Deal? Midoriya nodded in understanding and placed the fine in his satchel. Fair, he sighed, politely bowing his head. Thank you. Kamui nodded and proceeded to walk away. Try to stay out of trouble, kid. Hate to see you get arrested. He stopped to give him a glance over the shoulder. With your attitude and drive, you'd make a great pro-hero one day. With that, Kamui left to join the other pro-heroes by the police and crowd of reporters. Midoriya gathered his things and proceeded to walk away with mixed feelings. Bakugo, meanwhile, was being praised for his bravery by some of the other pro-heroes. One hero even offered him a sidekick position if he decided to go pro. Bakugo, however, wasn't listening as he stared at the ground in deep contemplation. Out of the corner of his eye, he watched the verdette amble away with a conflicted expression. Later that day, the sun was descending over the horizon, casting a golden glow over the city. Midoriya Izuku was walking down a relatively secluded path, opting to take a different path to his apartment. All the while, he had his smartphone up to his ear in a conversation with a certain someone. Look, Agent Coulson, I know you're not happy but dash. That's an understatement, Cap. You could have nearly blown your cover. You're lucky the Japanese media is giving all the credit to All Might and not focusing on you at all. Agent Coulson exclaimed over the phone, sounding quite irritated. Special Agent Phil Coulson was his own personal liaison to SHIELD, an American extra-governmental counterterrorism and intelligence agency, tasked with maintaining both national and global security. Basically, if Midoriya needed to contact SHIELD or vice versa, Phil Coulson was the man to go to. Unbeknownst to Midoriya, Coulson had volunteered for the position and seemed very adamant in doing it. "What were you even doing in that part of Mizudafu anyway?" Agent Coulson continued. "That's way off the normal route from the community college to your apartment." "Well, after finishing my classes, I heard there was a villain attack near Tatooine Station, so I went to check it out. Took some notes on the pro-heroes there." Midoriya calmly explained. "I decided to just walk back, get some fresh air." "And you just happened to stumble across the scene with the sludge guy? That sounds way too coincidental for my tastes." Agent Coulson was rightfully skeptical. "Are you sure there isn't anything else I need to know?" Midoriya wondered if he should mention his initial encounter with the sludge villain, which led to meeting All Might and discovering his secret. But he made a promise to All Might, and he was a man of his word. "No, nothing that's relevant. Was just a coincidence, I guess. Right? And you couldn't turn the other way and let the heroes there do their jobs?" Agent Coulson questioned. "You weren't there, Agent Coulson," Midoriya yelled, aggravated. There were more than enough heroes there to formulate a plan, but they were completely okay with just standing around, waiting for someone else to do their damn jobs. The hostage. He would have died if someone didn't act. "I get that, Cap, but Japan's quirk regulation laws are very strict. This isn't the 2000s Wild West anymore. You have to be mindful about this stuff now," he lectured. Midoriya paused to sigh, momentarily collecting his thoughts. "I know, and I am trying to follow the rules, but if I see someone in trouble, I can't turn the other way, whether I break the law or not." Coulson was silent for a moment before exhaling deeply. "You don't make things easy, Cap, heh?" He chuckled ruefully. "Happy to know you're the real deal like the legends say. Don't worry about your fine, by the way. SHIELD will cover it, and I'm not taking no for an answer. You have more important things to focus on than trying to pay a city fine." Midoriya smiled lightly. "Thanks, Agent Coulson. That does take a load off my mind." He received a fixed pension from the agency that covered living expenses and a good allocation for leisurely things. Not having to wonder about how to pay back a 150,000 yen fine was a relief. Wouldn't be the first time SHIELD has had to clean up messes. Certainly won't be the last. Just try to be more careful going forward. If the world found out that dash. Yeah, I know. Midoriya rolled his eyes. If the world found out their fabled first hero was still alive and wasn't a natural-born one, Pandora's box would be opened. I get it. I don't agree with it either. But we can't afford to take this lightly, Coulson expressed sternly. There are many resourceful villains out there that would drool over the fact that artificial superpowers are possible. It's already been over 150 years. If they haven't figured out her serum's formula yet, I doubt they ever will. Least she can rest easy, Midoriya solemnly thought. SHIELD and I'll be here if you need us, Cap, Coulson continued. Just keep studying hard and training your body back into fighting shape. UA University's entrance exam is no joke. Only 1 out of 300 applicants are accepted. I know, Agent Coulson. I'm studying hard to get caught up on everything, Midoriya stated. You can just call me Coulson, Cap, or Phil. Whatever's comfortable with you. Oh, Midoriya heard Coulson's tone shift to excitement. You should take the time to also catch up on some of the latest pop culture trends in your free time. That way, when you get into UA, you know the lingo of your peers. If I get into UA, Midoriya corrected. When? Coulson retorted strongly. Also, unrelated, there's a new movie from Disney coming out about you in July. A new trailer just released today. You think you can check it out and tell me your thoughts? Midoriya sweat dropped with a sheepish smile. Coulson sure is a fanboy. Sure. I'll add it to the list, he replied. Good. Also, thanks again for signing my replica shield. And no problem. Midoriya lightly stuttered, feeling bashful. Spend your time wisely. Cap, don't be afraid to make some friends while you're there. Coulson out. With that, the call ended. He placed the phone back in his pocket and sighed deeply. He reached into his satchel to pull out a notepad titled Things to Catch Up On. Flipping over several pages of various list items that included movies, books, and music from the last 150 years. At the end, he added, Disney movie trailer about me? He sighed heavily, placing the notepad back in his bag. I have my work cut out for me, he murmured in English. Green hair. Midoriya stopped and turned, surprised to see it was the ash blonde running toward him. Hi, it's you. Didn't get your name, he awkwardly said. Bakugo stopped a few meters away from Midoriya and took a short moment to catch his breath. Did he run the whole way here? It's Bakugo. You, Gaijin. What's your deal? Huh? Midoriya tilted his head in confusion. Why'd you rush in like that? Bakugo clarified. You don't know me. So why? Oh well, looked like you need help. Body moved on own. Midoriya shakily replied. Bakugo's gaze narrowed as if he were scrutinizing Midoriya's reply. His body moved on its own. Huh? He shot Midoriya with an expression mixed with indignation and confusion. Yeah. Well, it was All Might who saved me at the end of the day, so don't think I owe you or anything. Got it? Bakugo yelled angrily. And don't you dare think you can look down on me for this green hair. I will be Japan's #1 hero, and this'll only make me stronger. Not you or anyone else will have to ever save me. Got it? Midoriya simply nodded. Why yeah. Understand. Also, work on your damn Japanese. It's freaking annoying to listen to. With that, Bakugo stuffed his hands in his pants pockets and stomped away. After Bakugo turned a corner, Midoriya shook his head and chuckled lightly. That guy definitely has a lot of pride. Bakugo. A thought then occurred to him. He said he wants to be the #1 hero. I wonder if he's trying out for the UA entrance exam too? Should ask him if I see him again. I am here, All Might announced, popping up from around a corner. Midoriya yelped at All Might's sudden entrance. All Might? Why you here? The reporters. Ha ha ha. All Might laughed boisterously while flexing his impressive biceps. I stand for justice, not sound bites, because I am All Mig Dash. In the middle of his monologue, All Might's form suddenly reverted to its shriveled state in a puff of steam. He was also spitting out blood for good measure too. Hey, you okay? Midoriya screamed in concerned shock. Why yeah. Yagi Toshinori wiped the blood off his mouth. Clearing his throat, he spoke in English. Young man, I came to thank you and revise what I told you earlier. I also have a couple questions. What do you mean? Midoriya asked, curious. If it hadn't been for you, I would have just been a worthless bystander in the crowd. Thank you. You shouldn't thank me. Midoriya shook his head. It was partially my fault that the villain was there to begin with. I got in the way of your work, unintentional or not. I wasted your energy and not to mention your time. I'm not done. Of all the people there, it was only you who acted despite being quirkless. Seeing you try to save a life spurred me to action. Yagi confessed. You reminded me that true heroism isn't about power, but the heart. And you showed that more than anyone today. Midoriya lightly gasped and looked at the emaciated man in surprise. There are stories about every top hero, all the way back to the first hero, and how they became great. Most have one thing in common. Their bodies moved before they could think. A small smile began to take shape on Midoriya's face as he understood where All Might was going with his speech. And that happened to you today. Several key memories from Midoriya's past surfaced, ranging from various people telling him that he'd never amount to anything to loved ones gently telling him it'd be impossible to achieve his dreams. Midoriya? No way. He's an idiot if he thinks the military would want anything to do with him. You're just a scrawny, Little weakling who'll be lucky to live past 30. Sweetie, I'll always love and support you, but please don't put all your eggs in that basket. I'm sorry, Isaacuen. I'm your friend, so I won't lie. You really should reevaluate your options. There had only been one person who had believed in him, and her memory was causing his heart to clench. Heroes, soldiers or not, are measured by their heart, not their strength. And you got lots of heart. Her cheerful yet wise voice echoed in his head. The wind started blowing as cherry blossoms flew. Yes, those who inspire others to do good, quirkless or not, are heroes, Yagi declared. Midoriya lowered his head, unable to suppress a proud smile, and felt his eyes get a tad misty. Hearing the symbol of peace confirm his ideals was reassuring. Maybe he could find a place in this crazy comic book-esque world. Thank you, All Might, he replied. Yagi Toshinori smiled at the verdette. There's something I need to know about you, though. His expression became serious. Earlier, you ran past me on the sidewalk at a speed too fast for any normal person. And in the fight, you left a small indentation in the wall when you pushed off. Those both are superhuman feats. How is that possible if you're quirkless? You didn't lie to me, did you? Midoriya internally flinched. He really does need to be mindful of his actions. Well, no sense in trying to cover it up. No, I didn't lie. I really am quirkless. But I didn't say I was powerless, Midoriya replied. Yagi cocked a brow ridge, bewildered. What does he mean by that? Not sure I understand what you're saying. What about that shield then? Yagi directed his gaze to the circular case on Midoriya's back. With how that thing bounced off objects and broke the fire hydrant, no way that thing is a prop. Well, you see, Midoriya stopped, unsure of how to explain. And you used it quite well. Color me impressed. Heh, with the way you swung that thing around, I would have thought you were Captain America or something. Yagi joked, trying to lighten the air. I'm just curious to know your story, you know? Midoriya looked away with a nervous expression while sheepishly rubbing the back of his neck. All Might noticed the change and was confused. What? Did I say something wrong? Well, Midoriya's eyes were directed to the ground, squirming under Yagi's gaze. You think you could keep a secret from me, All Might? Of course, Yagi replied truthfully. You're keeping my secret, after all. Least I can do is keep one of yours. You swear to keep this between us? Midoriya lifted his head to look him straight in the eyes. He was completely serious. Yagi was confused. He wondered what could be so important that the verdette would swear him to secrecy. I will. Yagi nodded. You have my word. Midoriya's shoulders relaxed slightly. Letting the straps fall off his shoulders, he pulled off the case and unzipped it, pulling out the replica of the first hero's support item. This shield isn't a replica, he confessed. Yagi blinked twice. It wasn't. He stared intently at the item. The memory of Midoriya's shield was engraved in Yagi's mind. He had seen that object throughout his youth being wielded by the captain in old footage, movies, and posters. Yagi then paused to look at Midoriya more closely. Something did seem familiar about him. No, that wasn't possible. Just a genetic coincidence. Also, it had been over 150 years since the captain's time. Then again, he was very old as well. What do you mean, young man? Yagi inclined. Midoriya sighed heavily, sliding his left arm through the shield straps. Honestly, I'm not sure how to put this lightly. I'm still new to this era and all, trying to catch up on everything I've missed. But I thought it wouldn't be a big deal carrying this thing around with me. Gives me comfort, I suppose. If anyone asked, I'd say it was a replica and they'd leave it at that. He stopped to nervously strum his fingers against the shield's cool, smooth surface. But today, I had to use it, and it nearly gave me away to everyone at the scene. Yagi's eyes widened at the shocking possibility based on Midoriya's reply. The truth was bubbling just beneath the surface of their conversation. Couldn't be. He had to know he needed to ask even if it sounded crazy. Are you? Yagi hesitated, not believing the words about to come out of his mouth. You're Captain America? Yagi Toshinori, All Might, had seen many things in his years as a pro-hero. Petty theft, gangs, murderers, kidnapping, natural disasters, trigger busts, and crazed supervillains, the works. This, however, did not fall under any of the above. Midoriya's eyes were closed for a moment as if he were processing All Might's question and whether to respond. Finally, he opened his emerald eyes, revealing the seriousness behind them. Yes. Just like that, Yagi's world was flipped upside down. He leaned his hand against a nearby wall. All the remaining strength in his weakened body was fading away at the dawning realization. I think I need to sit down, All Might said faintly. He then felt himself collapse face first to the sidewalk, his vision getting blurry. All Might was the last thing he heard before consciousness left him. Chapter 2. San Francisco, California, April 2042. Peggy cut off her motorcycle's engine and pushed out the kickstand. Pulling off her black helmet, her glossy black hair fell down to her shoulder blades. She wore a black zipped biker jacket, tight blue jeans, and black boots. All right, finally here. Peggy dismounted the bike, relieved to finally stand after a 4-hour road trip. Traffic to San Fran was a pain. Izuku dismounted the bike and took off his white helmet. He wore a dark emerald jacket with black trim over a red t-shirt, dark gray pants, and his red high tops. Strapped to his back was a yellow knapsack. Oh wow, we're actually here. His eyes sparkled with excitement at the massive convention center across the large parking lot. We're not even in the building yet and you're already this excited? Peggy couldn't help but laugh, ruffling Izuku's messy hair. I can't help it. Izuku pulled away. The Innovation Expo is the biggest STEM event of the year. The world's best and newest inventions and scientific theories are showcased here. STEM. Peggy cocked a brow in bewilderment as she put their helmets away in the bike's saddle boxes. Like on a plant? Oh, it's an acronym for Science, Technology, Engineering, and Mathematics. Izuku clarified. I knew that. Just testing you. Peggy sheepishly chuckled, quickly grabbing Izuku's left wrist before she started pulling him forward. Now come on. Let's go see if they have any giant robots or mecha suits. That would be cool. But, Peg-chan? Can you loosen your grip? Izuku asked. It's pretty strong. Oh, sorry about that, Izuku-in. Peggy immediately loosened her hold, a tinge of pink on her face. Got a little too excited. No sweat. Let's go see the expo already, Izuku said excitedly. After 10 minutes of walking, the duo finally made it to one of the convention center's main gates. The name of the multi-storied building was the Andoria Convention Center, according to the various signs they passed. Lines of people were lined up by the entrance with security personnel checking people for passes and for any potential weapons via a metal detector. As they approached closer to the gate, Peggy reached into her jacket pocket and handed Izuku a paper slip. Here's your pass, Izuku-in. Oh thanks. Where'd you get these passes anyway? Peg-chan, Izuku inquired. I figured they would have been sold out on such short notice. Just a friend from work. Peggy shrugged nonchalantly. Are they in the Marines too? Nah, but she does work for the military. Nice. But kind of eccentric. Still, that was nice of her. Yeah, I guess so. Peggy turned forward with a thoughtful look. Definitely has ulterior motives, though. After scanning their passes and being checked over, Peggy and Izuku were finally allowed to enter the convention center. Izuku looked around with a wide smile, barely able to contain his glee from the exhibits he could see on the first floor. The Innovation Expo featured showcases from major companies across the world. Lockheed Martin, Boeing, Toyota, Honda, SpaceX, Google, and Apple were only a few of those being featured. There were also many other smaller startups eager to showcase their products in hopes of gaining investors. It truly was an amalgamation of different people showcasing their inventions, products, and theories to improve lifestyle, enhance human knowledge, and better humanity as a whole, and make profit, of course. The last one was certainly the big driving factor for many. "This is really amazing," Izuku exclaimed. "Oh, I better record all this." He took off his knapsack to quickly pull out a new notebook and pencil, titling it 2042 Innovation Expo Analysis. "Still an avid note-taker, huh?" Peggy smiled. "No wonder you get straight A's." "Well, it's fun. Especially when it revolves around topics that pique my interest," Izuku commented. "Also, never know when they may come in handy." The duo found a sign detailing the building's layout. The bigger exhibits for larger, mechanical-based products, such as cars and robotics, would be reserved for the first floor while the rest were set up on the second, third, and fourth floors. The second floor displayed the latest cutting-edge computer technology, while the third floor featured anything space, physics, agriculture, environmental, and energy-related. The fourth floor, which Izuku was really excited to see, was fully dedicated to meta abilities. "Wow!" Peggy whistled, impressed by the expo's massive scale. "This is way bigger than I thought. Where do you think we should start, Izukuin?" "So many exhibits to choose. Although I am excited to see the advancements made in robotic technology and the newest discoveries in meta-ability research, it'd probably be best to reserve those for the end," he muttered to himself. "So, with that being said, we should check out the second and third floors first. However, Peg-chan is mostly interested in robotics, so I have to take her wants into consideration too. Perhaps if we split the middle and dash." Peg-chan groaned in exasperation as Izuku continued to mumble, making several people passing by uncomfortable. "There he goes again." "Hey, Izukuin!" The marine woman snapped her fingers in front of Izuku's face, snapping the teen out of his mumbling trance. "Huh? What?" Izuku blinked. "Were you saying something, Peg-chan?" "Let's check out the second and third floors first. We can save the more exciting stuff for later, deal?" she offered with a small smile. Izuku returned the smile and nodded. "Sounds good." The pair found a set of escalators that took them up to the second floor, which was packed with people. Most of the exhibits featured future models for desktops, laptops, smartphones, and various devices. The most popular booth was showcasing prototype hologram technology, much to the pair's amazement. Though the hologram itself was transparent and not well detailed, it was still cool nonetheless. Izuku took many notes and sketches detailing the prototype hologram projector. Satisfied they had seen enough of the computer floor, Peggy and Izuku went to the third floor. Much to their surprise, there were not many people present on the floor in spite of the major exhibits. NASA and SpaceX had exhibits to showcase the latest development in nuclear-powered thrusters that could, in theory, get humans to Mars and the outer solar system in relatively quick time. Oil gas companies like ExxonMobil and BP were demonstrating new efficient methods for creating biofuels. Energy companies proudly featured cutting-edge technology for nuclear, windmill, and solar panel efficiency. One exhibit was a mechanical engineer displaying his idea for a floating, artificial city that included an elaborate scaled model. In theory, according to him, these city islands would be self-sustaining communities on the oceans, each capable of moving to avoid devastating storms and remain in temperate weather for most of the year. Izuku found the concept interesting, believing it could be a solution to overpopulation in some countries. However, it was doubtful that anyone would ever invest in such an expensive idea. Izuku did dedicate a page in his notebook for the artificial island concept, though. The most interesting exhibit, however, came from a new energy startup company named Howard Shield Inc. On display was a tractor tire-sized circular tube surrounded with wires and complex devices placed haphazardly around the perimeter, making a low humming noise. What really garnered attention was the brilliant blue energy sparkling inside the tube. "What you see here is the future of energy, people. Please, gather around," a well-groomed, flamboyant man exclaimed. "The prototype reactor I've designed, dubbed the arc reactor, has the capability of producing all the clean, free energy the world needs. Introducing just a few joules kickstarts a chain reaction that, in theory, produces gigajoules of energy. Whoa! Izuku was impressed as he swiftly sketched out the device and jotted down notes. Is that a lot? Peggy whispered to Izuku. A ton. The biggest power plants in the world can only produce a fraction of that kind of power. Izuku replied hastily. Seems a little too far-fetched if you ask me. One viewer commented. How is that even possible? Another questioned. Oh, doubters? Don't believe me? The man smirked. Well, kind sirs, direct your attention to the electrical meter to the side. The crowd turned to a LED screen displaying the reactor's energy output in bold, green numbers. The reactor is hooked up straight to this meter. As you can see, this prototype is producing a noteworthy 500 joules already. Impressive, right? A bigger one would be able to produce so much more with minimal upkeep. You said this device could produce gigajoules of power in theory, correct? Another spectator, a businesswoman, questioned with a non-nonsense manner. What are you basing this claim on? My math, sweetie. The man grinned roguishly. And my math is never wrong. Without warning, the circular reactor started sparking and a gray haze wafted off the device. The humming noise stopped as the blue light disappeared. As a result, the electrical output meter promptly dropped to 0. The woman furrowed her brows, unimpressed. Several people, including Peggy, couldn't suppress their laughter at the blunder. Well, I did say it was a prototype. The man chuckled, sweating in embarrassment. He then quickly resumed his confident aura. So, who would like to invest in the energy of the future? The crowd was now unenthused and started walking away. That's a shame. If the guy was a bit more professional, he could attract more investors. He could really have something with this, Izuku thought while finishing his notes on the arc reactor. Upon viewing all the third floor's exhibits, the pair proceeded toward the escalators. That was some pretty interesting stuff, minus the blunder from the last guy. Wonder why there aren't many people up here, Peggy wondered. Unfortunately, with the rise of human superpowers, the public's interest in things like space exploration and global energy production is waning. Izuku frowned, finishing his notes on the third-level exhibits. Meaning most funding, public or private, is being directed into meta-ability research instead. Peggy nodded in understanding. Makes sense, I suppose. Shame though. I was hoping we'd reach Mars in my lifetime. Izuku shrugged. Don't know if that's gonna happen now. Yeah, with everything that's happening in the world, and everything that could happen, people could care less about going to space or clean energy. Peggy mentally lamented. Peggy and Izuku rode the escalator to the 4th floor and were shocked by the huge crowd. There had to have been at least 3 times as many people present here than the lower 3 floors combined. Meta abilities were certainly the rage these days. Peggy could have sworn Izuku was about to burst from excitement. He's really into this stuff, huh? From there, the pair viewed every exhibit they could despite the growing crowd. Most booths were research teams showcasing their findings on the nuisances on the mechanics of meta abilities. It was fascinating stuff for Izuku, who was scribbling down notes so fast Peggy was worried that his notebook might burst into flames, while Peggy herself was only half listening. Her mind seemed to be somewhere else. Something that garnered both their interests was an exhibit featuring a prototype for meta-ability suppression cuffs. To demonstrate, the speaker introduced his colleague, who had the ability to produce an icy mist off her arms. The display freaked out some people in the crowd, but the speaker was quick to assure them that she was harmless. He placed the bulky cuffs on her and the icy mist promptly disappeared. She tried to activate her meta ability but admitted she was unable to do so. The crowd was very impressed as multiple cameras went off. Izuku spotted groups of people in expensive suits approaching the Metacuff team, speculating that they were potential investors. That could definitely be useful for law enforcement, Peggy noted. They need to be developing more stuff like this. Right? Izuku sketched the cuffs and wrote lines of notes. This could make containment for crazed meta-users much more doable for authorities rather than just tranquilizing them, or worse. Peggy felt her thigh vibrate and pulled out her phone. Sorry for being late. Traffic was hectic. On the first floor. You hear? Peggy signed and replied. Yeah. On top floor with friend. We'll be down soon. Great. Standing by East Gate. Putting her phone away, the onyx-haired young woman turned her attention back to her friend. Hey, Izukuin, why don't we head down to the first floor? We can come back up when there's less people. Yeah, it is getting pretty crowded, Izuku commented, realizing how little space they had to move. Peggy and Izuku carefully maneuvered their way out of the crowd and back to the escalators. Moments later, the pair finally made it back to the first floor, which was thankfully more spaced out. I'm gonna head to the restroom, Izukuin. You go on ahead. I'll catch up, Peggy said. All right, Izuku nodded. I'll be by the mechs. Peggy nodded and the duo walked away. The Marine went past the restrooms and around the facility until arriving at the building's east side entrance. She looked around the crowd of people and spotted her target standing close by the entrance. Approaching her target, who was looking away and unaware of her presence, she spoke up. Doctor. Whoa! The doctor jumped and turned to face Peggy, startled. You don't sneak up on people like that. The doctor was a young woman standing at 5'5", 167 centimeters, had smooth pale skin, and was of Asian descent judging by her facial structure. She had ruby red hair tied into a ponytail by a black hair tie hanging off her left shoulder. A pair of thin glasses rested on her face and, if one looked closely, they would notice 3 light yellow rings around her pupils contained within her emerald irises. She wore a light purple shirt under a long white lab coat, black pants, and black slip-on shoes. Dangling from her neck was a red lanyard with her ID card attached. A gray satchel loosely hung from her right shoulder. Overall, despite some wrinkles around her eyes presumably from overwork, she was fairly attractive and had a bubbly aura around her. Peggy remained stoic as she waited for the shorter woman to calm down. Well, anyways, the doctor sighed. I'm glad you could meet me here, Yamamoto-san. Or should I say Corporal Yamamoto? She smirked. Corporal is fine, doctor. Peggy replied plainly. So serious. In any case, have you been enjoying the expo so far, Corporal? Would have been here to meet you sooner. But traffic is pretty crazy in this town. You know? Peggy nodded, keeping a straight face. Yes, thank you for the passes. My friend is basically in heaven right now. He can't get enough of this stuff. The doctor cocked an eyebrow. A teasing grin formed on her face. Could it be that the Iron Woman has a secret boyfriend? It's not like that, Peggy quickly denied, trying to hide a light blush. She straightened herself and resumed her professional attitude. Can we just get to the point of this discussion? Straight to business, huh? Okay. She motioned to the doors. Follow me outside. We can talk somewhere a little more private. Peggy nodded and followed the redhead out of the building. Meanwhile, Izuku was in awe of the robotics exhibit. He could feel his hand hurting from how fast he was jotting down notes and sketching things out, but he pushed on anyway. There were full-body mech suits that pilots could operate for moving much heavier objects weighing up to several tons. There were even exhibits showcasing the latest developments on robotic prosthetics for amputees. One amputee, a retired veteran who had lost his left leg in battle, had a prototype hooked up to demonstrate. The veteran and everyone else were impressed by how responsive the prosthetic seemed to be. It was almost as if it were the real appendage. So fascinating, Izuku mumbled while writing. So many applications for those mech suits. They could be used in warehouses, construction sites, and even in the military. The prosthetics are also a major leap forward in medical technology. Izuku mindlessly walked to the side to get out of other people's way while continuing to fill his notebook. He stopped by the glass panels lining the wall. Satisfied with the notes he had taken, the dark-haired teen closed the book and placed it back in his knapsack for now. Looking around, he just realized Peggy had not returned yet. He took out his phone and didn't see any texts from her. It's been over 10 minutes. Izuku was mildly surprised by how much time had passed since they separated. Maybe I should go look. He stopped when he spotted something out of his peripheral vision through the glass panels. Across the street, he saw American flag banners hanging around a building. Looking closely, he realized it was a military recruitment office and, judging by the signs, it was for the U.S. Army. The lights were still on, so maybe the office was still open? Izuku's expression hardened, deciding on what he needed to do. Meanwhile, Peggy and the doctor were sitting on opposite sides at a park bench in the convention center's gardening square. They were in a relatively secluded spot with tall green hedges around them and, more importantly, no people within earshot. It was late evening as an orange glow was cast over the city as the sun began its descent in the west. So, have you considered the offer I made? The doctor inquired in a serious tone. Peggy did not respond immediately. A short moment passed as she lowered her head, exhaling deeply. I have. And? The doctor pressed. I'm honored that out of all the candidates, you chose me. She shut her eyes and shook her head. But I have to respectfully decline, doctor. Huh? And may I ask why, Corporal? She sounded surprised. Clearly this wasn't the answer she was expecting. I dunno. Maybe 'cause I don't want to be mutated into a monster, or something along those lines. Peggy dryly responded. See, Corporal, the redhead stammered. I can assure you that That what? I won't be mutated? I won't die, Peggy challenged. You said it yourself, Doctor. The project in itself is risky and practically untested. I'd essentially be your guinea pig. Corporal, I wouldn't ask for human test subjects unless I was 95% sure it'd be successful, the doctor asserted. Such a statistic did not alleviate Peggy's concerns one bit as she turned to the doctor incredulously. Only 95%, huh? And the other 5%? Well, the doctor tapped her index fingers together timidly. That is reserved for the unexpected circumstances that even I can't account for. DNA is crazy complex, you know? She shook her head and adopted a determined look. But it will be successful. I've perfected the formula this time. I'm sure. Maybe you have, but honestly the whole idea behind the AMP is dangerous and too risky for my tastes. Peggy responded. I'm sorry, Dr. Hatsum, but my decision is final. You'll have to find someone else to test your formula on. Dr. Hatsum frowned, disappointed. I understand. Thank you for your time, Corporal. Again, thank you for the passes. Peggy nodded and stood up to leave. Good luck to you, Doctor. Yeah, same to you, Dr. Hatsum replied, disheartened. As the Marine walked away, Dr. Hatsum slumped her shoulders and practically deflated. Shoot, she exclaimed to herself. I was positive she'd accept, and Corporal Yamamoto was the perfect candidate too. Darn it. She collapsed back on the bench and groaned in frustration. At this rate, I'll have to choose one of those stuck-up jerks the colonel keeps recommending. She internally lamented. Idiot doesn't even understand how the formula works. Give it to those muscleheads and you'll practically be creating supervillains. The red-haired doctor stood up and collected her satchel. Too depressed to even see the expo now. Might as well just head on back. Try to rethink my strategy for acquiring candidates. She was about to walk until she overheard something. It sounded like Corporal Yamamoto was arguing with someone around the corner. She couldn't see her since a tall hedge was blocking the view. Curious, the doctor quietly walked closer and poked her head around the corner. Corporal Yamamoto was standing in front of a shorter, Asian-American boy. The doctor guessed he must have been in his late teens. It seemed the corporal was angry with the younger man if her posture and tone of voice was any indication. Dr. Hatsum knew she shouldn't eavesdrop on others' private affairs, but she couldn't help but be a little nosy. Was this the friend Yamamoto had mentioned? She remained hidden, quietly listening in. What was the worst that could happen? Moments prior, Izuku was walking out of Andoria Convention Center's East Gate. Taking the shortest route, he walked down the path leading through the garden square. The recruitment office would then be directly across the street. He pulled out his phone to text Peggy in case she was looking for him, but was confused to see her walking out from a perpendicular sidewalk up ahead. "Peg-chan? What are you doing out here?" Izuku asked, bemused. "Restrooms are that way." He pointed back to the main building. "Izuku-in?" Peggy was mildly surprised to see Izuku outside. She was sure he'd be enraptured with the robotics exhibit long enough for her to sneak back in unnoticed. Did he get concerned and start looking for her? "I could ask the same for you." "I asked first," Izuku retorted. Peggy sighed, seeing no point in trying to lie. "I was just talking to a friend from work. No big deal." Izuku cocked a brow. "The same one who gave you the passes?" "Yeah." She nodded. "You could have just told me. You didn't have to lie." Izuku lightly scolded. I know. I apologize," Peggy replied, hanging her head low. "Should have been forthcoming." "Did they already leave?" "Yeah. It was a brief conversation, honestly," Peggy replied. "Had to be important for you to ditch me like that," he deadpanned. "It's confidential. Can't get into it." Peggy rubbed her neck apologetically. "Hope you can understand." Izuku nodded. Although he didn't approve of her lying, he understood Peg-chan was in the military and couldn't share sensitive information with others, including close friends and family. "So what are you doing out here? Come to look for me?" Peggy questioned. "Well," Izuku fidgeted slightly, knowing she wouldn't be happy. "I spotted a recruitment center across the street." Peggy was indeed not pleased by his response, and directed a stern frown toward her friend. "Izuku-in," she growled. "You were already denied. I'll try out for the Army, or the Navy, National Guard. Heck, even the Coast Guard. Their physical requirements aren't as intense." Izuku stated. "I won't know if I don't try, right?" "Izuku-in, I've been really working hard, Peg-chan, exercising and dieting. I just need another chance," Izuku argued. "Izuku, just stop," she shouted, startling her friend. Taking a moment to collect herself, she sighed heavily and shook her head. "I'm sorry, Izuku-in. I'm your friend, so I won't lie. You really should reevaluate your options." Izuku felt his heart drop at that response. He knew Peg-chan was never thrilled about him wanting to join the military, but she had always been supportive regardless. Until now, that is. Unbeknownst to the childhood friends, Dr. Hatsum was now observing them from behind a large hedge. Peggy laid a supportive hand on his shoulder. "You're a brilliant guy, Izuku-in. You can do so much more with your life. You can go to college, become a teacher, study meta abilities. Anything. You're just not cut out for the military." Izuku lowered his head, a shadow casting over his eyes. I want to enlist, Peg-chan." "Izuku-in, you don't have to join because of me. You can do whatever you want," she further urged. "I'm not joining because you did." Izuku lifted his head to reveal his determined gaze. "People are scared, Peg-chan. You know it and I know it. I can't just pretend that everything is okay. Society is edging closer to collapse. I need to try and help. People need someone who's at least willing to help them these days." Dr. Hatsum cocked a brow in intrigue. "Oh? Izuku-in, that's all well and good, but you're not fit for service. For any branch. Besides, even if you were somehow accepted, with your conditions you'll die in boot camp," Peggy strongly retorted. "I'm sorry, but I can't support this." "That's a shame, but it doesn't change my decision," Izuku affirmed. Peggy grabbed Izuku by his jacket and pulled him closer, her expression contorting into frustration. "What are you trying to prove? Who cares what jerks like Zack say, or anyone else for that matter? You don't need to prove anything to them. Follow your own dreams, Izuku." "Why you got it wrong?" It's not about proving anything to anyone. It's about doing what is right, he loudly declared. At the expense of your life? Even if you die without ever even stepping foot on the battlefield. Without saving anyone? What kind of hero is that? Peggy demanded. Izuku narrowed his gaze. A hero doesn't have to win, Peg-chan. They inspire. Peggy was momentarily surprised by that reply. Izuku continued. There are people risking their lives, Peg-chan. It doesn't matter if I'm small or frail. I have no right to do any less than them. It's not about me, and that's what you don't understand. Dr. Hatsum lightly gasped as her eyes widened. The conviction in his words and in his expression. Who was this kid? Peggy loosened her grip and let go of Izuku, exhaling deeply. I can't convince you, can I? No, he shook his head. So damn stubborn. Fine. She looked at her friend with a small feigned smile. Try not to do anything stupid, okay? Izuku chuckled lightly. I'll try not to. Thank you, Peg-chan. I'll be by the mech exhibits. Peggy walked forward, stuffing her hands in her jacket pockets. When you're done, come find me. Text me if you can't. I will, he nodded. With that, the two childhood friends parted ways as Peggy headed back to the convention center as Izuku proceeded down the path. Peggy briefly glanced back at Izuku with a worried expression and then continued forward with a heavy heart. Izuku-san, you stubborn fool. Why don't you understand? Peggy lamented. You're better off at home where I know you're safe. As Izuku passed by, Dr. Hatsum stepped out from behind the hedge with her eyes locked onto him. A small smirk graced her face as she started following the young boy to the recruitment office. Mizudafu, Japan, April 21, 96. With a couple clicks, a door lock was disengaged and a door was pushed open. Midoriya stepped into the dark room with an unconscious Yagi limply dangling from his right shoulder. His shield case was on his back with his yellow satchel hanging from his left shoulder. Using his free hand, he flipped a switch on the wall to turn on the main overhead light. The room was revealed to be a small studio apartment. There was a small organized desk with paper, folders, writing tools, and a computer setup. There was a three-tiered bookshelf full of books off to the side. In addition, there was a living room area connected to a small kitchen with a full-sized bed in the far corner and two more doors, one for a small closet and the other for the bathroom. Overall, it was a simple living space. Midoriya approached the living room area and carefully laid Yagi down on his small couch, his feet dangling off the side. He took off his case and rested it by Yagi while placing his satchel on his work desk. He sighed heavily while rubbing the back of his head. What a day! Today had certainly been a doozy. He was grateful that none of the other building's tenants had seen him carry All Might to his room. That would have been awkward to explain. Of course, Midoriya suspected that S.H.I.E.L.D. had undercover agents living in the complex, so the cat may already be out of the bag for all he knew. Midoriya leaned down to check All Might's pulse, and was relieved to know it was normal. Seemed the guy had truly passed out from shock. Guess I can't blame him. I'd probably be stunned too if I were in his shoes. Midoriya mused. Should I call Coulson on this? No, I don't want to risk giving away All Might's secret if they don't already know. Hopefully he wakes up soon. He stepped into the kitchen. Guess I'll try to fix some tea till he wakes up. Oh wait, he doesn't have a stomach. Can he even drink tea? As Midoriya fiddled around in the kitchen, Yagi groaned as consciousness returned. His eyes fluttered open as his bleary vision steadily refocused to a plain, eggshell-white ceiling. Seeing that he was in an unfamiliar place, Yagi immediately sat up from the couch and looked around alert. What happened? Where am I? Easy there, All Might, Midoriya calmly said, stepping out of the kitchen. It's all right, it's just me. Yagi was momentarily confused as to why he was here until it suddenly occurred to him. He lowered his head into his palms and groaned in embarrassment. I passed out, didn't I? Yeah. Midoriya lightly chortled. Brought you to my apartment since it was already close by. By the way, your skinny form was a bit heavier than I expected. Not that I'm calling you overweight or anything. He frantically waved, worried his words may be misinterpreted. Yagi looked at Midoriya apologetically. Apologies. I didn't mean to inconvenience you. Don't sweat over it. Midoriya looked at All Might in mild concern. Are you feeling okay? I was worried you might have lost too much blood or something. Why yeah, I'm fine now. Yagi briefly looked around the room. He took note of the brown circular case by his feet. May I? Midoriya smiled and nodded. Go ahead. Try to resist throwing it though. He teased. It's not a toy. Yagi chuckled a bit as he unzipped the case, pulling out the American-themed disc. He flipped it forward and back and stared in wonder. The sound it made was unique. It was reminiscent of a tuning fork. This is really light, yet it's so strong, All Might mused. History had never divulged what Cap's shield was made of. One of the biggest mysteries in pro-hero history that not even the biggest hero support companies were able to answer. Curious, Yagi figured there'd be no harm in asking, what's this thing made of? Adamantium vibranium alloy. Yagi blinked, dumbfounded. They're uber-rare metals, Midoriya explained. Super strong and lightweight. Guess I wouldn't be able to get one then. Huh? Yagi joked. Midoriya smiled and shook his head. Nope. She's one of a kind. How's it feel to hold it? It feels. Yagi paused as he admired the symbol of the first hero. He couldn't believe he was actually holding it, like it should be in a museum. Midoriya chuckled. That's a fair point. Yagi placed the shield down by his feet, leaning it against the couch. Gotta say, he looked around. I certainly wasn't expecting Captain America to live in a studio apartment. Midoriya shrugged. I prefer it, actually. Helps me keep a minimalist mindset. Do you want any water? I'd offer tea, but I wasn't sure with your condition and all. Tea is fine, actually, Yagi assured. It's just coffee and most solid foods I can't really consume anymore. Midoriya nodded and walked back into the kitchen. As the vedette prepared to put on a pot of tea, Yagi's eyes slowly widened in realization. This was real. He was actually talking to the first hero himself, the man he had admired and based his own pro-hero career on. It was so surreal, talking to an historic figure that should have been dead over a century ago. Over tea no less. He was wondering if overexerting himself against that sludge villain was affecting his mind. He stopped to look at Midoriya. The few written accounts that had survived the Third War described Captain America as an Asian American. Japanese, according to some writings. Of course, nothing was ever officially confirmed, and the truth had remained a mystery. Until now, that is. So, you're really him, huh? You're the Captain America? Yeah. Midoriya glanced back, smiling nervously. Please don't pass out again. I don't. Yagi stammered in disbelief. How are you still alive? Well, that's a long story, actually. Some of it I can't really get into. With the tea on, Midoriya stepped away and leaned on the countertop. But the short story is that I got into an altercation, and it resulted in me being frozen in the Arctic. Wait, frozen? Yagi blinked. Shouldn't you be dead then? Midoriya nodded, keeping an even look. Yeah, I should. But I guess fate had other plans. Altercation? Not exactly specific. Yagi racked his brain for any clues based on his past extensive study into Captain America's hero tenure. He had been to many places across the globe. According to history, the last place he had been spotted by the public eye was... Wait, did this happen during your time in Norway? Midoriya glanced back with a mildly surprised look. You know your stuff, huh? Yeah, it was actually. What happened? According to eyewitnesses, Oslo was the last place you were seen before you disappeared. Midoriya lowered his head, shifting uncomfortably. Sorry, I can't really get into that part of it. Maybe another time. Yagi was a bit disappointed. However, out of respect, he didn't pry any further on the matter. After the tea was finished, Midoriya carefully brought it over to the couch and placed it on a small coffee table. As All Might took a sip, he tried to keep a straight face despite the bitterness biting his tongue. Definitely needs work, he inwardly commented. He didn't want to dare call out his hero for making bitter tea. Midoriya noticed as he took a seat in a chair across the table. Sorry if the tea isn't to your liking. Still learning. He chuckled awkwardly. Not commenting, Yagi set the cup down and looked at the verdette seriously. I've got some questions. I can imagine, Midoriya noted. How much time ya got? Plenty. Can't promise to answer all of them. At least not yet. But fire away. Midoriya extended his index finger and thumb to mimic a pistol, but then immediately panicked. Oh wait, ugh, pointing is rude in Japan, right? Sorry about that. No, don't worry about it. Yagi placated, reassuring the verdette. Guess he wasn't lying when he said he grew up in America. But that does beg the question. Why are you in Japan? All Might inquired. Shield, he simply replied. Yagi cocked an eyebrow in bewilderment. Shield? He knew they were a counterterrorism/intelligence agency headquartered in America. They had influence both nationally and globally, essentially the old American CIA on steroids. He personally knew a few people who worked in high places with them. A couple of them even knew his secret. But what did they have to do with this? He connected the dots and it occurred to him. They're the ones who found you, right? In the Arctic. Midoriya nodded in confirmation. Several months ago, a research crew found me. SHIELD came in and carefully thawed me out, helped me recover while filling me in on my situation. There were many questions running through All Might's head. For starters, why would SHIELD send Cap to Japan? Shouldn't he be back in America? Furthermore, was he telling the truth in his plan to attend UA University? Why did he even want to attend a hero university? Also, how the heck could someone survive in ice for over 150 years? He was curious about what questions to ask until he remembered an important detail from their first encounter. You said you were quirkless, but that doesn't add up. The historical records say Captain America was born with an augmentation-type quirk that enhanced his physical and mental capabilities. That's a lie, Midoriya said flatly, surprising All Might. At least the born with a quirk part. What do you mean by that? Yagi was very intrigued. The higher-ups spun that story because they thought the masses should believe their Sentinel of Liberty was a natural-born hero. But the truth is, I'm not. I wasn't born with any abilities. I was given them, he revealed. Yagi's eyes shot open in shock. What? I know. Sounds ridiculous, right? I mean, the idea of a person being given a superpower sounds like something straight out of a comic book. Midoriya chuckled ruefully. But it's the truth. It took every ounce of Yagi's self-control to stay silent. Captain America, the man who defied the odds and bested formidable foes with nothing but his strength, wits, sheer determination, and a shield. The one who had started the tradition of pro-heroes wearing costumes, the world's first hero, was born quirkless. How could he be quirkless yet superhuman at the same time? Yagi couldn't believe what he was hearing. He was tempted to interject that he did understand but stopped himself. No, now was not the time to reveal that secret. This stays secret between us. Can I trust you, All Might? Midoriya requested. Yagi nodded, determined. Yes, I know how to keep secrets. After all, I have plenty of my own. He dryly noted. I'm a super soldier, Midoriya plainly stated. Yagi blinked and looked at the verdette bewildered. Super soldier? I'll keep it brief. I'm essentially a test subject for a US military project to create artificial meta-users trained to be highly effective soldiers. Hence the name, Super Soldier. Yagi's eyes widened in shocked disbelief. He was about to interject that it sounded ludicrous but remembered his own origins and the source of his own power. He remained silent and listened. I wasn't born strong. In fact, I used to be just a small, scrawny, sick kid. But I was determined to help out in any way I could. Through fate or chance encounter, however you want to spin it, I was selected to be a part of America's top-secret super soldier project. Midoriya explained. Now, this tidbit of information certainly threw Yagi Toshinori for a loop. One of the most muscular, masculine heroes in history was once a frail and scrawny man. The press would have a field day with that information. He couldn't help but feel empathetic toward Midoriya, given his own backstory and current weakened condition. I was given a serum that enhanced not just my physical body, but my mental capacities and psychological traits as well, with a few other side effects. In short, my abilities aren't really considered a quirk as I don't have the genes to classify it that way. That's why I refer to myself as quirkless. Yagi was speechless. Artificial quirks were possible. Now he could understand why the higher-ups at the time were determined to keep Captain America's true origins a secret. He could think of one man in particular that would love to know that superpowers could be manufactured. The atrocities he could have committed with that knowledge. He shook his head at that thought. No, he's gone. I bashed his head in. He won't recover from that. All Might tried to assure himself, but a hint of doubt remained. Hey, All Might. Yagi was snapped out of his musings by Midoriya, who was looking at him in concern. Huh? Yeah. You okay? Yeah. It's just, I certainly wasn't expecting that story is all. Yagi played off. Midoriya nodded and deflated slightly. Never meet your heroes, I guess. He took a sip of his tea, which had cooled down enough, and grimaced. Too bitter. Yagi couldn't help but chuckle. I could teach you how to make a really good pot of tea if you want. Might take you up on that offer sometime. Midoriya smiled. Midoriya took the opportunity to take his failed attempt at tea and dump it down the sink. He prepared glasses of water instead while also reaching into a cabinet to pull out several wrapped bars with no label on them. He unwrapped one to reveal an energy bar, which he promptly consumed. Thanks. As Yagi took the glass, another thought occurred to him. I'm curious about something though. Midoriya took a few gulps of water before unwrapping another energy bar to take a few bites. I can imagine. What's up? On the rooftop, why did you ask me what it means to be a hero? You already knew that for yourself. So why try to ask me? Yagi questioned, curious. He chuckled wryly. Fair question. Midoriya was silent for a moment as he collected his thoughts. When I learned that being a superhero was an actual career in this era, the fanboy in me was stoked. I mean, I was in a world of actual superheroes and supervillains, straight out of a comic book. I was eager to study them and took down as many notes as I could. He motioned to his desk, which had over a dozen notebooks stacked to the side. After briefly reading and signing Midoriya's 13th book, All Might surmised the other 12 were filled with detailed information about many other pro-heroes and villains as well. He was stunned by how much information regarding their quirks and fighting moves Midoriya was able to record in a relatively short amount of time. Midoriya's expression became downcast. But then I started to notice how commercialized everything was. Heroes constantly trying to one-up each other and the shameless advertising. I don't know, it was pretty disheartening. Because if that's what it takes to be a modern hero, well, I just don't have the stomach for it. Then, I heard about you. He smiled. Yagi was intrigued yet remained silent to listen. Though you are popular and have a ton of merchandise, you still put what's important first. You help and rescue people with a fearless smile and unreal strength. You're basically a living Superman, Midoriya exclaimed excitedly. Who? Yagi asked, cocking a brow. Midoriya looked at All Might in mild shock that had never heard of the most famous fictional superhero. Guess comics really are dead in this time period. Forget it. Not important. He waved off before continuing. Anyway, with your strength and charisma, and the fact that crime rates dropped to historical lows since your debut, I could see why people called you the symbol of peace. This is who you are. So, I wanted to hear your personal stance on heroism and what it means to you. Yagi turned away in shame. Then, I let you down, didn't I? Well, yeah, but don't take it too hard. I understand why you felt that way. Midoriya reassured. What, with your 3-hour limit and that injury and all? I get you were just trying to protect a quirkless boy with a half-baked dream. Despite Midoriya's consolation, Yagi still didn't feel much better. No, it was wrong either way. Even if you weren't Cap and were just a quirkless boy, it wasn't right for me to say those things to you. He countered. Power doesn't make a hero. All Might then looked back at Cap seriously. Be honest with me. His gaze turned serious. After our talk on the roof, were you considering giving up? He needed to know even if the response pained him to his core. Midoriya was momentarily silent as he pondered the question. It was certainly discouraging. I won't lie, but give up? No, I don't think I could even if I tried. Yagi's eyes widened in mild surprise. Besides, there are others that do support me and what I stand for, so it's not like I would have been completely alone in this. Shield. Yeah, at least some people in it, Midoriya remarked. If you're involved with Shield, then why are you here in Japan studying for UA Academy? Couldn't they just give you a pro-hero license with their pull in the US government? Yagi inquired further. Well, at first Shield was adamant that after I recovered, I was put back in the field in secret. At least the director was. Midoriya answered. In secret? You mean like an underground hero then? Something like that. Midoriya nodded. They don't want the world to know that I'm still alive nor my true origins. Remember? Right. So why didn't you accept? Yagi was genuinely curious. Honestly, I wasn't really interested in jumping right back into the fray. He frowned sadly. I mean, I was in a new world. Everything I knew and loved was gone. Also, not sure if I can fully trust Shield or not. Midoriya mused. Yagi nodded in understanding. He needed time to grieve, to adjust, make sense. Plus, the idea of just being given a hero license while nearly all the other pros had to work years to earn theirs just didn't sit well with me, the vedette confessed. I'd rather earn it than just be handed one. Yagi could admire Cap's earnest desire to earn a license. Nonetheless, he couldn't help but feel Cap had already earned it with his past exploits. Did the captain not see it that way? Then, they decided on another idea. UA Academy. Yagi realized, starting to connect the dots. Midoriya nodded. It was decided the best way to get me reaccumulated to the world while getting me up to speed on modern heroics was to send me to hero school, with real people all around my age. He answered. UA University is the best hero academy in Japan, possibly in all of Asia. I thought it'd be a great experience to learn from the best of the best and reconnect with my heritage and all. I suppose that makes sense. Wait, how old are you? 21. 22 in July. Yagi was surprised. So young. All the surviving records said he was in his early 30s. Did the US government lie about that too? Figures. So, yeah, that's why I'm here. Izuku smiled sheepishly. It'd be a nice way to help me readjust to the world, while also giving me time to catch up on everything and the time to retrain my body. Train. Yagi cocked a brow ridge, confused. You seem fit already though? Izuku rubbed his neck in a sheepish manner. Yeah. My muscles are still atrophied from being on ice for so long. Yagi's eyes slightly widened as an idea occurred to him. He was planning on enrolling as a UA faculty member in hopes of finding a worthy successor to One for All. But sitting in front of him was the legendary hero himself, Captain America. He was also young and a UA student hopeful. He'd be the perfect candidate. The prospect of Captain America himself being the next wielder of One for All really excited Yagi Toshinori. Then Yagi stopped that train of thought, remembering Midoriya's reasons for attending UA Academy. Honestly, I wasn't really interested in jumping right back into the fray. I mean, I was in a new world. Everything I knew and loved was gone. He has so much on his plate right now. It wouldn't be fair to spring something as big as One for All on him. He thought and came up with another idea. But that doesn't mean I can't help him. I have an idea then. Perhaps I can help train you. Yagi eagerly suggested. Get your body back into fighting shape. Midoriya blinked, taken off guard by the offer. You'd do that? I mean, you're a busy hero, so I wouldn't want to interfere with your work. Nonsense. Yagi waved off. Between you and me, I'm planning on joining UA as a teacher next semester, so I'm in town for quite a while getting ready for it. Really? Is that why you were in Mizudafu today instead of your agency back in Tokyo? Midoriya asked. Yeah, partially. Yagi replied. I can get into that another time. But, if you're willing, I'd be more than happy to help you. Midoriya thought about it and the idea certainly appealed to him. How many people could say they received training from the world's #1 hero? But he did have his studies to keep in mind. That sounds great, but I do have my studies at the local college, Midoriya mentioned. Could we work our schedule around that? Of course. Actually, I have a plan in mind that takes all of that into consideration. Yagi explained. After all, if you're going to get into UA, you'll have to pass the written and practical exams. Midoriya nodded in satisfaction, not seeing any reason to decline. Well. He stood up and stretched his hand out. I certainly won't turn down help from the #1 pro if he's willingly offering it. Yagi stood up and shook Midoriya's hand in return. You won't be disappointed, Cap. Midoriya Izuku, he introduced. Pleased to meet you, All Might. Yagi smiled, excited to finally know the captain's real name. Yagi Tashinori. The pleasure's all mine. Nearly an hour later, Yagi stepped out of the Ender Apartments complex and onto the sidewalk. Nighttime had arrived as street lamps illuminated the city streets. Can't believe this is all real, he exhaled, still internally trying to come to terms with everything that had happened tonight. I better get back soon to at least get a head start on writing up Cap's plan. Yagi pulled out his phone to look at the notepad app, momentarily studying the info Midoriya had given him on his body specifics and diet. Who would have thought those energy bars he was eating were 3,000 calories each? His metabolism was crazy high. He'd just have to factor that into the plan. He hoped Midoriya would have a sizable food budget, though. Yagi then switched to the GPS app. The truck's parked over a few miles away. Maybe I should call a cab? Although I guess a little walking won't hurt. Taking a deep breath of the brisk night air, Yagi walked down the street. However, he didn't make it far before a vehicle suddenly drove up beside him and stopped. Much to his surprise, it was a 1962 Restomod, cherry red Chevrolet Corvette convertible with a red cloth roof up, bearing California license plate numbers 381 PCE. Yagi's eyes widened as he only knew one person who owned and drove a piece of automotive history like this. The right side window slid down, revealing the driver on the left side and confirming the car was left-hand drive, as well as the identity of the driver. The driver was an American-looking Caucasian man 182 centimeters, 6 feet 0 inches, tall with a muscular build and short brown hair. He wore a black suit with a white buttoned shirt with a silver pennant of an eagle on his jacket and black shades over his eyes. All in all, the man's appearance practically screamed, government agent. Need a lift, stranger? He asked in fluent Japanese. You look like you could use one. Phil. Yagi walked to the car with a small smile. It's been a while. Hop in. Agent Phil Coulson of S.H.I.E.L.D. gave a wry smile. Let's go for a drive, Tashinori. After today's events, Yagi was feeling pretty exhausted. So, Coulson saving him from walking several miles was a welcome relief. Yagi pulled open the door and slid into the passenger seat, while internally admitting it felt odd to be riding in a left-hand drive vehicle after so long. That brought up another question in All Might's mind. How was he even allowed to drive this car in Japan? As soon as All Might closed the door, the car jerked forward rapidly enough to leave a skid mark in the pavement. Nevertheless, Agent Coulson stayed under the speed limit. I thought the whole point of a secret agent was to be inconspicuous, Yagi commented lightheartedly. Hiding in plain sight, Coulson mentioned. Nobody would expect a government agent to be driving a flashy sports car. James Bond, All Might retorted. Coulson laughed a little. Only in the movies. I don't even want to guess how you're allowed to drive Lola in Japan. Yagi shook his head. S.H.I.E.L.D. has its ways, Agent Coulson replied. A S.H.I.E.L.D. Yagi suspected there would be more to this ride than two old friends simply catching up and didn't need his old psychic's quirk to foresee what the crux of this conversation would be about. Deciding to skip the pleasantries, Yagi asked, Not that I'm not happy to see you, but what are you doing here? I haven't seen you in 5 years. Not since Dash. Since your accident, Coulson finished, making Yagi slightly flinch, and then briefly glanced at his passenger. I'm here on assignment. Also looking for any old pro-hero memorabilia I can find. Japan is a treasure trove for those kinds of things. Still trying to grow your collection, huh? Always, Coulson smirked. Yagi lightly chuckled and shook his head. Coulson, still a hero fanboy. But we're not here to discuss me or my admittedly impressive hero merchandise collection, Coulson continued. Even though I'd like to. Young Midoriya, Yagi stated rather than asked. Not sure if young is an accurate description or not. But yes. I take it you're his overseer then? Liaison, to be specific. Coulson came to a stop at a traffic light, allowing pedestrians to cross. Several bystanders openly gawked at the red convertible. It made sense. After all, Coulson's car was over 200 years old. How he was able to acquire such a relic and rest him on it, Yagi still had no idea. He didn't give out much, if any, details on Lola's history. I already promised Midoriya I wouldn't tell a soul of his identity. Phil. Yagi sighed. You don't have to swear me into secrecy or anything like that. You know me. I know that. Not concerned about it. Coulson turned to Yagi with a serious look. I just want to know what happened today. Yagi didn't respond, only looking at the agent curiously. We spotted Cap carrying your unconscious body into his apartment, so naturally I'm curious. Coulson elaborated. The traffic light turned green, and Coulson resumed driving down the street. Wait, you were spying on us? Yagi slumped his shoulders while placing his right hand on his forehead. Exasperated. Right? Of course you were. Forgot who I was talking to. If they saw Midoriya taking me to his apartment, did they also see my transformation in that street? Crap. Yagi inwardly lamented, fearing the entire spy organization would soon know his secret. It's our business to make sure nothing happens to Cap. If it makes you feel any better, the agents reported only seeing him carrying you, nothing before that. So your identity is safe, Coulson assured. Yagi sighed, feeling a huge weight off his shoulders. That's good to hear. You're the only one I can trust in your organization. No offense to the director and everyone else. You know Director Fury would die before giving away your secret to anyone, Coulson pensively mentioned. He knows how important it is. I know. It's just well. Yagi wasn't sure how to say how he felt about the enigmatic director without coming off as too aggressive. His secrets have secrets? That's actually a good way of putting it, Yagi admitted. Fury's secrets aside, Coulson switched topics away from his boss and friend. Cap went off his usual route today and our undercover agents lost track of him. Then the whole thing with the sludge villain went down. He glanced over to Yagi, pulling his shades off. He knows your secret, doesn't he? Yagi sighed. He knows I'm All Might, yes. If it isn't too much trouble, can you please share what happened today, Toshinori? How did you and Midoriya meet? Coulson asked politely. Yagi spent the next several minutes explaining to Coulson the circumstances behind his encounter with Midoriya, starting from his pursuit of the sludge villain, saving Midoriya from said criminal, Midoriya hitching a ride on his leg, his secret being revealed on the rooftop, how the villain escaped, and finally witnessing Midoriya's heroic actions against the sludge villain. He then explained how his second meetup with Midoriya unfolded, and finally learned the legendary captain's true identity. Coulson had taken the story in stride, but his visage darkened upon hearing how Midoriya was almost killed by the sludge villain. It seemed he would need to have a long, unpleasant discussion with those Level 3 agents tasked with watching Cap. As soon as Yagi finished, the Level 7 agent nodded. "I see. Explains why Cap didn't want to give details earlier. He didn't want to risk giving away your identity and condition. I suppose I should let him know that at least you and the director know of my condition, and there's no need to hide it from you," Yagi noted. "Thank you, Toshinori. I assure you that today's blunder on our end won't happen again. I'll make sure of it." Coulson's tone was dead serious, making Yagi a tad nervous. He hoped Coulson wouldn't be too hard on whatever agents were tasked with overseeing Cap. "Also, did you really pass out?" Coulson teased. Yagi visibly sweated. "Let's not dwell on that," he shouted in embarrassment. From there, Yagi mentioned he would be helping Midoriya train to get him in shape for UA University's entrance exam. In addition, he pointed out Midoriya's food budget would likely need to be increased to compensate for the extra food he'd be consuming. Coulson was very understanding of it all. After receiving directions from Yagi, they finally arrived at the location of his parked white pickup truck. "Thanks again for the lift, Phil," Yagi said while climbing out of the car. "Anytime. One more thing, Toshinori. You were planning to make him your successor, weren't you?" Coulson inquired seriously. Yagi lightly gasped in surprise. How did you?" "Wasn't hard to figure out, and honestly, I can't blame you for considering him. Did you ask him?" "No." Yagi shook his head. "It wouldn't be right. Not now. Keep in mind, your time is running out. I don't think I need to stress how important the symbol of peace is to society." Yagi remained silent. Of course he knew that. He knew his time as a pro-hero was coming to a close soon. It was the reason he was attending UA next semester in the first place. To find a worthy successor. With that said, don't wait too long to at least ask him, Coulson stated. "I'm sure Cap will understand if you explain everything to him." Yagi did not respond as he lowered his head in rumination. "We'll be keeping our distance. Train him however you see fit. Just remember though, his studies are also important," Coulson firmly stated. "I know that. Good seeing you again, Phil." Yagi closed the door and turned to face his truck. An idea then came to him. "By the way, you Tsukachi, and I ought to catch up sometime dash." He looked back and was stunned to see Lola and Coulson were already gone. How'd he leave without making a noise? He sighed, mildly frustrated. How does he keep doing that? San Francisco, California, April 2042. Izuku stepped into the military recruitment office and walked through the small lounge area to the front desk. There was a sole recruiter on duty wearing his standard-issue camo combat uniform, sitting at the desk playing solitaire on his desktop. He was simply waiting to clock out and was pleasantly surprised to see someone walking into the office only 15 minutes till closing time. Doing his duty, he stood up and greeted the guest. "Welcome to the Andoria Army Recruiting Station. My name is Staff Sergeant Dash." He paused when he finally took notice of Izuku. Izuku remained oblivious to his stare and stepped up to the desk. "Good evening, sir. I want to enlist for the Army. I've already taken the ASVAB test, and my information should already be on file, if that helps." "I see." The recruiter nodded, seeing that his job should be easier. "Have you enlisted for any other military branches, son?" Izuku frowned. "Yes, the Marines. I was rejected." "Mind giving me your social security number so that I can bring up your records?" The recruiter took a seat back at his desk. After giving the recruiter his information, Izuku's file was brought up on the desktop screen. The staff sergeant made sure not to visibly wince at the boy's poor PFT results. Unfortunately, with his physical and medical conditions, there'd be no way he could be accepted in any military branch. He was about to break the bad news to him until the bell at the door rang, signaling that another person walked in. It had been dead for most of the evening, and now people were starting to walk in so close to closing time? Typical. Welcome to the Andoria Army Recruiting Station. If you could take a seat, I'll be with you. The recruiter was cut off when the new person, an Asian American woman wearing a lab coat, walked past Izuku and up to the desk. At ease, Staff Sergeant Ted Gray, Dr. Hatsum said while pointing to Izuku. I'm with him. Izuku blinked dumbly. Who was this woman? He didn't know her. He stared at her closely and, aside from her being quite beautiful, something seemed familiar about her. Dr. Hatsum pulled out an ID card from her satchel, handing it to the recruiter. Staff Sergeant Ted Gray's eyes widened slightly as he read it. What was someone with her kind of military clearance doing in his recruiting station? He glanced over to Izuku, who seemed equally confused. If it's all the same with you, Staff Sergeant, I'd like to supervise this young man's physical test, Dr. Hatsum requested. Ha! Izuku was left further dumbfounded. Who was she? According to his records, he's already taken and failed the physical test for the Marine Corps just earlier this week. So, I don't see why It's the Marines, Staff Sergeant. You know how brutal their physicals are. Doesn't hurt to give this young man another chance. Now does it? Dr. Hatsum smiled. Staff Sergeant Gray pondered for a moment and conceded. It was late and there'd likely be no one else coming in tonight anyways. Might as well get it over with now. Fine, he conceded. Opening a drawer, he pulled out a clipboard with some paper to hand to the doctor. There's a room in the back. You can take Mr. Midoriya there. Try to be quick though, doctor, we're going to be closing soon. Taking the clipboard, Dr. Hatsum gave a thumbs up. Thanks, Staff Sergeant. You're the best. She motioned for Izuku to follow her. He complied but was still bewildered over the situation. Dr. Hatsum and Izuku stepped into a room with a treadmill and exercise mats positioned across the floor and U.S. Army motivation posters on the white walls. All right, Mr. Midoriya? Or do you prefer Midoriya-san? Dr. Hatsum asked, a Japanese accent present in her voice. Izuku is fine, he replied. You from around here, Izuku? Well, I was born in Japan, but my mom and I moved to Fresno when I was 3, Izuku explained. I am an American citizen, if you're wondering. Good thing you guys moved from Japan when you did, Dr. Hatsum grimly thought before refocusing. Sorry if I sound rude, but who are you? Izuku asked, confused. Up there at the desk, you acted like you knew me, but I don't believe I've ever met you. Oh, silly me. Where are my manners? She laughed awkwardly. Composing herself, she held out her hand. Dr. Teruko Hatsum. Izuku shook her hand. Izuku Midoriya. Pleasure to meet you, doctor. He paused when he noticed, behind her glasses, 3 light yellow rings in Dr. Hatsum's eyes around her green irises. He didn't want to be insensitive, but he figured it wouldn't hurt to ask. Doctor, what are those circles in your eyes? Oh, it's part of my medo ability. She adopted an expression of slight concern. Does this bother you? And no, I think it's fascinating, Izuku asserted, grinning. If you don't mind, could you tell me what your ability is? Dr. Hatsum closed her eyes and grinned proudly. I call it micro-insight. It allows me to zoom in on objects at the microscopic level and provides me a solid understanding of that object's inner workings, whether it's organic or not. Pretty cool, right? Opening her eyes, she was taken aback to see Izuku briskly scribbling notes down in a notebook. Fascinating. A meta ability like that is perfect for the science field. I wonder what the limit is on how far you can zoom in on something. How long can you zoom in? Does it cause eye strain if you use it too long? How much knowledge do you gain from the object? Do you acquire more insight the longer you look at it? Is it possible to gain absolute knowledge on it? He continued to murmur. Dr. Hatsum blinked twice, sweat dropping. Whoa. This kid sure is analytical. I'd be impressed if it wasn't kind of creepy. Also, where'd he get that notebook? She internally mused. Izuku suddenly gasped as his eyes widened in realization. Wait, hold on. You're the Dr. Teruko Hatsum? You've heard of me? She cocked an eyebrow. Have I? His eyes sparkled in amazement. You're one of the world's most renowned scientists when it comes to the study and understanding of meta abilities. I've read both volumes of your book. I'm actually getting started on volume 3 soon. And you understand it? She was definitely surprised that a teen was able to understand her writings. It certainly wasn't directed at the average reader. Of course, you've proven that not all meta abilities are the same even if they share similarities. They're unique to each individual, and each ability stems from a quirk factor, as you dubbed it, encoded in a person's genes. It's very fascinating stuff, he exclaimed excitedly. I can't believe I'm actually meeting you in the flesh. He then groaned and face-bombed in frustration. Shoot, if only I brought my books for you to sign. Putting aside his muttering, Dr. Hatsum was impressed by Izuku's intellect. She glanced at Izuku's notebook in curiosity. Are those your notes on meta abilities? When Izuku nodded, she asked, Mind if I take a look? Sure. Nothing too special though. I just like to take notes on them since it's a hobby of mine, Izuku commented while handing her his notes. Dr. Hatsum flipped through the notebook and was stupefied. He had pages dedicated to different people detailing their meta ability strengths and weaknesses and how they could be implemented. The latest page was a quick full-body sketch of her with notes of her own meta ability and its practical uses listed by it. She was amazed as some of her own colleagues couldn't write notes this detailed, and he only did this as a hobby. Not gonna lie, this is some impressive stuff, kid, she stated, handing the notebook back to Izuku. I'd kill to have an assistant like you. He blushed and rubbed the back of his neck from the unexpected praise. Oh, thanks. That means a lot coming from you, he stammered bashfully. Oh, Hatsum's eyes widened. Right, the exercises. Let's get started so the staff sergeant can come home soon. Yeah. Izuku nodded in determination. Right. From there, Dr. Hatsum gave Izuku the Army's physical fitness test, which consisted of the following exercises: 2 minutes of push-ups, 2 minutes of sit-ups, and a 2-mile timed run. Applicants had to pass with at least a score of 60 on each event and overall score of at least 180 points. The ruby-haired doctor didn't think it was too big of a deal. After all, Izuku was young. Surely he could do these exercises in a timely fashion even if he was on the scrawny side. 15 minutes later, Dr. Hatsum was left speechless. To say Izuku did badly would be an understatement. He could barely do 10 push-ups and sit-ups and was forced to stop in the middle of his run on the treadmill to take multiple puffs from his inhaler. She tailed up his score and visibly winced. 70 overall. This kid shouldn't be anywhere near the military. His asthma alone is a big disqualifier. And yet, she glanced up from his clipboard to see him leaning down with his hands on his knees, panting hard and sweating heavily. There are people risking their lives, Peg-chan. It doesn't matter if I'm small or frail. I have no right to do any less than them. It's not about me, and that's what you don't understand. Finding a couple folding chairs off to the side, Dr. Hatsum placed them in the center of the room. Izuku took a seat as Dr. Hatsum sat across from him with her legs crossed and looking at the clipboard. I failed, didn't I? Izuku said, sounding disheartened. Yep, badly. Dr. Hatsum saw no point in sugarcoating it. Honestly, I didn't think it was possible for someone your age to get a score this low. So, congrats on surprising me. Oh, Izuku lowered his head in disappointment. Dr. Hatsum lowered the clipboard and looked Izuku straight in the eye. Tell me why. Huh. Izuku looked back at her. Why do you want to enlist so badly? She elaborated. To be frank, you don't belong in the military. Like at all. So what is it? Family, tradition, pride? Do you just want to kill meta-terrorists or something? Izuku was momentarily taken aback and quickly responded, and no, I don't want to kill anyone. Hatsum cocked a brow, bemused. You want to join the military and you're not prepared to kill? Izuku shook his head. I didn't say that. I will if there's no other option, but I would just prefer not to. I want to save and protect people like a hero should. A hero? Yeah. Izuku smiled wistfully. It may sound idealistic and silly to some, but I think the coolest and noblest thing a person can do is risk their lives to save others, wanting nothing in return. He clenched his fist. I know I'm weak and frail, but I'm determined to help in any way I can. Dr. Hatsum grinned widely, barely able to contain her excitement. This kid. She closed her eyes and looked away, keeping her composure. You're right, that is pretty idealistic, and old-fashioned if I'm being honest. But, she turned her gaze back to him. People these days may just need a little bit of old-fashioned heroism, wouldn't you say? Huh. Izuku was unsure of what to make of her statement at first but nodded in agreement. Yeah. Humph, I can offer you a chance. However, she reached into her satchel bag and pulled out several papers. It's on the condition that you join this program. Izuku took the papers and quickly looked over them. From what he could gather, these were waiver and consent forms to participate in a military project. AMP? He couldn't find the words for the acronym anywhere on the pages. You're not 18 yet, right? No, I will be in July. I already have my father's consent though. He doesn't care either way. He shrugged nonchalantly. Dr. Hatsum nodded. Her intuition told her there was a story there but opted not to pry. Maybe another time. Okay, just have him sign this in fax or email it here. She handed Izuku a detailed form for parental consent. Just know that if you are brought on board, you'll be sworn into secrecy. Dr. Hatsum explained, sounding serious. This is a very important project and, I won't lie, we need worthy and willing candidates badly. I wonder what this is for exactly? Izuku internally wondered. It sounds like a big deal. Is this supposed to be dangerous or something? I can't give you more details until all your paperwork is signed and you're sworn in. But honestly, kid, this is going to be your only chance to get enlisted. So, if you're willing to dash, I'll do it. Izuku quickly responded, adopting a determined expression. Dr. Hatsum smirked. No hesitation. I like you, kid. Izuku spent the next few minutes signing the papers before handing them back to Hatsum, who placed them in her bag. Once all your paperwork goes through, you'll get an acceptance letter in the mail. It'll detail the time and place for us to meet up again. Dr. Hatsum explained as she stood up. Get you sworn in and all that jazz. Izuku was trying to keep his composure but couldn't hold back a few tears. Thank you, Dr. Hatsum. Promise, I won't let you down. Don't thank me just yet, kid. She shot him a roguish smirk. You haven't entered the crucible yet. The what? Izuku blinked in bewilderment. But in any case, she smiled. Welcome to the army, soldier. Izuku felt a sudden rush of emotions at that sentence. He couldn't contain the bright smile from his face and the waterworks flowing down it. He had accomplished the first step toward his goal. Mizudafu, Japan, April 21, 96. It was breaking dawn at Takoba Municipal Beach Park, 4:45 a.m. To be exact. The sun's yellow rays peeked over the eastern horizon across the ocean, providing a magnificent orange sheet of gleam against the blue darkness of the concrete jungle. The waves crashed against the sandy beach, depositing several empty metal soda cans. The cans, however, were lost amongst the mountains of garbage and scrap piled across the coastline. It was essentially a scrapyard with an oceanfront view. Yagi Tashinori pulled up in his white pickup truck and parked in front of the beach. He stepped out wearing baggy black sweatpants, a loose blue shirt, and white shoes with a black backpack slung over his shoulder. Looking out at the heaps of junk, he whistled in amazement. The pictures online didn't do the scale of the garbage on this beach any justice. Yes, this will do splendidly for Cap's training. He nodded in satisfaction. He proceeded down the sidewalk toward the stairway that went down to the beach and was surprised to already find Midoriya by the stairs doing military-style push-ups. Young Midoriya? He corrected himself, not wanting to risk blowing Midoriya's identity. "Good morning, Yagi-san," Midoriya replied in English, finishing a few more push-ups before jumping to his feet. He wore a black sleeveless workout shirt with the U.S. Army logo in the center, dark green sweatpants, and red work boots with black laces and heels. A pair of dog tags hung around his neck. To Yagi's perspective, Midoriya's muscles appeared to be fairly well-toned even though he was technically experiencing muscle atrophy. He could only imagine what he'd look like after he had gotten back in shape. "Please, Toshinori is fine. You're certainly early. Meet-up time is 5 o'clock. Yagi pointed out, replying in English as well. He shook his head and smirked. "U.S. Army rule. If you're not 15 minutes early, you're late. I got here at 4:30 though and decided to do some light workouts till you arrived." Yagi nodded in approval at Midoriya's punctuality. "Well, glad to know I won't have to worry about you being late then," he chuckled. Yagi and Midoriya walked together down the seawall stairway to the beach. Next to the stairway was a small ramp for vehicles to get on the beach. Not that it was currently in use. "What is this place, by the way?" Midoriya looked around in shocked disgust at the garbage mounds. Did the city convert this beach into a landfill or something? 2 days had passed since his encounter with All Might. After agreeing to let All Might train him, they agreed to meet at this beach early on Saturday morning. At the time, Midoriya assumed he would be doing beach workouts and swimming. So, he was naturally taken aback to see mountains of garbage when he first arrived here. "This is Takoba Municipal Beach Park," Yagi answered. "From my research, it used to be a beautiful place. But over the last few years, it's become a total mess." "How come?" Midoriya cocked a brow in bemusement. Stepping onto the sand, Midoriya followed Yagi through a path in between the trash heaps, walking closer to the coastline. "From my understanding, the ocean currents wash up anything dropped in the water within 100 miles off coast to this specific area of the beach." Yagi continued. "Unfortunately, people take advantage of that fact and illegally dump their trash here. Which further compounds the problem," Midoriya realized. "I'm confused though." He looked around, shocked by the wide variety of trash present. There were far more than just standard everyday trash items. There was a plethora of junky appliances such as AC units, water heaters, fridges, microwaves, stoves, etc. Much to his shock, there were also a few abandoned vehicles too, and was that a freaking bulldozer hidden under that pile? "How come the city hasn't tried to clean this place up, or even any of the local hero agencies?" the Verdette inquired. This would be a great community service project. The city doesn't feel it's their responsibility to spend public funds on a massive cleanup project like this. Yagi frowned slightly. As for the hero agencies, well, most pros these days are focused on showing off and catching flashy villains. Because of that, projects like these go mostly unnoticed or flat out ignored. Midoriya frowned at that, feeling annoyed. Right, makes sense. Not really much money or any glory to gain from doing a massive cleanup project like this. He understood pros needed to be paid like anyone else, but the criteria for earning higher wages was really bugging Midoriya. Catching criminals wasn't the only thing that mattered in heroism, after all. All Might's body expanded into his muscle form, his clothes fitting him perfectly. "Until today, that is. Your mission, soldier, is to clean up the beach and restore the coastline to its former glory." He placed his hand atop a nearby industrial fridge and pushed down, easily crushing it like a soda can. The sun's early morning rays shone through the opening in the heap. "That'll be your first step into becoming a modern hero, Captain." "I get it." Midoriya looked around at the landfill in realization. "Moving all the heavy debris and garbage will help re-strengthen my muscles." It'll also be great community service too. He smiled. All Might smirked and gave him a thumbs up. Exactly. You'll get more out of this than just lifting weights in a gym. Real-world muscle growth. Community service is very important too. It's good to get back to the basics of heroism, even if it is kind of boring. Still, with just me, this won't be an easy mission, Midoriya pointed out. I've got my work cut out for me. Yes, but you want to get into UA University, right, Cap? Well, UA has the toughest hero course to get into. You'll need to be at your absolute best in order to stand out. Right? Midoriya gained a determined look. I've missed so much time already. I'll have to work so much harder than anyone else. And I've only got 10 months until the entrance exam. Not to worry, Cap. All Might pulled out sheets of paper from his pocket. I've got you covered with my aim to pass. American Dream Plan. Follow this to the letter and the beach will be cleaned up just in time. Midoriya took the paper and quickly read over the proposed plan and, needless to say, he was quite impressed. All Might had put a lot of thought and consideration into it. He had meticulously scheduled his college and study time, proper diet and mealtime, time working on the beach, and reserving a recovery day on Sunday every week. Wow, you even got my sleep scheduled too, he noted. Nice work. Thank you. Also, no offense, but your Japanese is shaky at best. For now on, you and I will only be conversing in Japanese going forward. All Might placed his hands on his hips. After all, the best way to learn a language is to be constantly immersed in it. Midoriya nodded in understanding. He was in Japan, so if he was going to live here long-term, he needed to speak and write the language like it was second nature. The best way to do that was to speak it constantly. Right? Understood. He replied in Japanese. I won't lie, this is going to be super hard. I may not need to ask this, but I will anyway. Are you up to it? All Might asked in Japanese. A confident smirk grew on Midoriya's face. I was in the army, All Might. Practically live on plans like these. I got this. He clenched his fist. All Might nodded in satisfaction and smiled brightly. Well then, let's get started. Later in the morning, Midoriya was hard at work in his first step to clean Takoba Municipal Beach Park. He pulled at ropes that were wrapped around the base of a large industrial refrigerator before squatting down and sliding his arms through the rope loops and tightening them against his shoulders. With a deep breath, he pulled hard against the ropes. All Might, while in his muscle form, watched Midoriya drag the refrigerator nearly 50 meters across the sandy beach as he casually sat atop it. Reaching the seawall with several grunts of exertion, Midoriya pulled the fridge up the concrete rampway and to the street at the back of All Might's truck before stopping. The ropes went slack as he fell to a knee, breathing heavily with sweat dripping down his face. All Might jumped off the fridge and clicked a stopwatch in his left hand. 2 minutes and 35 seconds. 10 seconds slower than your last run. He informed while glancing over at the multiple items stacked by his truck that included another fridge, several industrial AC units, and a couple stoves. Still, he's doing very well for someone experiencing atrophy. Well, he panted, extra 600 pounds with you sitting on top. 274 kilograms, 604 pounds. Yagi corrected using the metric system, and I've actually lost weight. I'm down to 255 kilos these days, 562 pounds. In this form at least. Midoriya sweat dropped. Right, much better. Anyways, All Might started neatly stacking the items into the back of his truck. I'll haul these items off for proper disposal. You take a 10-minute break and resume carrying trash to this spot until I get back. Sound good? Yes, sir. Midoriya straightened up and gave a salute. All Might laughed heartily at that response. After loading up his truck and making sure there was no one around, he reverted back to his skinny form and drove away. Midoriya walked to the top of the stairway, taking a moment to gaze at the mountains of trash that remained. Despite the 2 hours of hard labor, he hadn't made a dent in it. Instead of getting discouraged, Midoriya clenched his fists and adopted a resolute expression. The most worthwhile things in life are always the hardest. I'll finish cleaning this beach with time to spare. Shara nishene ichijurin yohu. Ichijurin yohu. With that resolution, Midoriya Izuku rushed down the steps to get back to work, fully motivated to accomplish his goal. Chapter 3. Ever since the day Yagi had assigned Midoriya his mission to clean up Takoba Municipal Beach Park, the super soldier had been hard at work every morning and evening. He was very methodical and efficient in his cleaning, never wasting a step or motion. One morning, Midoriya was focusing on removing a pile of old tires. He had both arms extended with two large tires, each weighing 23 kilograms, 50 lbs, hanging from them. He rushed down the beach and up the stairway to deposit them in Yagi's truck. He then rushed down to repeat the process until the entire pile was removed. "Tires are removed, sir," Midoriya saluted. Yagi clicked his stopwatch, noting the 10:15 timestamp. He then looked at the large stacks of tires neatly placed in his truck. He nodded. "Not bad, soldier. Still need to be faster, though." "Yes, sir." Yagi chuckled at the verdette's antics. Even though Yagi had told him he didn't have to refer to him as sir, it appeared the U.S. Army's training was drilled deep into his head. Oh well, All Might didn't mind it. In fact, he felt giddy that the captain was addressing him in such a manner. 10. Midoriya continued pushing and pulling old junky appliances across the beach like sleds, while All Might in his muscle form would occasionally ride on them to provide extra resistance. The super soldier did not once complain and continued his task undeterred. 10. One night, Midoriya walked into his apartment and found a small steel box with the SHIELD logo on the side lying on the floor by the door. He picked it up and was initially surprised by its heavy weight. Laying it back down, he pulled off the top and found a set of dark green arm and ankle bands. There was a note lying by them. "Cap, here are the training weights you requested. Our R&D were able to design and manufacture these in record time for you. Each one weighs approximately 90 kilograms, 200 pounds. Let me know when the weight gets too easy and they'll send over heavier ones. Good luck. Coulson." Midoriya nodded in satisfaction. He was taking his cleanup training mission very seriously and wanted to get the most gain he possibly could. After reaching out to Coulson, a section of SHIELD's R&D manufactured a set of training weights appropriately scaled up to fit his super soldier physiology. Placing the weights on his wrists and ankles, he instantly felt the resistance. "Yeah, this will do." 10. The next evening, Midoriya was struggling to push an old pickup truck stuck in the sand. Normally, he wouldn't have much issue with a job like this. However, it was his first full day wearing the new training weights and he felt every kilogram straining his limbs. The fact that the truck's tires were flat and the back end was loaded with junk didn't make things easier either. Nonetheless, he gritted his teeth and pushed through the pain. "Surrender isn't an option, soldier. Push through. Go further beyond," he internally cried. Digging deep, he exerted even more force against the truck's back end. Yagi, meanwhile, had been watching as was about to tell Midoriya to stop before noticing the truck started to move. Slowly but surely, Midoriya managed to free the truck from the sand ruts and continued pushing it toward the seawall rampway. He blinked in mild shock before grinning in satisfaction. 10. One night, after returning from the beach, Midoriya sat at his desk, fully engrossed in his studies. He had set times brushing up various subjects that included Japanese history, world history, math, science, and English. Right now, he was writing Japanese hiragana, katakana, and kanji in rapid repetition, drilling it into his head. He needed to write and read Japanese like it was second nature. Part of the process also included reading books written in Japanese. Later, he moved on to his two toughest subjects, Japanese and world history. Even before being iced, Midoriya's knowledge on Japanese history was very limited. Missing the last 150 years certainly didn't help either. There was a lot to catch up on. 10. While at Mizutofu Community College, he remained steadfast and alert during classes despite his body's soreness. He received the results for his first handwritten essay from his Japanese professor. 75. Not bad, but there was plenty of room for improvement. 10. One evening, Midoriya was watching a series of YouTube channels regarding new fighting styles he could implement, specifically ninjutsu and kung fu. While YouTube wasn't the ideal way to learn these new fighting styles, it was better than nothing. Midoriya was almost surprised to learn the online video website was still around 150 years later. Perhaps he should talk to Carlson about having S.H.I.E.L.D. aid him improve his hand-to-hand combat abilities during his free time. 10. During an evening session at the beach, Midoriya was swimming several hundred meters offshore. He was still wearing his weights, which made it exceedingly harder to stay above water, but he managed. Reaching an offshore red buoy that served as the halfway point, he began swimming back to shore. He used the offshore breakers to help propel him faster to the shore like a surfboard. Stepping out of the water with only dark green swim trunks, he breathed heavily. 1.5 miles 2.4 kilometers, he corrected himself. In 3 minutes. Not bad. I can still be faster though. Huh. Midoriya stopped when he spotted All Might in his buff form surrounded by a group of women fangirling and ogling him. Where did they come from? Are those lipstick marks on his face? Dang Tashinori. A few of the women saw Midoriya step out of the water and his chiseled muscles, tall stature, and cute handsome face immediately drew them in. Before Midoriya knew it, he was swarmed by several women with hearts in their eyes, much like All Might's predicament off to the side. Hey, you're really hot. Are you a friend of All Might's? Can I have your number? Take me. Midoriya blushed profusely and backed away, feeling very uncomfortable, especially with that last exclamation. He was never good at dealing with women in general, before or even after the procedure, especially when they were this forward. With that, he rushed back into the ocean and swam back out, leaving the women on the beach dumbfounded. 10. While in his apartment, Midoriya opened a steel box from S.H.I.E.L.D. to reveal another set of training weights, with the exception of them being black. Reading the note, his eyes widened slightly when it stated the new weights were 180 kilograms, 396.8 pounds, apiece. Well, he sweat dropped. I was getting used to these old ones. Time to start from square one again. 10. Midoriya's Japanese professor handed him a recent graded essay. He smiled proudly at the result. 90. Much better, but he knows he could do even better. 10. Late at night, Midoriya sat at his work desk reading through various books. Lying to the side was a mock UA University entrance exam from years past. Studying it would help him prepare for the type of questions that would be asked. But he made it a priority to study beyond the written criteria. Prepare for the unexpected. 10. Midoriya was strolling through Yukio Food Store, a local grocery store chain. He was filling his cart with a wide variety of food items. He was able to read Japanese clearly now without having to use his phone to translate. He held a coupon pamphlet in his free hand, scanning diligently for as many deals as possible. Just because S.H.I.E.L.D. was paying for his expenses didn't mean he would splurge money. Lifetime habits built from living off his mom's paychecks help reinforce Midoriya's value for money. Many store employees were initially appalled by the amount of food he bought. However, after sheepishly explaining how his body burned through a lot of calories, they understood. After all, there were people with quirks who had to consume more food than the average person. From that point, Midoriya became a valued customer for the Yukio Food Store. This didn't prevent the shocked expressions he would normally get from other shoppers. He learned to just ignore it. What can he say? A super soldier has to eat. 10. Early one Sunday morning, Midoriya dedicated time to training his S.H.I.E.L.D. skills, as he called it. Technically, he was supposed to be resting on Sundays, but All Might never stated that he couldn't do any work at all on Sundays, only suggesting that he use that day to rest and recover. He didn't want to undermine Yagi's instructions, but Midoriya was good at finding loopholes. In addition, He had plenty of energy to spare and was motivated to spend as much time training as possible. He was alone at the beach throwing his shield at several stacked items he had haphazardly set up. Rebounding off the objects, it ricocheted back to his position and smoothly caught it. Similar to a pinball game. The iconic red, white, and blue paint job was stripped off the disc, revealing its glossy silver surface. He hated to stripe the paint off, but after the incident with the sludge villain, he couldn't take any more chances of being recognized by anyone. Besides, it could always be repainted. He continued his throwing and catching exercises, burning the motions into his head. Once he was comfortable, Midoriya tried throwing and catching with his eyes closed, training himself to rely not on sight but rather his hearing, as well anticipating the shield's return by mentally calculating the time it takes to rebound off objects and come back to him. He messed up more times than not at first, but he continued training regardless. At sunrise, Midoriya was jumping, flipping, and twisting acrobatically around the beach, throwing and catching his shield with his eyes closed with pinpoint accuracy. 10. Midoriya ran out of Mizutofu Community College at breakneck speed, startling nearby students in his path. In his satchel were his recently graded assignments. Every single paper was marked with a perfect score. He was already wearing his training clothes. He had learned he could save an extra 45 minutes by changing at the college rather than running all the way home. Every minute counts. 10. Midoriya was running along the beach with the sun setting in the distance while All Might in his muscular form was piggybacking on him. Despite the straight from the training weights and the 255 kilos, 562 pounds, of All Might on his back, he maintained a decent pace down the beach even after running 2 miles without stopping. Wonder how my younger self would react if I told him he'd one day get a piggyback ride from Captain America? Yagi mused. 10. Yagi watched on with a well-pleased smile as Midoriya continued racing up the stairway, hauling or pushing heavy items up the seawall rampway, tossing them into a large metal disposal container sitting on the side of the road. Yagi had rented the disposal container weeks prior when he realized he couldn't haul a load of trash in his truck before Midoriya already had several more loads ready on the street when he returned. His speed was amazing, and his pure work ethic was kind of scary if Yagi was being honest. Only his old sensei Gran Torino reminded Yagi of this kind of work ethic. Nevertheless, turning toward the beach, he was amazed by how much smaller the trash heaps were getting. At this rate, Midoriya would finish with plenty of time to spare. End music. Mizutofu, Japan, November 21, 96. Days had turned to weeks and weeks had turned to months. Before Midoriya Izuku knew it, 7 months had passed since he started the cleanup project. It was an early fall morning at 3:30 a.m., and still dark outside. The only light sources came from the city and the waxing gibbous moon hovering in the sky over the sea, its light reflecting off the ocean water. Midoriya was still hard at work though, with a LED light shining from a headband on his forehead. He wore a black sweatpants, a sleeveless green camo shirt, and his red boots which were rugged and torn from overuse. He had woken up early from a stress dream and couldn't return to sleep. With that, he decided to get an early head start on training. His body was aching and sore from overexertion, but he ignored it and persevered. His sheer will and his enhanced endurance were the only things keeping him from collapsing. No normal person could handle this type of non-stop, hardcore training. Heck, even most people with quirks couldn't handle it. Most of the trash heaps were gone, leaving smaller debris scattered across the beach. He raced across the sands in a grid pattern, gathering items into a black trash bags, filling them, and tossing them into the disposal container on the street. Rinse and repeat. Nearly an hour later, after finishing collecting all of the smaller scrap, he was now face to face with undisputedly the largest and heaviest item left on the beach, an old, broken-down bulldozer. He had no idea who left it or why it was here, but that didn't matter. The day had come for this massive rusty hunk of yellow junk to go. He looked between the bulldozer and the rampway, gauging the distance to cover to be at least 75 meters, 246 feet. He knew that pushing this yellow behemoth up the ramp would be even harder than across the sand. Clenching his fists tightly, he adopted a determined expression. He was not backing down. As Midoriya walked behind the dozer, he cracked his neck and rotated his arms to prepare himself. "All right, you're the last one. Time for you to go, big guy." Bending his legs forward, he pushed against the dozer. It didn't budge. After a moment of exertion, he stopped and took several deep breaths. Glancing down at the 200 kilograms, 441 pounds, bands on his wrists and legs, he inwardly debated if he should remove the weights. The verdette then shook his head at that thought. "No, I made it this far with the weights on. I won't take the easy route here," he internally declared. Midoriya pushed even harder against the bulldozer. This time, he felt the large, yellow machine move ever so slightly forward. "Come on, soldier. Keep pushing," he inwardly yelled. "Graph," he bellowed out, feeling the strain. "Go further, go further, go further." Repeating his family motto, the super soldiers dug his boots into the white sand, which shifted around his feet. Midoriya's fingers dug into the dozer's metal plating, causing it to contort like paper. The veins on his arms, legs, and temple throbbed madly from exertion. Despite the dozer's stubbornness, the green super soldier was not giving in. "I have to work so much harder than everyone else. Keep pushing. Go further. Plus ultra." The rusty caterpillar tracks gave way and began to slowly turn, the dozer's blade pushing sand out of the way. Loud metallic clicking and clunking sounds emanated from the machine's gears as the dozer moved for the first time in years. Yagi Toshinori was driving his white truck down a not-so-busy street. Glancing at his digital clock, it read 5:30 a.m. "Damn, can't believe I'm going to be late," he internally lamented. Hopefully Cap isn't too disappointed and understands. For the first time in months, he was running late to their training sessions. He had made it a point to be at the beach on time whenever he wasn't involved with pro-hero work or preparing for his faculty job at UA University. But after many hauls to local scrap yards, one of his tires popped en route to the beach, delaying him half an hour. After changing the tire, he was driving on the empty street that led to Takoba Municipal Beach Park. He knew Midoriya would already be at the beach. He always was. In fact, he suspected the super soldier was arriving even earlier than the aim to pass. American Dream Plan stated he should. Plus, given how much faster the trash piles were disappearing, he suspected he may be working on Sundays too. Days he recommended Cap should take off to recover. This left Yagi conflicted. On one hand, he was happy that Midoriya was pushing past his limits. On the other hand, he had finally tuned the aim-to-pass plan to ensure his progress was swift yet manageable. But he wasn't sticking to the plan. He was overworking himself. Captain America or not, as his trainer, he'd need to have a talk with young Midoriya. He may not know the full limits of Midoriya's super soldier physiology, but like with any body, it needed rest to recover. As he pulled up the beach, his eyes widened in shock at the scene in front of him. "Whoa, whoa, whoa!" he yelled out. Was he seeing straight? Parking the truck, Yagi ran down the sidewalk toward the stairway. Resting on the side of the street in front of the seawall stairs was the old, junky bulldozer. A trail of sand and mud was behind it, stretching down the rampway. "Rhea!" Standing atop of the dozer's cab was a shirtless Midoriya, shouting out to the heavens all full volume. As the sun rose over the horizon, its rays glistened off his sweaty, well-defined body. "Rhea!" Yagi's eyes widened at the spectacle. "And no way. Why you pushed that thing up here all by yourself? That thing had to have weighed 4,500 kilos at least. In the sand and up the ramp?" It was then that he noticed the long disposal container was full of garbage, nearly overflowing. He ran to the rails and he could have sworn he felt his jaw hit the ground. The entire beach and shoreline was clean, with no trash in sight. "Holy crap, Cap!" Yagi shouted in disbelief. "You even cleaned outside the area I told you to." Seriously, there's not one speck of trash left on this beach. The crystal blue waves crashed against the clean, white sandy beach, the water sparkling under the morning rays of the sun. No longer a dirty hellscape, Takoba Municipal Beach Park was beautiful once more. Midoriya ceased his victorious shouting and finally noticed Yagi's arrival. Despite his fatigued state, he carefully climbed down the dozer and stood a few meters behind the haggard blonde. 3 months to spare. Holy stinking, super crap, Yagi exclaimed, transforming into this buff form mid-sentence. All Might turned to face Midoriya, who straightened up and gave a salute. Sir, mission accomplished? He panted, sweating heavily. Indeed. Well done, soldier. All Might congratulated. You pushed yourself further beyond and look at the results? All Might pulled out his smartphone, careful not to crush it in his large hands. See this? This is you 7 months ago. The image showed Midoriya on the first day of training. Taking a quick picture of Midoriya now, All Might showed him the picture. Now look at you. You've come so far. Indeed, Midoriya's body had bulked up and was more well-defined and sculpted like a Greek god, yet not too overly muscled. There wasn't an area of his body that had flab or hadn't been worked during his hardcore training sessions. It appeared he had even grown an inch in height, making him 192 centimeters tall, 6 feet 3 inches. All Might's smile brightened. I think it's safe to say you're back in fighting shape, Captain. Midoriya gave the number 1 pro a tired smile. Actually, I think I'm stronger than I was. Thank you, All Might, for everything. He spoke in fluent Japanese. Months of practice, repetition, and listening had finally paid off. Ha ha ha. The blonde giant laughed heartily. It was your hard work, soldier, not mine. Catching his breath, Midoriya couldn't help but ask, What now, sir? The cleanup mission is accomplished, and we still have 3 months to spare until the exam. All Might didn't immediately respond. Should he finally tell Captain about the secret of his quirk? Ask if he would be willing to inherit one for all? After all, with his physique and enhanced physiology, Midoriya would be the perfect vessel for one for all. He dare say Midoriya would be able to use it at full power right off the bat as he once did. But no, now's not the time, Yagi inwardly decided. Besides, he doesn't need my power to get into UA. He'll be just fine for now. Besides, there are other things we can work on till then. Ha ha ha, All Might laughed. Well, I'll tell you what you're not going to be doing. For the next week, you are forbidden from any physical training, Captain. Yes, sir? Midoriya blinked, confused. You haven't been sticking to the plan. You overworked yourself, didn't you? The blonde hero asked, cocking a brow. I suspect you were working on Sundays too. Yes? When you should have been resting. That's partially why you're 3 months ahead of schedule. Midoriya frowned and nodded in confirmation, not wanting to be dishonest with the pro who dedicated his time to training him. Yes, apologies, All Might, sir. I wanted to go the extra mile. All Might shrunk down to his skinny form, his clothing becoming baggy. I wish you had told me. I could have adjusted your plan. But still, rest and recovery is important. Yagi laid a hand on the vedette's shoulder. Please take a week off from training. Focus on your studies. Enjoy some downtime. Let your body recover. That's an order, by the way. A small smile graced Midoriya's face as he nodded. Yes, understood, sir. A week from now, meet me at the front of your college at 1700 hours sharp. Yagi instructed with a smirk. We'll get started on combat training then. Combat training, sir? Midoriya blinked. Yagi resumed his muscular form and laughed boisterously. Indeed, you'll have to face faux villains in the entrance exam. What better way to prepare you than sparring with an old pro? Ha 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 ha. Midoriya could not argue with that logic. It made perfect sense. He'd get more out of fighting an actual opponent than a punching bag or something. However, images of All Might blowing away the sludge guy and changing the freaking weather with a single punch played through his mind. He was going to have to spar with this guy. Granted, All Might would likely be holding back a lot. But still. Well, crap. Midoriya internally cursed. Let's see. It should be around this corner, a teenage girl murmured to herself, glancing down at her pink phone for directions to the nearest local library. She was a short, curvy girl standing 168 centimeters tall, 5 feet 5 inches, with brown hair that was tied into a short, messy ponytail with 2 long strands framing her face and short bangs on her forehead. She was fair-skinned and appeared to have a cute, perpetual blush on her cheeks. Her eyes were large and round, warm brown irises that radiate warmth. She was currently wearing her new school's uniform that hugged her frame, which was a traditional white sailor fuku. It consisted of white sailor shirt with a navy blue sailor collar and red tie, a navy skirt, black leggings, and brown shoes. Strapped to her back was a black book bag. Now, Uraraka Ochako would be lying if she said she wasn't feeling a tad nervous. It had only been a week ago she had to say goodbye to her parents after they helped her unpack all of her things into her new apartment. It was such a foreign thought that she was still trying to process. Her parents' construction company had been contracted to help construct a new apartment complex that just opened up at the start of the year. After construction concluded, tenants were needed and her family had been offered a great deal for an open room. To make it better, the location was close enough for anyone living there to attend UA University with relative ease. UA University did have some dormitories available on campus, but the cost of tuition to attend UA was already high. Adding dormitory fees was too much for Uraraka's family to pay, even after their last big job. The only reason her parents could afford to send her to UA University in the first place was because they had been putting money back into a savings account since she was a little girl, when she made her desire to become a hero known. UA did offer scholarships for those who placed in the top 3 of the regular entrance exam. She knew it was a long shot, but Uraraka was studying and training hard in hopes of potentially securing one of those spots. It would certainly alleviate the financial burden from her parents and herself for living and school supplies. Uraraka had always planned to be ready to live by herself if she made it to UA, but for it to suddenly happen during her 3rd year of high school was a lot to take in. There was always the chance she wouldn't pass the entrance exam too. However, if she was going to become a hero and ensure her parents lived happy, financial, stable lives, she couldn't let this opportunity slip past her. After talking it over with her parents, they agreed to jump on an opening at the complex. In a flurry of leases and school transfer paperwork, she now had her own place. Alone. Uraraka shook her head, not wanting to dwell on that thought, and refocused on her current task in finding the library. Earlier that afternoon, her new history teacher had assigned the class a project covering famous historical figures, but no one could cover the same person. History wasn't exactly her best subject, but she was elated that no one had picked her favorite old pro hero. After doing some quick research on her phone, she found a book online covering her hero in good detail, at least what was publicly known about them. However, it appeared her school library didn't have it. This was why she was currently en route to one of the local libraries near her apartment in hopes it was available. Turning a corner, she smiled when she spotted the building down the street. After walking to the building and up the stairway through the front doors, she was impressed by how much bigger it looked on the inside. There were 3 floors with giant bookshelves everywhere. Her hometown library was like a closet compared to this place. Stepping to the front desk where the librarian sat, Uraraka politely asked, "Excuse me, you wouldn't happen to have the book? What was it? Dawn of Quirks in the 21st Century. Would you?" She hoped she remembered the name correctly. The older lady hummed. "It sounds familiar. One moment, please." The librarian searched for the book on her computer and looked back to Uraraka with a smile. "Ah yes, it's on the 2nd floor in row I, one of the middle shelves, dear." "Thank you." With a polite bow, she headed off to the stairway to the side. After navigating to the correct row, Uraraka was scanning the shelves. "Okay, it has to be here." Her eyes lit up when she spotted her target. As she reached for the book, someone else's hand reached for it as well. "Oh, my apologies. I didn't see you there." The other hand belonged to a tall teenage girl standing at 173 centimeters, 5 feet 8 inches, with a buxom physique. She had long black hair styled into a spiky ponytail with a large strand hanging on the right side of her face. She had smooth skin with thin, sharp eyes and gray irises paired with short eyebrows. Aside from the other girl being 15 centimeters taller and her body being more curvaceous, she wasn't jealous. Uraraka noted her fancy white blouse, black shorts, black stockings, and knee-high brown boots that appeared to be from an expensive brand. Slung over her right shoulder was a fancy red bag that also appeared to be expensive. Uraraka blinked twice and waved her hands apologetically. And no, it's okay. I wasn't paying attention either. Yaoyorozu Momo pulled the book off the shelf, showing it to Uraraka. You were reaching for this one, yes? The book's cover illustrated a man wearing a patriotic-themed uniform with a dark backdrop. The sun was rising over the horizon. The Dawn of Quirks in the 21st Century, The Sentinel of Liberty by Todoroki J. Uraraka nodded. Yeah, I need it for a school project. She rubbed her neck sheepishly. If that's the case here, Yaoyorozu kindly handed her the book. I was only going to use it for reference material in a story, but it can wait. You need it much more than I do. Thank you so much, Uraraka said gratefully. Out of curiosity, the Ravenet spoke quietly, trying not to disturb other people. Is the school project about the dawn of Quirk's era? It's about historical figures, actually. Captain America is who I chose. Uraraka replied happily. I see. From my understanding, this book does have a good amount of information on him. Even primary and secondary sources from people who knew him and were affected by him. Yaoyorozu tilted her head in a cute manner. Did you choose him simply because he's the first hero by chance? She shook her head. No, not just that. People forget he was also considered the original rescue hero by many. Uraraka said cheerfully. And rescuing is my passion. Yaoyorozu smiled softly at the brunette's reply. She then took notice of 2 little chibi accessories hanging from her bag. One was of 13 and the second was Captain America. She must be a real fan. He is certainly a good choice. You can't go wrong with him. The tall beauty acknowledged. Thank you for letting me take the book, by the way. Uraraka bowed politely. Oh, it's no trouble at all. She waved off kindly. My family can order a copy for our private library. So please, no need to fret. Wait, her own library? Is her family rich or something? Uraraka internally cried. Getting over her inner shock, the brunette then recalled something the Ravenet had said earlier. You said you were writing a story? Was it about Captain America too? She asked curiously. Oh, why yes. Yaoyorozu looked away, looking embarrassed. Well, it's a historical fiction. A bit of romance. Nothing serious, though. Just something I do for fun in my downtime. Oh, Uraraka cocked a brow, intrigued. Like a fanfiction or a serious book? I may be prying now that I think about it. It's none of my business to dash. Uraraka couldn't complete her thought when Yaoyorozu immediately responded, Oh, it's just a fanfiction online. I wouldn't dream of this actually being published one day. Oh, I see. Uraraka responded. Wait a minute. Historical fiction? Romance? Fanfiction? Her eyes widened slightly when a possible answer occurred to her. No, it couldn't be that one, right? But what else could it be? I don't know anything else like it. Well, if that's all you needed, I'll just be going over here to look for some more reference material, Yaoyorozu said, walking past Uraraka. It was a pleasure talking dash. Your story wouldn't happen to be Save the Date, would it? Uraraka asked bluntly. Eep, Yaoyorozu squeaked, freezing in place. No way. How'd she figure that out? I was sure I kept it vague enough. WLI? The Ravenet turned back with a cute blush. And maybe. Yaoyorozu was surprised when the brunette's expression brightened as her eyes sparkled in excitement. Eek, you're really the incredible Yamamo, Uraraka whispered excitedly. Oh my gosh, I'm a big fan of your work. Ah, really? Yaoyorozu stammered lightly, not expecting this reaction at all. You've read it? Of course. Uraraka couldn't contain her excitement. I keep up with every update, and I've read through your story 3 times now. At least what you have so far. It's really good writing. Yaoyorozu blushed at the genuine praise to her story. Oh? Well, thank you. Oh! Reaching into her skirt pocket, Uraraka quickly pulled out her phone. Here. I've actually made some fan art for your story for a while now. Why you did? Yaoyorozu blinked in surprise. For the next few minutes, Uraraka showed an intrigued Yaoyorozu some artwork she had done for her story. Most of it consisted of the main female lead being held, hugged, or kissed by Captain America, bringing a blush to Yaoyorozu's face. There were some pieces of the female lead riding with Captain on his motorcycle. This is all really good, she complimented. Why, you're a really good artist. Uraraka chuckled sheepishly. I'm an amateur at best. No, really, this is all good. Yaoyorozu insisted. It really is amazing to see these scenes on paper than just in my imagination. Uraraka blushed at the praise and lightly gasped when realizing she had been talking to this girl for a while and had not introduced herself. I'm Uraraka Ochako. She extended her hand. A pleasure to meet you. Yaoyorozu Momo. The Ravenet gently shook her head. The sentiment is shared. From there, Uraraka and Yaoyorozu walked around the library quietly conversing with each other, careful to not disturb other people as the latter gathered a few other WW3 and Captain America-related books and articles. Uraraka was impressed by how dedicated the Ravenet was to ensure she was historically accurate in her story, for the most part. She did take creative liberties with the time-traveling detective and her romance with the captain, after all. After checking out her books, the two girls walked out of the library together and down the steps. Their conversation had since shifted to another important topic. So, Uraraka-san, do you plan on attending any university after high school? Yaoyorozu asked. Actually, I'm hoping to attend UA Academy next semester. I'll be taking the entrance exam in 3 months. So, she grinned nervously and crossed her fingers. Fingers crossed. I'm sure you'll do fine. I'm planning to attend UA as well. Yaoyorozu then looked away bashfully. I have received many recommendations, so I'll be taking the recommendations entrance exam a week before the regular exams. Uraraka almost tripped from this news. Whoa, really? That's so cool, Yaoyorozu-san. It's really not a big deal. Yaoyorozu tried to play off. Are you enrolling in the hero course? Uraraka asked. Stepping off the concrete stairs, the two girls walked down the relatively quiet sidewalk together. I am. The Ravenet nodded. My quirk is very suitable for heroics. It just makes sense. Oh, what is your quirk? Uraraka was intrigued. For Yaoyorozu to be recommended means she must have had an impressive quirk. Creation. I can convert the lipids of my body into any inorganic material as long as I understand its molecular structure. Yaoyorozu explained. Uraraka's eyes lit up. That sounds really cool. Does that mean you can make something like, I don't know, a car? I've never tried making a car before. But as long as I have plenty of lipids and know the molecular structure of every component and how they go together, I could do it. Yaoyorozu replied. That's awesome. No wonder you got recommended. What about you, Uraraka-san? What's your quirk? Yaoyorozu inquired curiously. Zero gravity. She held up her hands to show her calloused fingertips. If I touch something with all 5 fingers, I can remove gravity's effect on it, making it weightless. That's impressive, Yaoyorozu complimented. I can think of so many uses for it. I'm sure you'll make a great pro hero with that ability. Thanks. She rubbed the back of her head sheepishly. That's my goal, at least. And to make sure my parents never have to worry about money ever again, Uraraka mentally noted. Let's see. Yaoyorozu stopped to examine her surroundings. I believe my ride should be picking me up on the opposite end of this block. They should be here soon. Her ride? Does she mean her parents? Mind if I walk with you then? Uraraka offered kindly. If you have nowhere to be, then yes, I'd be grateful for your company, Uraraka-san. Yaoyorozu smiled. Yaoyorozu couldn't remember the last time she had a friendly conversation with another person her age. Though she was thankful for the advanced learning she received at home from the private tutors her parents hired, it made forming friendships a bit challenging. But so far, she seemed to be doing good, right? How about we cut through here? Uraraka pointed to an empty alley to their right. It looks like it cuts through to the other side. Yaoyorozu nodded. With that, the two girls walked into the alley, continuing their conversation. However, unbeknownst to them, a group of shady individuals had seen the girls walk into the alley alone. With no witnesses, pro-heroes, and police around, the group promptly pursued after the girls. Midoriya sighed deeply, feeling exasperated. Our history assignment just had to be over World War III. Not anything from the last century that could be interesting, it had to be the war. He inwardly bemoaned. He turned a corner and headed in the direction of his local library. Like any assignment regarding historical events, he needed to cite his sources, meaning he needed to check out books covering the Third War. He really didn't need it for obvious reasons, but he was trying to make a new life for himself, so writing a detailed and very accurate report over his past experiences may not be the best idea. It had been 4 days since All Might had barred him from any physical training, with the exception of his wrist and ankle weights. However, he'd already gotten accustomed to those by now. When he wasn't doing college work, he spent time going through his things to catch up on notebook. Even with the extra free time, he only got through 2 pages from the list. There was that much. Even with the 2 complete pages, he still felt like he was significantly behind on the times. The vedette looked ahead and spotted a few guys rushing into an alleyway ahead of him. They looked like they were in high school. With keen hearing, Midoriya inadvertently overheard the guys conversing. You see those babes? They were smoking hot. Hurry up, don't let em get away. Relax. It's a dead end where they're going. Nowhere to hide. At least we'll have some privacy. Midoriya's eyes widened, feeling a pit form in his stomach. Looking around, he didn't see any pro-heroes or police in sight, but knew he couldn't stand around and wait when a serious crime was about to take place. Without hesitation, he quickly sprinted into action, but not before pulling out his phone first. Ah, crud! Uraraka complained as she and Yaoyorozu approached a dead-end brick wall. Sorry, I thought this would cut through. Heh, my bad. Yaoyorozu shook her head and smiled reassuringly. It's all right, you didn't dash. She paused when 4 guys running down the alley stopped in front of them. Oh no, where'd they come from? Uraraka thought worriedly. Yaoyorozu, though remained calm outwardly, felt a jolt of anxiety as well. This can't be good. The perverse leers the men were directing at them only confirmed their intentions to both young ladies. Hey ladies! One of the men stepped forward with a smug smirk. The ringleader. No need for violence. Hey, what do you guys want? Uraraka asked, with an edge in her voice. Easy, easy. He held out his hands placately. We'd just like to talk and get to know each other. You're both fine ladies. I'm afraid we're not interested. Yaoyorozu pulled out a can of pepper spray to defend herself and Uraraka-san. Now please move aside. Yaoyorozu suddenly felt the can yanked out of her hand from a strange force. The pepper spray flew through the air and into one of the hooligan's hands. No need for that. He tossed it to the side. Was that a telekinetic quirk? Or perhaps magnetism? Yaoyorozu immediately pondered. Please try not to fight back, girls. The leader sneered. Just cooperate and we can all walk away from this feeling satisfied. Knowing what the creep was implying, Yaoyorozu and Uraraka both felt cold shivers race down their spines. Should we use our quirks, Yaoyorozu-san? Uraraka whispered. The ravinette shook her head. No, not yet. We're not licensed. We can only use them in self-defense. remember UA? Oh, that's right. Uraraka recalled that UA University did extensive background checks on Hero Department applicants. If she and Yaoyorozu used their quirks first, they'd be breaking the law and then have no chance of getting in. This is my fault. I'm the one who led us here without knowing the area better. Stupid, Ochako. She berated herself. Now, the leader sauntered forward, every step oozing with wicked intent. Why don't we start off slow and get to know each other first? Pretty sure you're coming on way too strong, guys. A new voice spoke up. The group turned to find a tall, green-haired young man wearing a dark brown leather jacket with black trim over a green and white plaid button shirt, dark blue jeans, and a pair of red ankle-high boots with black laces and white heels. A yellow satchel was slung over his right shoulder. I'm no expert with women or anything, but I'm pretty sure that's the absolute worst way to make a good impression, he remarked dryly. Hey, beat it, one exclaimed, annoyed. We ain't causing trouble, another added. We're just talking. Midoriya glanced at the two girls, taking note of their apprehensive expressions, the look in their eyes refuting the guy's claim, and practically begging him to help. Those two ladies don't seem interested. Midoriya hardened his gaze. Now walk away and we can forget this ever happened, guys. No need for trouble. Oh? Trying to play a hero? Huh. The leader turned and walked up to Midoriya. The verdette was around 45 centimeters taller, 1.5 feet, than him and his boys and was annoyed he had to strain his neck up to look him in the eyes. But height and physical strength didn't mean much when faced with quirks, he thought. He then held out his right hand, which had sharp black talons oozing with yellowish liquid. See this? It's deadly. One little cut is all it takes. Some kind of poison ability, huh? Midoriya immediately presumed. This is your last chance to walk away, tough guy. He sneered and flashed his teeth, trying to look intimidating. Wouldn't want to make a mess, now would we? Midoriya, undeterred, flashed a confident smirk. I was about to say the same thing. With a growl, the high schooler raised his arm back to slash his poison-dripped claws across Midoriya's face. In swift motion, the verdette grabbed the punk's wrist in a vice-like grip and delivered a quick jab into his left side, causing him to bend over in pain. With a quick, strong chop to the neck, the teenager collapsed to the ground unconscious. Better to knock him out right away than risk getting slashed with poison, Midoriya mentally noted. The nearest guy gave a surprised yell before rushing at Midoriya, who was already ready. The verdette blocked and parried his wild punches and swings, jabbing him in the throat and stunning him. Midoriya delivered a swift kick into the attacker's abdomen and careening back into the wall with a loud thud. Bastard! Another pulled out a knife from his pocket and aimed it at Midoriya's throat. Yaoyorozu and Uraraka both gasped in fear, the former preparing to use her quirk to make a weapon to stop the attacker but realized she wouldn't be fast enough. Midoriya, however, grabbed the attacker's wrist and squeezed on a pressure point, causing them to instantly drop the blade. With a punch to the face, he held back considerably. The teen dropped to the ground with a bloody nose and disoriented. Big mistake, bro. The last teen didn't charge Midoriya like his compatriots. Instead, he stayed back and directed his hands to the side. Midoriya was momentarily confused until noticing a nearby trash can start to levitate and then shoot towards him at incredible speed. With quick reflexes, he sidestepped the incoming object and grabbed the lid as the can itself slammed into the wall with crunch. While twisting his body back around, he swung the metal lid like his shield. The high schooler was too slow to react as the lid hit him in the temple hard. He saw stars in his vision while tumbling backwards to the ground in a pained daze. In less than 10 seconds, the four teens were either knocked out or disorientated. From Midoriya's perspective, their age showed as they were sloppy and lacked tact. Even with two of them using their quirks, defeating them wasn't an issue. Midoriya snapped his head to the two girls, who were looking at him in surprise. Come on, while they're down, let's go. Snapping out of her stupor, Yaoyorozu grabbed Uraraka's wrist and pulled her forward. Midoriya let the girls run past him before taking one last glance at the high schoolers lying on the ground before following the girls. They ran out of the alley and back on the sidewalk where there were more people present before coming to a stop. "You both okay?" Midoriya asked, concerned. Regaining their bearings, Yaoyorozu and Uraraka both nod in confirmation. "Why yes, thank you." The former replied with a bow. "Yeah, I'm okay too. Thank you so much for saving us." Uraraka gave a grateful bow. "It was no big deal. I'm just glad I was able to be here before anything bad happened." "Yes." Yaoyorozu adopted a concerned expression. "Though despite your good intentions, it was risky for you to step in like that. You would have broken the law had you thrown the first punch, or worse had used your quirk first." Midoriya's smile never wavered as he pulled out his phone from his shirt pocket, turning it around to reveal he had the video record mode activated. "It's okay. I got it covered." Right on cue, a police car pulled up beside the trio and a couple officers stepped out. They both wore blue button-up shirts with a protective vest over the top. One of the officers was a lean man and had the head of a gingery tabby cat with big yellow eyes. Much to Uraraka's amusement, he even had a golden bell on his neck. "Are you the one who called in the assault in progress?" the cat officer, Tamakawa Sansa, asked. Midoriya nodded. "Yeah, four guys around high school age cornered these two in that alley. They can give you their testimonies, and I also have this for video evidence." He held up his phone to the policeman, police cat. "They used quirks against us." Later, after giving their report and watching the four teens hauled off in the squad car, the trio walked together down the street to Yaoyorozu's pickup point on a street corner. Yaoyorozu and Uraraka were both relieved that neither they nor the guy who helped them would be getting into legal trouble. "Speaking of whom, thank you again for your help." Yaoyorozu bowed. "You're welcome. Really though, it was no biggie." Midoriya waved off. "It is a biggie," Uraraka sternly interjected. "Not very many people would have stepped in like that. And be calm and rational enough to call the police and record the event for evidence." The Ravenette beauty added. "That was sound thinking on your part." "You're a hero," Uraraka stated proudly. Midoriya smiled fondly at that as many old memories flooded back to him. "You were amazing. How you took down those jerks like nothing. It was so cool." Uraraka started doing a punching motion with her right arm, a habit of hers when she was really excited. Thank you." He rubbed the nape of his neck sheepishly. "Oh," Yaoyorozu's eyes widened in realization. "We didn't get your name." Midoriya held out his hand. "Midoriya Izuku. Yaoyorozu Momo." "Hi, I'm Uraraka Ochako." He shook both of their hands, ignoring how soft they felt. "Pleased to meet you both. By the way, what happened? Why were those guys chasing you?" Uraraka looked away, feeling slightly embarrassed. "Well, that might have been partially my fault." The brunette quickly explained that she had led her and Yaoyorozu down the alleyway to cut across without knowing beforehand if it actually did. Midoriya nodded in understanding. "I see. Just the wrong place, wrong time. But yeah, maybe don't go down strange alleyways anymore, Uraraka-san." "You're telling me?" Uraraka sighed in defeat. "Lesson learned." Yaoyorozu looked at the taller, green-haired young man intently. "You handled yourself pretty well even though you were outnumbered 4-1. Well, I have been training to hopefully get into UA's hero department this coming semester. So, I would hope I could stand my ground against some back-alley thugs." Midoriya chuckled bashfully. Both Yaoyorozu and Uraraka's eyes widened slightly at this revelation. "Oh wow, you're trying out for the UA hero course too." Uraraka leaned closer to Midoriya with excited eyes. "What a coincidence, so are we." "She's so close." The verdette tried to keep his composure as the cute brunette leaned into his personal space. Did she not realize how close she was? How close her chest was to him? "Oh, that is pretty cool," he stammered, unable to suppress a small blush. "Man, I really need to stop clamming up around beautiful women. Noticing Midoriya's flustered state, Yaoyorozu gently pulled Uraraka back. I'm curious, what is your quirk, Midoriya-san? She asked politely. Is it related to how you took down those hoodlums so quickly? It's nothing special, just an augmentation-type quirk. The verdette rubbed his neck awkwardly, trying to play it off. Every aspect of my body is enhanced. That's partially why I was able to beat those guys so fast. Of course, they were also amateurs that didn't have any real fighting skills. Don't sell yourself short, Uraraka argued. That sounds like a really neat power. I see. You said every aspect of your body is augmented. That would include your reaction time and mental processing too? Correct. Yaoyorozu cupped her chin in a cute thinking pose. Why yeah, actually. Midoriya nodded, impressed by her on-point deduction. Before the conversation could continue, a fancy black limousine pulled up next to them. Oh, this is my ride. Must be from a wealthy family, Midoriya presumed. I knew she had to be rich, Uraraka inwardly shouted. An idea then crossed the heiress's smart brain. She realized it may be a long shot, but it didn't hurt to ask, right? Before I go, I have an idea. She looked at both Uraraka and Midoriya hopefully. Since all three of us are going to get into UA, perhaps we can get together for a study session sometime? She had been expecting the two to give a valid excuse or reason that would prevent them from meeting up again or flat-out decline. After all, they didn't need any potential distractions from… Sure, Uraraka happily agreed. Midoriya nodded. I'd like that too. Can't be too prepared after all. Really? Yaoyorozu was momentarily surprised by their responses, but her face immediately brightened in elation. Okay, let's exchange contact information and we can plan out a time. Pulling out their phones, the trio quickly exchanged numbers and waved Yaoyorozu off as she drove away in the limousine. Midoriya turned to the brunette, smiling. Do you live close by, Uraraka-san? I could walk you home if you want, just to be safe. Actually, Uraraka lightly blushed. After what happened, I would feel better walking home with someone. She bowed politely. Thank you, Midoriya-san. It's okay. I'm happy to do it, he truthfully replied. It's not far from here. Follow me, Mr. Hero. Midoriya chuckled as she led the way. Midoriya and Uraraka walked down the sidewalk in comfortable silence. A moment passed and the verdette thought he could break the ice with the kind brunette. So, Uraraka-san, you're trying out for UA next semester. Does that mean you're going to a local school right now? Midoriya asked, curious. Uraraka nodded. Yeah, I'm attending Crate High School just a few blocks from here. Just transferred there last week, actually. Oh, where are you originally from? Mie Prefecture, just outside Yokkaichi. Remembering Japan's layout, he calculated her home was at least a 3-hour bullet train ride away. Long way from home, huh? Yeah. She hung her head low and slightly frowned. It's different being far from my parents. Seeing her distress, Midoriya wanted to change topics immediately but wasn't sure how to transition. However, Uraraka surprised him when her demeanor did an immediate 180. But it'll be worth it when I get into UA and become a full-fledged pro hero one day. Uraraka adopted a determined smile while clenching a fist. So, I can bear being away from my folks for a while. So, you're in a new area on your own? Going to a new school and trying out for UA's entrance exam? Midoriya summarized. Looks like you and I are in the same boat. Oh, Uraraka looked at him, curious. Where are you from, Midoriya-san? I was born here in Mizutofu, but my mom and I moved to America when I was 3 for personal reasons. Midoriya answered, keeping his answer vague in that regard. Just recently moved back at the beginning of the year to prepare for the entrance exam and improve my Japanese too. I didn't learn much of it growing up, so I had plenty of catching up to do. You lived in America? That's cool. Uraraka smiled widely. Funny that you mentioned that, 'cause I thought I heard a bit of an accent in your voice. Not that it's bad or anything. I think it's kinda cute. Wait. No. She waved her hands around, becoming more flustered. You're speaking really well is what I'm trying to say. She finally settled. Thanks. He smiled awkwardly. I've been practicing really hard. Glad to know it's working. Way to go, Ochako. You totally embarrassed yourself. She mentally chided. What local school are you attending, Midoriya-san? She inquired, desperately wanting to move on from her embarrassing moment. Just the Muzutafu Community College. Nothing fancy or anything. He shrugged nonchalantly. Community college? Guess he must be a little older than me. Uraraka inwardly mused. Attending college already? How old are you? I'm 22, he answered. Well, biologically speaking, that's true. Okay, he's not too much older. I mean, I'll be 18 in December. So, sneaking a glance at her slightly older green-haired companion, she noted how handsome and cute he was. The way his clothes hugged his body subtly showed off his impressive physique beneath. It caused her blush marks to turn redder. Stop it, she mentally scolded herself. Remember, you're here for your parents, not to get distracted by cute, hot guys. You okay, Uraraka-san? Midoriya inquired, noticing the brunette's reddening face. Was she unwell? Yep, totally fine, Uraraka frantically responded. Midoriya blinked twice before nodding, deciding to take her word for it. As the two continued, Midoriya recognized the path they were walking. It was the same path he often took to his apartment. Did she live in another complex or house close by? Much to his surprise, she stopped at the entrance to the Ender apartment complex. Well, this is where I'm staying. Uraraka turned to him. Thank you for walking me here. I hope to see you soon, Midoriya-san. Heh. I actually live here too. Midoriya chortled lightly. Uraraka's eyes shot open in shock. Wait, seriously? What building and floor? Building A on floor 3. Room 333 if you can believe it. Uraraka's shock intensified. No way. I'm on the same floor. Room 337. That means we're practically neighbors, Midoriya-san. She smiled brightly. Really? Midoriya blinked in mild surprise. That was a crazy coincidence. Interesting. That is pretty cool. Did you just move in recently? He asked. I don't remember seeing you around. Yeah, I just moved in this past week, Uraraka answered. My family couldn't ignore the good deals this place had, and it was close enough to Crate High School and UA. Good deals, huh? Could Shield be responsible for that? He snapped out of musings before he started mumbling hypotheticals aloud. Midoriya nodded. I get that. It's difficult to pass up on a good deal. He and his mother were never wealthy and had to be responsible with money, so he could understand where Uraraka was coming from. I've been here several months now, and I think you'll like it all right here. Good safe area that is patrolled daily by the pros, and you'll find deals at Yukio's close by. Neighbors are respectful too, he assured her. That's good to hear, Uraraka sighed, sounding relieved. Plus, I feel better knowing there'll be someone like you living a few doors away, Midoriya-san. Thank you, Midoriya lightly stammered. They walked together up the stairs to the 3rd floor and stopped in the corridor before arriving at their respective rooms. Well, I've got to get started on my schoolwork, Uraraka said. Yeah, same here, Midoriya nodded. Try not to be a stranger, Midoriya-san. Maybe we can both help each other out with our studies. Her eyes then darted away bashfully. Or maybe just hang out? Midoriya smiled at her bubbly aura and could have sworn he felt his face get a tad warmer. Her perpetual blush spots were just too adorable. The verdette was also happy that he had a potential friend living close by that wasn't just a SHIELD agent assigned to watch over him. Was this another step in making real friends with other people around his age? He hoped so. Yeah, I'd like that. An idea then occurred to him. Hey, If you want, I could show you around the neighborhood sometime? Uraraka's expression somehow brightened. Yeah, that sounds great. Maybe we can go tomorrow if you're not busy. I'm not. He shook his head. Sweet. Looking forward to it. Well, I'll see you then, Midoriya-san. You too, Uraraka-san. With that, the two parted ways. As Midoriya walked into his room, his eyes then shot open in realization and slapped his forehead in frustration. I totally forgot to go to the library to get those books, didn't I? The next day around mid-afternoon, Midoriya was showing Uraraka around their neighborhood. 2 hours had passed, and he had already shown her several cafes, an arcade, and the local Yukio food store he frequently visited that had many good deals, which she was grateful for. Uraraka was wearing a casual outfit that consisted of a zip-up pink hoodie jacket, baggy tan shorts that reached to her mid-thighs, and black tights with pink shoes. Her hair was done up in a side bun to the left with 2 strands framing her face. Meanwhile, Midoriya was wearing a plain white shirt with the English word for t-shirt printed on the front with his brown leather jacket over it, blue jeans, and his red boots. Currently, they were both strolling the sidewalk running alongside Takoba Municipal Beach Park. Several people could be seen either jogging or lounging in chairs by the shoreline. Several signs were set up all around, demanding citizens pick up their trash. Yano, Uraraka touched her chin thoughtfully. After I moved here, I thought I read somewhere online how dirty this beach was, but it was cleaned up recently? Is that right? She looked to Midoriya for confirmation. Yeah, that's right, Midoriya replied. Who do you think could have done it? She asked, tilting her head curiously. No one has taken credit for it, so who can say? He shrugged. Ooh, maybe it was a new local pro hero or sidekick, but it's kind of weird that whoever it was hasn't spoken up about it. Don't ya think? Uraraka wondered. I mean, all that work, and they won't get any credit for it. Well, hero agencies are usually too busy with more important stuff to do a big cleanup project, Midoriya pointed out. It's possible it could have been a resident or a local group who just wanted to see the beach clean again and didn't want any media attention. But that's just my theory. That'd be pretty cool, she commented, grinning. I mean, whoever did all that cleaning isn't bragging about it or seeking any praise. They just did it because it was the right thing to do. It's kind of inspirational. Huh? Midoriya nodded in agreement, smiling. Yeah, I guess it is. Going past the beach, they walked further into the city for Midoriya to show Uraraka other areas of the neighborhood. He even told her which alleys she could use for shortcuts and which ones she should actively avoid, bringing an embarrassed blush to her face, but she was thankful regardless. As they walked in comfortable silence, Uraraka decided to strike up another conversation with her guide. Midoriya had been sweet and friendly since meeting him, and she wanted to get to know him better. Hey, Midoriya-san. Yes, Uraraka-san? He turned to her. I was wondering if you'd tell me more about yourself. Uraraka smiled. You've been giving me such a wonderful tour so far, but you haven't said much outside of that. Oh, well, there isn't much to say, he replied bashfully. She shook her head in denial. I don't believe that. Her smile brightened. You said you lived in America most of your life, right? Why don't you tell me about that? What was it like living abroad? Let's see. He paused momentarily to collect his thoughts, trying to be careful in how he responded. My mom and I lived in a town called Fresno in the state of California, for hours away from Los Angeles. She moved there because the cost of living was a bit cheaper. We didn't have a whole lot of money growing up, but it was still nice nonetheless. I see. Kind of like me, Uraraka thought. See? I'm already interested. What was it like there? Did you have many friends? How about your mom? Is she still in Fresno while you're attending school here? She eagerly asked. Midoriya's expression faltered as his shoulders slumped and looked at the ground. Hey, what's the matter? Uraraka noticed his mood change and became worried. Did I say something wrong? I'm sorry if I did. Huh? Oh no. He gave her a sad smile, shaking his head. It's fine, it's just, well, I didn't have many friends growing up. Actually, I only had one, and they're no longer around. He looked down again, his smile fading. As for my mom, well. Uraraka wasn't sure what Midoriya was trying to say, but knew it was apparently very distressing for him. Strange. How could he not have many friends? He seems like a cool guy. And what about his mom and his friend? Did something really bad happen? She worriedly thought. She placed her hand gently on the young man's shoulder, trying to comfort him. Disappointed that her attempt at conversation had made her new friend sad, she apologized. Hey, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you sad. It's all right. You didn't know. He let out a sorrowful sigh. I guess. I'm still learning to move on. The zero-gravity girl wanted to help the Verdette boy but didn't want to push him into talking about something uncomfortable. After all, she had only just met him yesterday, it wouldn't be fair. So, she instead reached up and gave his shoulder a gentle squeeze, causing him to look back at her face, and she smiled at him. Hey, it's okay, Midoriya-san. You don't have to talk about it, but if you ever do, I'm all ears. Okay? Midoriya's eyes widened slightly in surprise. Uraraka was very kind. It reminded him of her, in a way. Thank you, Uraraka-san. No problem. And you can just call me Uraraka if you want. She gave him a warm smile. I mean, what are friends for? Friends. He was taken a bit off guard. She chuckled. Of course. I mean, I know we just met yesterday, but I'd like it if we could be friends. What about you? Friends. Midoriya briefly closed his eyes and a handful of people immediately came to mind. People that he would trust with his life, and most of them were not alive anymore. It made him want to tear up, but he stopped himself, not wanting to worry the brunette any further. It would be nice to have that again. He opened his eyes and gave Uraraka a smile. Yeah, I'd like that. And you can call me Midoriya if you want. Uraraka smiled back at him, glad she'd made him happy and that they were comfortable enough to drop suffixes around each other. Before she could respond, both of their phones vibrated in their pockets. Pulling them out, they saw that Yaoyorozu had messaged them both in a group text. Yaoyorozu, hey, this is Yaoyorozu from yesterday. If both of you are still interested, we could meet up at the same library this coming Saturday afternoon. Let me know if this time doesn't work for you. Uraraka looked back to Midoriya and smiled. I think Yaoyorozu-san wouldn't mind being your friend too. Two pretty girls wanting to be my friend? Things certainly have changed. Midoriya inwardly mused. Uraraka. Hey Yaoyorozu. I'm free then. Midoriya. I'm free that afternoon too. Yaoyorozu. Excellent. I look forward to seeing you both again. Thank you again. Midoriya and Uraraka both smiled at that. As they put their phones away, he noticed that Uraraka's phone was a pink, older model smartphone, several models behind the latest. Even though it was the year 2196, cell phone technology had not changed much in the last 150 years. Midoriya discovered that many technologies not Quark-related had not progressed hardly any since his time. On one hand, it made the technological aspect of his transition for this era more manageable. On the other hand, it was disappointing to learn humanity's technological progress had stagnated, for the most part. It's strange, but I don't think Yaoyorozu-san has many friends, Uraraka mentioned with a small frown, and then waved her hands frantically. Of course, I could be totally off base with that assessment. Well, Midoriya smiled. We should try to fix that when we see her, shouldn't we? Yeah. Uraraka pumped a fist in excitement. The Verdette and brunette walked around a corner and saw an elderly couple having some difficulty walking across a crosswalk. Midoriya quickly stepped in to guide them and, after a moment's hesitation, Uraraka lent her aid as well. When both were guided to the other side, they thanked the pair before going their way. That was nice of you, Midoriya-san. Uraraka waved at the couple, inwardly gushing at how adorable they were together. He smiled while watching the elderly pair leave. Well, being a hero is more than just catching flashy villains. Just lending a helping hand can be enough. Uraraka looked at Midoriya momentarily before adopting a bright smile. You're right. Hey, stop that guy, a woman shouted in the distance. He stole my purse. Glancing behind him, Midoriya spotted a purse snatcher racing toward him from around the corner. Oh no! Uraraka grabbed her friend's arm, trying to pull him away. Hey Midoriya, we should get out of the way. I don't see any heroes around. Midoriya wasn't listening. His gaze focused on the purse snatcher. A man with pitbull facial features, gray fur, and a black spiked collar around his neck. The pitbull man was heading towards them, and he could tell the man had tunnel vision. He was panicking, not paying much attention to his surroundings as he pushed past several bystanders and not looking both ways, running across the street as he attempted to flee the scene. Hey, aren't you listening? Uraraka tried to pull him, but he wouldn't budge. He's coming this way. She was tempted to touch him with all 5 fingers and float him out of the way. I know. It'll be okay, he said calmly. Huh. Pulling away from her, he turned to act inconspicuous, and as the thief passed by him, he stuck out his leg to trip him, causing him to drop the purse while tumbling to the sidewalk. What the? Pitbull man turned to look up at Midoriya, smirking down at him. Why you? Midoriya, watch out, Uraraka cried. The thief pushed himself up and swung a wild punch at the verdette, but the blow never landed as the man was suddenly ensnared in a web of branches. Lacquered chain prison. Kaomi Woods suddenly swung onto the scene from high up, landing by the thief. Purse snatching and attempted assault. You are the incarnation of Eva. It's you. His eyes widened when noticing Midoriya standing by. Good to see you again too, Kamui. Midoriya waved casually. Thanks for that save. Sweet. Got to see his special move up close. He inwardly cheered. Gotta write this down when I get back. Hold on. That's Kamui Woods. Uraraka lightly gasped. I've only seen him on the internet. Kamui swiftly pulled out a pair of cuffs from his belt and restrained the criminal, still keeping a few branches wrapped around him. Midoriya then reached down to pick the purse off the ground, handing it to the pro hero with a sly grin. I hope I wasn't interfering with your business. Kamui Woods momentarily stared at the verdette before shaking his head. No, thank you for the assistance. Midoriya shrugged and smiled. Anytime. Kamui then gave him a serious glare. This doesn't change anything. Remember what I told you. I know. Midoriya replied easily. I remember clearly. Kamui nodded and glanced over to Uraraka, standing close to Midoriya. A friend of yours? Why yeah, I am. She nodded, still surprised. Keep an eye on him, Kamui warned the brunette. He's a good kid, but he can be quite reckless. With that, Kamui returned the stolen purse and swung away with the criminal in tow, taking him to the nearest police station for processing. That was a little uncalled for. Midoriya frowned, watching the hero swing away. I haven't gotten into any trouble since that day. Uraraka blinked in confusion. Am I missing something? Oh yeah. Midoriya rubbed his neck sheepishly. Funny story, actually. As the pair continued down the sidewalk, Midoriya retold the sludge villain incident while leaving out his encounter with All Might. After he finished, Uraraka punched him in the arm. What was that for? No wonder Kamui warned me to keep an eye on you. She puffed her cheeks out in frustration. Why would you endanger yourself like that? You could have been arrested or worse, killed by that villain. Well, he looked away with his hand on the nape of his neck. My body moved on its own. I couldn't just stand there and watch that guy die. Uraraka paused and stared at Midoriya. He risked his life to save someone he didn't know from a dangerous villain and didn't hesitate to save her and Yaoyorozu from those perverted creeps yesterday. He wasn't arrogant or bragging about it either. He seemed to be humble and down to earth. This guy just continued to surprise her. Are you okay, Uraraka? He asked, noticing she went silent and was staring at him hard. Did he have something on his face? Why yeah, Uraraka lightly stammered, her blush marks turning a shade darker. I'm fine. It's just, you're really cool, Midoriya. Oh, thank you. He blushed lightly. Where'd that come from? Hey, why don't we head to the arcade before we head back? Uraraka eagerly suggested. Get a little more fun in before doing more schoolwork? Midoriya nodded. Yeah, I'm down with that. I haven't had a chance to go though, so I likely won't know any of the games. That and pretty much every video game from my era is gone or in a museum somewhere. Midoriya internally commented. That's okay. I'll show you how to play them. Uraraka grabbed his hand and pulled, making sure to keep her pinky lifted. I think it was a couple blocks this way, right? Why yeah, Midoriya replied, allowing himself to be guided by the cute brunette. Midoriya looked at Uraraka pulling him down the sidewalk. Her excitement was infectious as a warm smile appeared on his face. Well, part of my mission is to make friends close to my age. So, this is a good start, right? Fresno, California, June 2042. Let's see. Casual clothes? Check. Footwear? Check. Toiletries? Check. Personal documents? Check. Izuku went down a list while shuffling through his duffel bag. Medicine bag? Check. The day had finally come. He was leaving to start U.S. Army boot camp. He was both excited and extremely nervous. So much that his heart rate and breathing had slightly increased, and a bit of sweat accumulated on his temple. The encounter with Dr. Hatsum at the Innovation Expo 7 weeks prior was still fresh on his mind. He really couldn't believe this was happening. He was finally getting a chance at the armed forces. It was an opportunity he was determined not to squander. Izuku went through his bag a second time, and after confirming he had all the necessary items on the list he had been given, he finally zipped it up. Pulling the bag's strap over his shoulder, he stepped out of his small bedroom and into the living room. He then stepped up to a small table with an urn and a picture of his mother, Inko. Hey Mom, the day's finally here. I'm leaving for boot camp today. It's not a normal boot camp though. The program Dr. Hatsum signed me up for seems pretty top secret given how little info they've given me. Hopefully I'll get some answers today. He paused to collect his thoughts, twiddling his thumbs. I know you and Pegchan aren't exactly thrilled with this decision, but he clenched his fists in determination. But I promise I'll give it my all and then some. I won't let you down. Upon saying his piece, he bowed to the picture and urn. I love you. I'll see you when I get back. With that, Izuku stepped out of the apartment and locked it. Going down the stairs, he stepped outside out of his apartment complex and into the parking lot. It was early in the morning around 4:30 a.m. for 30, and the sun had yet to peek over the horizon. Street lamps provided enough lighting outside the building though. Hey, kid! A familiar voice shouted. Izuku looked ahead to see Dr. Hatsum standing by a red sedan, waving her hands to get his attention. He smiled and walked over to her. Hey doctor, it's good to see you again. He greeted, holding out his hand to which she eagerly shook. Despite the bags around her eyes, she seemed very energetic. Likewise, Fresno. Hope you've been well. Nice shirt by the way. His current attire consisted of all-black t-shirt with a gray Superman logo, olive cargo pants, and his red shoes. Thank you, he replied shyly. Bet you're glad to be done with boring high school? She asked. Why yeah, you could say that. Izuku chuckled lightly. Well, put your bag in the trunk and hop on in. Dr. Hatsum pulled her door open. Your bus to the fort leaves at 6. And we got quite a drive to the pickup spot. Izuku nodded and, after placing his duffel bag in the trunk, he sat in the passenger seat. Thanks again for the lift, doctor. He closed the door and buckled up. I don't have a ride, and the buses aren't running this early in Fresno, so dash. Think nothing of it. I'm happy to do it. The redhead smiled widely. After all, it's a freaking miracle I met you after Yamamoto's rejection. By the way, you can just call me Teruko if ya want. No need for formalities, she cheerfully stated. Are you sure? Izuku blinked, dumbfounded by how casual she was acting. Of course. Of course. She started the car and pulled out of the parking lot and onto the main road. By the way, you're friends with Corporal Yamamoto, right? Yeah. Peg-chan and I are childhood friends, actually, Izuku replied. Peg-chan? Ah, that's cute. Teruko gushed. That's like, what, the foundation of many love stories, right? What? Izuku stammered, feeling his face get hotter. It isn't like that. We're just friends. Teruko slyly smirked. That's how it begins. I think you're reading too much into it, doctor. He stuttered. Teruko, she corrected him. Also, you told her you were accepted, yeah? How'd she take it? Upon eavesdropping on Izuku and Peggy's conversation at the convention center, it sounded like the latter didn't want her friend anywhere near the military. She could only imagine her reaction. Well, Izuku looked away, scratching his cheek sheepishly. Izuku was standing outside his apartment complex with Peggy sitting on her motorcycle, with her duffel bag securely strapped to the back, her helmet resting in her lap. It was nice seeing you again, Peg-chan, Izuku said, even if it was just for a week. Peggy nodded. Same here, Izuku-in. I'm sorry I couldn't stay longer. But duty calls, you know? Izuku nodded. Yeah, I get it. He smiled hopefully. Maybe after I get through boot camp, we can meet up again? That's if we can both get time off at the same time. Peggy frowned and looked away. Izuku's smile dropped as he asked, Is something wrong? I'm being reassigned, Izuku-in. I can't give any details since it's classified, but I have no idea when I'll be free again, she answered. Izuku was disappointed to hear that but nodded in understanding. I get it. Duty comes first. Peggy was silent for a moment. She was still in disbelief that Izuku had been accepted into the army. He never should have passed the physical exam. It made her wonder if the recruiter at that station in San Fran was desperate to fill a quota and just passed him. She was very tempted to report him to the higher-ups, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. She looked back to her friend. Hey, Izuku-in, boot camp is going to be hell for you. You know that, right? She said bluntly. He knew better than anyone his physical ailments would affect him the most out of all the recruits, but he didn't care. He was driven. Izuku simply nodded. I know. So, you know there's no shame if you fail, right? If you do, can you move on and accept that you gave it your best shot? She asked hopefully. Izuku knew Peg-chan wasn't a fan of him joining the armed forces, but it sounded like she was inwardly hoping he'd fail. Peg-chan, if my best isn't enough, then yeah, I'll accept that. But, he adopted a determined expression. I'm gonna push myself beyond my limit before that happens. I'm not gonna squander this one chance I have. Peggy stared hard at Izuku for a moment and then sighed deeply. Surprisingly, her lips shifted upward into a warm smile. You can be really cool sometimes. You know that, Izuku-in? Thank you, he lightly stammered. He hadn't expected that response. Well, I still don't think you should be in the military, but you do deserve a chance. She held out her hand. Good luck to you. Izuku blinked and smiled before accepting the handshake. Thank you, Peg-chan. After retelling the event, Izuku ended by saying, She surprisingly took it better than I expected. She still doesn't approve of me being in the military, but she wished me luck nonetheless. I see, Teruko replied, taking in all she heard. Yamamoto is a classic tsundere without knowing it. She inwardly giggled. Shockingly though, my former friend didn't take the news too well. Izuku continued. Former friend. Teruko side-eyed the teen in confusion, still keeping her attention on the road. Yeah, we used to be friends when we were younger, but... Izuku sighed happily as he closed his locker for the final time, spending the last several minutes emptying its contents into his yellow backpack. Most of her peers had already finished and had cleared out of the hallway. Finally, last day is over. He started walking away but didn't make it a few steps before his ex-friend and bully stepped in front of him. Zack looked at him with a condescending smirk. "Midori, got a minute?" Izuku frowned. "Powers, please don't start anything. Remember, Peg-chan has that video of you dash. I'm not here to cause trouble. On the contrary, I'm here to make an offer to you," he declared. "Offer?" Izuku blinked, confused. Zack grinned while pulling out a piece of folded paper from his Letterman jacket pocket and handed it to the Asian American. Izuku cautiously took it and unfolded it, quickly reading its contents. His eyes then shot open in shock. "Why, you're going to the Dodgers?" "That's right." Zack smirked, rubbing his knuckles on his chest proudly. "As soon as I win the state championship next week, I'm heading straight for LA. He made that statement with no sign of hesitation. He was fully confident in his personal abilities. "Zack, it takes a team to win," Izuku thought dryly. "Zack, that's great, but what about USC? Your scholarship?" "Turned them down. Who needs it?" Zack waved off dismissively. "Why bother with college when I can go straight to the big leagues and cash in? I guess, but dash." Izuku was cut off when Zack put an arm around his shoulders in a friendly manner. "But I'll cut to the chase. Since I'm going pro, I'll be making a lot of money in no time." He smirked down at the smaller teen. "I could use a manager. Someone to manage finances, my daily schedule, track my stats, keep the house clean and all. A partner in my success, if you will. First person I thought of was you. What do you say?" Izuku was dumbfounded. Where the heck did this come from? What? "I get it. You're shocked. I gave you crap the last few years." "Well," Zack smiled, but Izuku could tell it wasn't genuine. "I say we put that all behind us and let bygones be bygones. If you accept, I'll make it worth your while. I'll give you, say, 3% of my earnings. I could bump it up to 5 if you play your cards correctly. Think about it. When I get the richest contract in MLB history, that'll be a good chunk of change for you." Izuku wasn't sure what to think at the moment. Zack had physically and verbally abused him since junior high and never seemed to show any remorse for it. Heck, even now he still wasn't apologizing. Why would he extend such a generous offer to him? He didn't have to ponder that thought long before deducing an answer. "I only have one condition," Zack continued. "Tell your girlfriend to delete that video she took. If she does, I'll make you rich. Sounds like a fair deal, no?" "Yep, that's the reason." Izuku inwardly sighed in disappointment, not even reacting to the fact Zack had referred to Peggy as his girlfriend. "He's not sorry for anything." The onyx-haired teen pulled away from Zack. "That's a nice offer, Zack. But even if I wanted to accept, which I don't, I can't." He turned to the brunette indifferently. "I was accepted into the army. I have to report to boot camp next month." Zack's smirk immediately vanished as his jaw nearly hit the ground. Shock was plastered on his expression. What the? That's impossible. You." It's the truth," Izuku defended. "I got my acceptance letter in the mail just a few days ago." "That must be a mistake," Zack shouted. "You can't even run 50 yards without running out of breath. How in the hell could you have been accepted? Did you cheat on their test or something?" Ignoring his accusation, Izuku furrowed his brows. "All I can say, Zack, is I was accepted. I have to report in June. Sorry, but you'll have to find someone else to be your partner." He spat out the last word sardonically. "What the hell's with you?" Zack demanded, taking a step toward the smaller boy. "I'm offering you a chance to share in my rewards, but you'd rather try out for the army? What's the point? You're gonna flunk out anyway." Izuku hardened his gaze. "You don't know that." "Retard. Anyone with a F*** and a brain cell knows you'll flunk out," he snapped. "Look at you." Izuku narrowed his eyes and quietly retorted, I didn't know your meta ability also allowed you to see the future. Zack grabbed Izuku by the shirt and directed a piercing glare at him, making the short teen fearfully flinch. What did you say? Why, you heard me, Izuku squeaked. In his panic, he dropped his backpack to the floor. How long have you known? Zack growled through clenched teeth. Since junior high, Izuku replied, with nervous sweat racing down his face. It didn't take me long to figure out. Who all have you told? Zack hissed, keeping his voice low in case anyone was nearby. And no one, Izuku truthfully answered. Peggy figured out the truth on her own at the same time as Izuku. How? Zack was visibly trembling in anger. It took every speck of self-control to keep himself from beating the crap out of Izuku. Zack, you can throw 115 miles per hour fastballs for a whole game without breaking a sweat. That's physically impossible. You could definitely throw faster, but you choose to hold back to protect your secret. He explained evenly. You knew this whole time and never ratted me out? Zack cocked a brow, confused. Izuku shook his head. No, I couldn't do that. Even to you. Zack glared at Izuku for a moment before releasing his hold on him. And I don't plan on telling anyone, Izuku continued. I wish you all the best with your future, Zack. But this is where we part ways. He extended his hand for a shake. The tall brunette didn't even acknowledge the hand as he stared hard at Izuku, scrutinizing him keenly. Why? Izuku cocked a brow. Why what? You weren't even born in this country. Why are you so determined to join the military? What, you think people treat you better if they know you're in the military? Zack questioned indignantly. Well, you're wrong. You're still Asian and people won't care if you're a soldier or not. Izuku sighed and shook his head. That has nothing to do with it. And not everyone discriminates like you. I want to serve because I want to help others. Simple as that. Zack cocked a brow. That's why you're giving up the chance to make millions of dollars? He clenched his teeth angrily. You're just a scrawny, little weakling who'll be lucky to live past 30. You'll die in boot camp. Even if by some miracle you don't. Why are you going to throw your life away for people you don't even know? Though Izuku was nervous, his eyes remained strong as he met Zack's gaze with unwavering conviction. No words needed to be exchanged. After a moment, Zack scoffed and began stomping off, stuffing his hands in his jacket pockets. Whatever then. Enjoy what little life you have left then, nerd. Izuku sighed in relief, grateful Zack hadn't beaten him up. Guess the blackmail Peggy had on him was enough to get him to consider his actions. He turned to watch Zack stomp down the hallway. Life isn't all about money. I hope one day you'll realize that, Zack. He picked up his backpack and resumed heading toward the school exit. However, thanks to his encounter with Zack, he missed his bus ride home. Guess I'm walking home, he bemoaned. Really wish I had a motorcycle. Teruko was momentarily speechless after Izuku finished recounting his last encounter with his bully. Unbeknownst to her, he intentionally left out the parts regarding Zack's meta ability. Wait, he wanted you to be his manager after years of treating you like trash? She blinked twice. That makes no sense. Yeah. Izuku rubbed his neck awkwardly. I was confused for a while too. But, after thinking about it, the only reason he'd do that is because that was his own way of apologizing without actually saying it. Zack's pretty petty and prideful like that. I dunno though, I may be thinking too much into it, he confessed. Well, I wouldn't worry about it. He's wrong anyway, Teruko stated resolutely with a firm expression. What you're doing isn't a waste. Trust me on that, Midoriya. Dr. Hatsum's words made Izuku inwardly happy but turned to her with a questioning gaze. About that, you never told me what exactly this project is. AMP? Cesar? I've never heard of either. Also, why is this boot camp not at Fort Benning? Fort Benning near Columbus, Georgia was the U.S. Army facility where the vast majority of new Army recruits served their time in boot camp. To Izuku, it was unusual he wasn't being shipped there. In reverse order, Teruko responded. Because this project is top secret, which requires a secret location not disclosed to the public. SSR, the Strategic Scientific Reserve, is a new division of the U.S. Army. As for AMP, well, she smiled roguishly. You'll see very soon what that's all about. Izuku was a bit unnerved by her smile but nodded. A new top-secret military division, huh? What exactly did I get myself into? Mizudafu, Japan, November 21, 96. Midoriya wiped some sweat from his brow, tightened his grip on his shield's leather straps, and charged in for another attack. First, a feint to the left, then an uppercut from the bottom. The hulking blonde was still nimble enough to dodge and sidestep his blows, but only barely. When he tried to aim a right haymaker at Midoriya's face, it was too easy for the verdette to grab hold of his opponent's arm with both arms and vault him over his head. He was hoping to toss him out of the drawn ring in the dirt, securing a victory. However, the number 1 pro shifted his body midair to land on his feet facing away with Midoriya still latched onto his right arm. Oklahoma smash! He shouted and began spinning in place. A miniature twister was created around him as Midoriya was pulled off his feet and spun around at rapid speeds. Being forced to release his hold, Midoriya was sent flying out of the ring and toward the debris littering the area. Hoo-hia! Midoriya flipped his body around and managed to bring his shield underneath him just in time as he crashed onto the roof of an old car. The roof caved in and crumbled from both the indestructible shield and its user's weight. Ugh! A pained groan escaped Midoriya's throat as he pushed himself off the car. Lost again. Seriously, Tashinori? A twister? That's you holding back. He looked ahead at the hulking blonde standing 10 meters, 32 feet, away that had sent him flying. H-H-H-A. All Might cackled boisterously. Apologies, Captain. It seems even with these suppressor cuffs, it's still difficult for me to hold back my strength. H-H-H-A. Sure enough, locked onto Yagi's wrists and ankles were bulky, silver cuffs that were designed to suppress his amazing strength. After Midoriya's last college class had ended for the day, Yagi had arrived at the campus to pick him up in his truck. Since Takoba Beach was clean and an attraction for locals, the pair could no longer use it for training together without risking their respective secrets. Instead, Yagi brought them to the outskirts of Mizudafu to an old scrapyard. After negotiating with the owner to allow them to use the yard for training from prying eyes, the pair engaged in several rounds of sparring. Even with All Might giving himself a handicap with the suppressor cuffs, Midoriya had still lost every match so far. The number 1 hero's strength and speed was no joke. Midoriya grunted as he slid off the car and back to the ground. He was wearing his red combat boots, black military pants, and a long-sleeve camo shirt with several new tears in the fabric. Looked like he would need another new shirt. Meanwhile, All Might wore his usual pair of olive green cargo pants, white t-shirt, and boots. As he walked back to their makeshift ring, the verdette took a deep breath as the pain from colliding with the car faded away. Honestly, I can only imagine how hard it is for you to fight opponents that are weaker than you without accidentally killing them, or worse, getting civilians caught up in those whirlwinds your attacks create, Midoriya commented. Still smiling, All Might adopted a serious look in his eyes. Yes, it is certainly a challenge, but with decades of practice, I've learned when to pull my punches, so to speak. Living in a world made of cardboard, Midoriya remarked. His gaze then shifted to Yagi's left side. Yet someone still managed to give him such a gruesome injury. You know, perhaps you may have better success if you removed those weights? All Might mentioned. Midoriya was still wearing the 200 kilograms, 441 pounds. Bands on his wrists and ankles from the beach training. He hadn't removed them except when he took showers. The verdette shook his head. No can do, All Might. These stay on till I take the practical portion of the entrance exam. All Might nodded in understanding. I understand. Do you need a break then, Captain? He inquired. We've been at it for an hour now. If you need a short rest to regain your bearings, I understand. Midoriya laughed wryly. Are you kidding? I can do this all day. He stepped back into the makeshift ring and got into a fighting stance with his unpainted shield held out in front. "Are you sure you're not the one who needs a break?" All Might laughed. "I love your spirit. Tell you what, how about we change things up for this round? Let's forget about the ring for now and use the environment to our advantage." Midoriya glanced around at the various junky items surrounding him, being reminded of the state Takoba Beach was in before he had cleaned it. He imagined some of the junk had been transferred here, actually. "Even with those cuffs on, he can still send me flying just from the air pressure of his attacks alone. I would stand a much better chance using the scrapyard as opposed to trying to fight him in the open ring." Midoriya quickly deduced. "I can agree to that." He nodded. "Excellent. If you're ready, then let's get started." With that, All Might rushed forward, bringing up his hands in an X-shaped position. "Carolina Smash! Right off the bat?" Midoriya inwardly shouted. Two arching whirlwinds were produced that stirred up the dust in the air and were strong enough to send Midoriya flying off his feet once more. He flipped acrobatically in midair and nimbly landed on his feet next to some debris. All Might didn't stop as he casually grabbed a broken AC unit one-handed and tossed it at his opponent. Midoriya swiftly jumped to the side as the unit smashed into the scrap behind him. All Might continued picking up debris around him and threw them at Midoriya, who dodged and deflected them with his shield. All Might knew he didn't need to throw anything at him, but he figured it wouldn't hurt to emulate something a strong or telekinetic villain would do. "He's making me focus solely on defense before he rushes at me again," Midoriya realized. "I won't give him that chance." After sidestepping a microwave that came within an inch of hitting his head, he twisted his body and tossed the shield away without looking. The shield ricocheted off several items around the area and All Might's eyes followed it, preparing to dodge or knock it away when it came close. However, this small momentary distraction was enough for Midoriya to quickly close the distance and send a roundhouse kick into All Might's jaw. Right as All Might recovered and was about to counter, the shield came flying and slammed into his mid-back area. He winced from the hard impact and nearly stumbled before quickly regaining his bearings. In that time, the shield bounced off a nearby car and back into Midoriya's hands. Pushing the offensive, Midoriya rushed forward to hit his opponent with the shield's edge. All Might, however, dodged the swing and pulled back his right arm for a powerful punch. Midoriya reacted immediately by holding up the shield and crouching low with his right leg back to anchor himself. Daiining. A small shockwave with the sound of a large bell resonated across the scrapyard. The ground underneath Midoriya cracked around him. The super soldier, though, maintained his ground as he held up the quaking shield. Crap, Toshinori's power really is no joke. Midoriya was reminded once more of the massive power gap between him and the #1 pro. Yagi, meanwhile, tried not to visibly grimace from the pain flaring up his right hand and the ringing in his ears. He didn't look but guessed there was bloody bruising on his knuckles. "The shield really is no joke, isn't it?" he thought. "I don't believe I could break it even if I wanted to." Shaking off his surprise, All Might continued to push forward. The blonde giant and the verdette super soldier were locked in with both parrying and dodging the other's blows. The shield rang as Midoriya blocked his opponent's hits and swiped it at them. Despite his best efforts, Midoriya was forced into a corner between large scrap items. "Backed into a corner, Captain." All Might kept up his broad smile. "What shall you do now?" Midoriya smirked, an idea occurring to him. "How about I throw my mighty shield?" he quipped. He threw the disc to the right as it bounced off a couple items before heading straight for All Might's left side. The smiling blonde swiped his arm to the side, creating a small whirlwind that was enough to knock the shield off course. It hit the ground and rolled far out of Midoriya's reach. "That was predictable. You have to be more creative than that," All Might stated matter-of-factly before rushing forward with his right fist raised back. "Good. He bought it." Midoriya feigned surprise from his failed attack as the distance between him and All Might closed. Quickly calculating the speed of All Might's incoming punch, Midoriya reacted by ducking and sidestepping in time for the punch to swing past him and into a large industrial freezer. With his arm temporarily lodged inside it, Midoriya immediately turned to deliver his strongest kick into All Might's exposed left side. Blarag! All Might's eyes shot open from the intense pain, unable to stop the torrent of blood spraying out of his mouth. Still locked into the fight, Midoriya stood up to deliver a strong neck chop. The #1 hero couldn't stop himself from falling to his right knee. Unable to hold his form, All Might transformed back to his scrawny state in a cloud of steam. He gasped heavily with blood leaking from the corners of his mouth, too stunned from the pain to counter. Midoriya's eyes shot open in panic, realizing what he had done. Hey, are you all right? He shouted. Why yeah, had worse. He panted heavily. Just give me a moment. Kneeling by his side, Midoriya looked away and frowned. I'm sorry, Toshinori. I shouldn't have done that. I just got caught up in the spar and then dash. It's fine. No need to dash. Please, don't talk. Midoriya cut him off, noting the blood coming out as he talked. You can't lose any more blood. It took a few moments for Yagi to regain control of his breathing and for the flaring pain to steadily subside. With Midoriya's help, he shakily returned to his feet and helped guide him to an old oven for him to sit on. Please, I'm really sorry. Midoriya apologized, regret written over his face. I didn't mean to hurt you like that. Ha! Yagi laughed without any blood spewing from his mouth thankfully. Seriously, I'm fine. No need to apologize. I had that coming. I got too cocky there. Still, I dash. I said we should treat this sparring seriously. Yagi interrupted. You saw an opening and took it. You treated it like a real match and took advantage of an opponent's weakness. So I'm not mad. That's on me for getting too cocky and leaving myself open like that. If you say so. Midoriya wasn't convinced. It didn't feel right to attack Toshinori's weak spot like that in a sparring match. This wasn't a real fight or a war zone, he reminded himself. Still though, Yagi's sweat dropped. Maybe we'll tone it down a bit after today and focus on technique a little more going forward. That might be for the best, Midoriya said awkwardly. After fully recovering from the painful blow, Yagi decided to call it a day. It was getting late and offered Midoriya a ride home, which he gladly accepted. On the drive back, the verdette glanced at the haggard blonde driving across from him. Specifically, his left side. Hey, Toshinori, I know it may not be any of my business, but have you considered wearing a protective vest? Midoriya inquired. What? Yagi glanced at him while keeping his full attention on the road. You know, just some gear with thick padding or better yet maybe something shock absorbent? Midoriya elaborated. It wouldn't hurt to have something there to protect your side. Yagi sighed. I never really needed support items in my career. I had some gauntlets for a while when I was younger, but those didn't work out. Didn't need them or anything else. With all due respect, you're not in your prime anymore, All Might. You have a pretty glaring weak spot that could knock you out of a battle if a villain gets lucky and hits it or worse, finds out and intentionally targets it. Midoriya mentioned pensively. He didn't reply immediately. I'll take that into consideration, young Midoriya, a thoughtful expression on his face. No shame in trying to cover up your vulnerable areas. Midoriya continued. I mean, that's part of the reason why I used the shield. He pointed to the leather circular case by his legs. I'm not bulletproof, so it's a lifesaver having something I can use to defend myself from gunfire. Speaking of the shield, Yagi spoke up. I noticed in our matches that when it gets knocked out of your reach, you're always moving to reclaim it whenever you can. That is a weakness that can be exploited. Midoriya nodded in agreement. Yeah, that's why I train so hard in throwing it. Make sure it always returns to me or at least near my location. But he looked away as he remembered the shield earlier being blown away by All Might's attacks. That's not always foolproof, I'll admit. Perhaps take that into consideration when designing a costume? Yagi suggested. Support companies employ brilliant engineers and designers. I'm sure they could figure out something to help. Yagi then blinked as something occurred to him. By the way, when you get into UA, what will your costume look like? You can't go back to being Captain America. At least, maybe not for a while, right? Midoriya turned away to look at the passing buildings illuminated by the dim street lamps, with an introspective look. I'm not entirely sure about all that. Guess I'm still figuring it out. Well, it wouldn't hurt to start giving it some thought. Get a head start on it, you know? Yagi said. Midoriya then realized that Toshinori had used when instead of if pertaining to getting accepted into the famous hero college. He understood that the pro hero was likely just confident in his abilities, but he figured it wouldn't hurt to address something that had been bugging him lately. Toshinori, you're about to be a teacher at UA. Does that mean you'll be one of the judges in the practical portion of the entrance exam? The haggard man shook his head. I'll be monitoring the exam, yes, but no, I won't be a judge. He looked at him with a smile as if he had read the vedette's mind. Rest assured, I won't pull any favors or anything like that. I want you to earn your spot on your own as much as you do. Midoriya smiled, feeling relieved. Thanks. That is a load off my mind. Now, I just have to hope S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't try anything. Midoriya dryly thought. 5 days had passed, and it was Saturday afternoon. Midoriya and Uraraka walked together to meet up with Yaoyorozu outside the same library the girls had met. Midoriya's attire consisted of his pair of red boots, dark blue pants, and a red and white plaid shirt with his brown leather jacket. His yellow satchel bag slung over his shoulder. Uraraka wore white shoes, black jeans, a white shirt with a pink Saturn in the center, and a pink zip-up hoodie with the sleeves rolled to her forearms, her hair tied into a messy ponytail. Yaoyorozu's casual wear emphasized her wealth as she wore expensive branded black shoes, tight black leggings with baggy pink shorts and a black belt, and a white short-sleeved button-up shirt, her hair tied up in a spiky ponytail. The heiress had booked a private study room on the top floor that included a table with desk chairs and dry erase boards on all of the walls, with space for a window and the door. The trio discussed which topics they needed to personally focus to better prepare themselves for the exam. For Midoriya, it was history and Japanese calligraphy, and for Uraraka, it was English and math. Meanwhile, Yaoyorozu herself seemed very knowledgeable in every subject. The three lended help to each other when it was needed. It might have been Midoriya's imagination, but it seemed like Yaoyorozu was simply happy to socialize with them. He was reminded of Uraraka saying that the Ravenet possibly didn't have many friends. Perhaps that assessment had been spot on. After a couple hours of studying, the trio decided to take a snack break and relax for a bit. Ugh! My brain hurts. Uraraka leaned back in her chair, rubbing her temples with 4 fingers. Midoriya had noticed the brunette didn't use all of her fingers to touch anything. He wondered if she was intentionally doing it, or if it was a subconscious thing. Why does English have to be so hard? Midoriya smirked at her. People who speak English would say the same thing about Japanese, you know? Not all of us grow up in America, Midoriya, Uraraka retorted. To be fair, English is considered the hardest foreign language to learn. Yaoyorozu chimed in. So it can be difficult learning for the first time. You seem to speak English quite fluently, Yaoyorozu-san. From what I've heard so far, at least. That doesn't count, Uraraka sternly countered. Yaoyorozu-san's a genius. Yeah, that's true, he conceded. Oh, you both are too kind. Yaoyorozu looked away shyly. I wouldn't say I'm a genius. I would, Midoriya stated plainly. I already know you're very smart, and I've only known you a week now. Thank you, Midoriya-san. She blushed lightly. Uraraka felt a slight twinge inside her chest at that interaction. She wasn't sure what it was, but shook her head to forget about it. Yeah. Is there any subject you're not good at, Yaoyorozu? Growing up, I had the privilege to receive tutoring from very intelligent people on multiple subjects. Yaoyorozu said modestly. So, I can't take all the credit for everything I know. She's really humble about it, Midoriya inwardly complimented. I'm really impressed though with how well you've learned Japanese, Midoriya-san, the Ravenet pointed out, especially in a relatively short amount of time. You moved to Japan in January, correct? That's right. And what can I say? He shrugged. I'm a fast learner. Having an enhanced brain and eidetic memory helps too, he mentally remarked. I've noticed though when you're studying history, you seem to be focusing mostly on events in the last century or so. At least so far this afternoon. Yaoyorozu pointed out. Is that on purpose? Wow. She's very observant. Midoriya was impressed. Yeah. I like to focus on different time periods in my history studies, just to make sure I'm getting good exposure across the past. He half lied. Today I'm focusing on the time after the Third War. I see. That does make sense. Yaoyorozu paused to reach into her designer bag to pull out a book. Have you read this? I'd recommend the first few chapters. They summarize that period fairly well without lacking too many crucial details. Oh, thank you. Midoriya gladly accepted the book. You're welcome, she smiled. As the trio continued their studies, Midoriya read through the first several chapters of the history book. It was primarily covering the aftermath of World War III and the advent of quirks, as it's called, particularly the quirk-related laws passed and the superhero groups that were formed worldwide to combat the rise of crime and chaos. It was also during this point of history, the Dark Times as it's called, that S.H.I.E.L.D. had been formed. Initially meant to be a governing force for America's first heroes before eventually evolving into the worldwide espionage organization it was today. At the moment, Midoriya was focusing on the laws passed to manage the metahuman crisis. So most of these quirk restriction laws in the world were put in place during the dark times following the Third War. Their purpose was to initially re-establish order. Midoriya inwardly noted while reading the book. I can understand their reasoning given the time, but once a semblance of order was re-established by the heroes, they should have gone back and reworked some of these laws to be more reasonable. A lot of these laws nowadays don't make a lick of sense. I mean, people can't use their abilities whatsoever in public unless they get a license or in self-defense. There has to be a better way to handle this. You okay, Midoriya-san? Ha! He snapped out of his musings to turn to Yaoyorozu, who was looking at him curiously. You had a very intense look on your face. Was something in the book confusing you? She inquired. Oh, no. He trailed off. Come on, just play it off, soldier. It's just pretty sad to read how bad things were in the dark times. How scary and violent it all was. He responded. For both quirk users and quirkless. Yaoyorozu frowned slightly and nodded. Yes, it makes you appreciate what our ancestors had to endure in those times, and the hard work and sacrifices past pro-heroes had to do to get us to this point of relative peace we're in now. It really does. Uraraka spoke up. Believe it or not, my great-grandparents on my dad's side were in the meta-concentration camps. My dad showed me an old journal that has been passed down in our family. She frowned despondently. It's just really horrible to read what they went through, just for being different. Midoriya lowered his head, frowning at the memory of those inhumane facilities set up across various nations, not just in Japan. Did their journals say if they made it out alive? Yaoyorozu asked, concerned. Many early quirk users in Japan were killed in those awful camps. Uraraka nodded, a wistful smile appearing on her face. Yes, thankfully, they were both saved by Captain America and the Howling Commandos. Midoriya's eyes widened slightly. Really? Uraraka replied happily. Yeah, when I was little, sometimes before bed, my dad would read some of the entries to me. They simplified it for me and skipped over the graphic stuff, of course. But my great-great-grandparents were going to be gassed in the chambers. She paused momentarily to collect her thoughts, continuing, they thought they were going to surely die. Then, at the last second, Captain America and his team stormed the camp and liberated everyone. Midoriya remained silent and listened intently. There were several rescue ops in Japan, but I think I remember what mission this was. That's amazing that your family has such a big part of Quirk history as an heirloom, Uraraka-san, Yaoyorozu said excitedly. You wouldn't happen to know which camp they were in, would you? Uraraka nodded. It was in the Osaka prefecture camp. Osaka! Midoriya immediately recalled that night. He remembered it vividly.